2 months wasn't a short period of time, but it wasn't long either. Generally speaking, 2 months would quickly pass if a cultivator was in seclusion. After Lin Yun joined Pavilion Master Plum and the others, he shared what he heard from the Sacred Alliance. Everyone was shocked because this was the first time they heard about it. In the past, no one had any idea that the era they belonged to was called the Divine Dragon Era. There were many eras that came before this, and each era had a core realm of its own. The core realm of the Divine Dragon Era was named Kunlun. Pavilion Master Plum and the rest were shocked. As Pavilion Master Plum chatted with Lin Yun, he guessed that there was a high possibility that Lord 13 and the previous Pavilion Master went to the Kunlun realm. However, the rest of the Great Qin Empire's party was more concerned about the heavenly path and the competition 2 months from now. As for the other realms outside the Profound Amber Realm, everyone basically knew about them. The Profound Amber Realm had a total of 5 domains, and the ancient Southern Domain once stood at the top of the Profound Amber Realm. But with the annihilation of Sword Sect, the fortune in the ancient Southern Domain fell until it nearly became a forgotten domain by the other 4 domains. When it came to this matter, the elders warned Lin Yun to be cautious and not to act carelessly. However, Lin Yun was calm and didn't fret. Then, the Great Qin Empire's group rested before they left. This time, Lin Yun didn't leave with them because he was pressed for time. He desperately needed to make a trip to Flame Dragon Hill to see Lil Red's current state. If he went to the Great Qin Empire first, he would waste about 1/3 of his remaining time. Pavilion Master Plum and the rest understood Lin Yun's predicament. After all, Lin Yun had given up his guarantee to the Heavenly Path for Sacred Alliance to look after the Sword Firmament Pavilion. "I'm afraid we won't meet again after today. Take care of yourself and don't be too worried about the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Since ancient times, sects with great fortune have survived all sorts of tribulation," said Pavilion Master Plum as he comforted Lin Yun. This farewell made Lin Yun sad because the Sword Firmament Pavilion was important to him, and he had many fond memories of it. Cupping his hands together, Lin Yun bowed. "Thank you for taking care of me. Without you guys, there would be no Lin Yun today." 8 days later, Lin Yun appeared at the Flame Dragon Hill. When Lin Yun reached the top of the mountain, he saw an endless mountain range. Unlike before, he now stood at the top of the ancient Southern Domain's younger generation. However, Lin Yun still felt tiny at Flame Dragon Hill, even though the beasts that he was once fearful of no longer threatened him. With his current strength, he could easily kill the terrifying beasts of the past. As a breeze blew past, Lin Yun keenly sensed a powerful, ferocious aura. He was familiar with this aura because it belonged to the Overlord Heavenly Soul Realm demonic beast, the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture. It seems like it got stronger. Lin Yun followed the aura and sensed that the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture was a lot stronger than before. The Azure Dragon Enneaform must be compatible with demonic beasts that possess the Dragon Clan's bloodline. When Lin Yun thought about this, he was curious to see how much the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture progressed the body refining technique. Over there, Lin Yun began to lock onto the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture when his attention was drawn to the Falling Dragon Slope. Since the Falling Dragon Slope was so far, he couldn't clearly see the mountain. However, he could clearly sense the sword intent left behind by ancestor Jian Wuming. Even after so long, the immortal sword intent still shined bright. "I have to pay the Falling Dragon Slope a visit after meeting Lil Purple." Lin Yun had grasped his spiritual sword intent there. Now that he comprehended the immortal Azure Dragon sword intent, he might have a chance to take another step forward. Furthermore, he was curious to figure out what was hidden in that region. Time to go! Lin Yun soared into the sky like a dragon. Every single step he took left fluctuations beneath his feet. He was using the cloud soaring art. After 9 steps, he already traveled 10,000 meters. An hour later, he passed through the densely packed clouds and past many insignificant peaks. Finally, he saw 3 blazing peaks before him. The 3 peaks had become a forbidden region due to their high temperature. It was also where Lin Yun obtained the Flame Dragon fruit. When he landed on the ground, a colossal figure descended from the sky before he could catch his breath. This colossal figure was naturally the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture. When it descended in front of Lin Yun, its colossal wings created a powerful gale. Lin Yun looked at the indigo thunder dragon vulture in surprise because it was a lot stronger than he had imagined. He asked, Lil Purple, how far have you reached in the Azure Dragon Enneaform? The Hexaform. In the terms of you humans, my cultivation should be in the third soul of the heavenly soul realm, replied the indigo thunder demon dragon vulture. That's strong? Lin Yun knew that the heavenly soul realm had a total of 7 souls in correspondence to the 7 orifices of the Xiantian realm. Every single breakthrough would bring a drastic transformation in one's strength, but there was also high risk with each breakthrough. After all, if one's foundation was too deep, the heavenly soul tribulation that one would attract would be devastating. If Yu Haoyan had made a breakthrough, then the outcome of the banquet might have been different. A heavenly soul realm expert that hadn't gone through the tribulation was like a cocoon instead of a butterfly. Lin Yun didn't think too much about the indigo thunder dragon vulture's strength and shared his experience at the banquet. When the indigo thunder dragon vulture heard about what happened, it spoke. No wonder the aura coming from you makes me feel uncomfortable. So you have some dragon aura in your body. I wouldn't recommend making a breakthrough with the dragon aura though. Since it's a competition between the realms, you need more accumulation in the quasi-heavenly soul realm if you want to stand out. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to compete with the other geniuses. According to my knowledge, the profound amber realm is considered common compared to other realms. Some powerful realms can even head to the bigger world directly. Those powerful realms can reach the Kunlun realm directly? Lin Yun was shocked because he hadn't heard about that from the Sacred Alliance. It appears that the Sacred Alliance still hid some information about the heavenly path. Perhaps they didn't want to affect their confidence. The Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture must have known this from its inheritance memories. How much do you know about the Divine Dragon Era and the Kunlun realm? Lin Yun asked, but he didn't have much hope in gaining information. However, he knew it wouldn't hurt to ask. The Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture pondered for a long time before it replied, It's too long and I only have bits and pieces about it in my inheritance memories. The old era came to an end with the birth of the new era. The old era was called the Primordial Era. In the Primordial Era, countless powerhouses fell with the destruction of countless realms. Only the realm named Kunlun would exist for eternity like a seed. It absorbed other realm fragments to strengthen itself. With that, the Divine Dragon Era was born. At its beginning, it was a barbaric time with no rules. However, many ancient and mysterious existences woke up and became the new kings. Lin Yun's heart throbbed violently. He didn't really expect the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture to know much about this. Perhaps this information was something that not even the Sacred Alliance knew about. Who ended the previous era? Asked Lin Yun. It's too long ago. I only have bits and pieces in my memories, but I'm sure that this one person. He's a white-clothed man who tore the sky with his blade, suppressing the myriad races. My ancestors seem to call him Ancestor God. No, wait. Let me think again. Oh, right. Azure Dragon Ancestor God. When the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture mentioned the Azure Dragon Ancestor God, it began to wail out painfully as the blood in its body became unstable with signs of running amok. So Lin Yun quickly stopped talking about it. It took a long time for the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture to calm down and its aura was clearly weakened. Sorry, those memories are too old and this is all I can remember, said the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture in a hoarse voice. It was a terrifying thing to recall something from so long ago. But Lin Yun had saved its life so it wasn't bothered by it. Lin Yun was genuinely shocked when he heard the name Azure Dragon Ancestor God, as he wondered if that person was still alive. However, he didn't bother asking. Has Lil Red awakened? Asked Lin Yun. It has, but I'm sorry. The Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture spoke hesitantly. It's awake? Where is it? Lin Yun rejoiced and didn't notice the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture's hesitation. Lil Red awakening was more important to Lin Yun than secrets of the Azure Dragon Ancestor God. After all, he owed Lil Red a great debt. He also had no idea how Lil Red had turned out. So he started to look around nervously, afraid that Lil Red wouldn't recognize him anymore. At the peak, the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture turned around and looked at the 3 flaming peaks. Lin Yun was familiar with those peaks. After all, he had obtained the flame dragon fruit there. The peaks also had countless treasures that were baptized by the flame dragon's blood. However, it was a forbidden zone with terrifying flame intent. Not even the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture dared to step in. If Lin Yun didn't grasp the spiritual sword intent, he definitely wouldn't dare to step inside the region. So it was shocking to him that Lil Red was there when it had just woken up. Is it really there? Lin Yun couldn't believe it. But a long time later, he let out a loud roar. If Lil Red was really there, then it would recognize his roar and give a reply. If it didn't reply, then Lil Red must have forgotten all of its past. As he waited, he gradually became even more nervous. Don't worry about it. The Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture comforted Lin Yun, but there was something weird about its tone. A short while later, a roar echoed out from the flaming peak as a reply to Lin Yun. A figure instantly shuttled over. Soon, the newly born dragon-blooded horse appeared in Lin Yun's vision. It was a demonic beast filled with ferocious aura and a wisp of dragon aura. From afar, it still looked like a horse covered with sparkling dragon scales that looked like armor. As it ran over, the ground started to tremble. Amazingly, Lil Red could travel through the forbidden zone that was covered in flames. Its robust figure was filled with power and its horn was even sharper than before. Lil Red was a monarch demonic beast with the Dragon Clan's bloodline. Lin Yun was surprised, but he could guarantee that this was the same Lil Red. It had become a lot stronger than before and even emitted a boundless spiritual energy. Furthermore, its aura could easily suppress a heavenly soul realm demonic beast even though it was in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. Lin Yun could only imagine how Lil Red would become after reaching the heavenly soul realm. There was no doubt that it would be even stronger than the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture. However, the monarch aura coming from Lil Red was unfamiliar to Lin Yun. The demonic beast shrouded in dragon scales armor appeared before Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. As its boundless aura spread out, Lin Yun's hair began to flutter in the wind and he had to squint his eyes. Lil Red's aura was really terrifying and Lin Yun would have been sent flying if he hadn't gotten a lot stronger. But while Lin Yun was shocked, Lil Red grinned and revealed its buck tooth. In that second, the powerful aura disappeared as Lil Red started chuckling like a goof. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. Lil Red was now a monarch demonic beast, but its buck tooth was still there. Could it be that its buck tooth was its core? Just when Lin Yun smiled, Lil Red's stomach began to swell as its robust limbs became skinny. Lil Red suddenly flopped on its belly since its limbs could no longer support its weight. Lin Yun froze when he saw this. Why did it turn into a pig all of a sudden? Could it be that this was its true form? Even with Lin Yun's wide experience, he couldn't help feeling dumbfounded. Lil Red was still struggling with its skinny limbs as it attempted to salvage its image. All Lin Yun could do was shake his head. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know that it would turn into this state. In half a month, it nearly ate all of the treasures in the 3 flaming peaks, said the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture. At this moment, Lin Yun finally knew why the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture hesitated earlier. If he was in that position, he would also feel awkward. After it digested the spiritual energy, it had to fight with many other demonic beasts. Since you didn't come, I let it have its way, said the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture. I can't let it have its way anymore. I have to take it away to train. Lin Yun felt a headache because he wanted to bring Lil Red to the heavenly path. If it was this fat, he wouldn't have the face to bring it out. People might even mistake it for a pig, which would completely ruin his reputation. When the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture saw that Lil Red couldn't get up, it roared and unleashed a terrifying aura. Dragon runes started to squirm all over its body before several bolts of lightning charged at Lil Red. When the lightning exploded, Lil Red was drowned by bright lights. What are you trying to do? Lin Yun was full of doubt before the lightning dissipated and revealed a red ball on the ground. It looked like a fat squirrel as its sharp horn suddenly became round. Lil Red's new form was adorable and lacked all of its previous prestige. The Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture began explaining, "This is the bloodline ability your dragon-blooded horse obtained after breaking out of the cocoon. It can take 2 forms, but it's not familiar with this one, so it needs some help transforming. Basically, it needs a beating, Lin Yun said inwardly. Strictly speaking, this is its main form. After all, it's no different from a baby that was just born, said the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture. No, its bucktooth form is the main form, Lin Yun retorted inwardly. Soon after, the Indigo Thunder Dragon Vulture disappeared, leaving Lin Yun on his own. Lin Yun also quickly left because he had no time to waste and needed to go into seclusion. He had become a lot stronger after the banquet and even obtained a wisp of complete dragon aura. On top of that, he obtained 2 fortune martial techniques in the Dragon Cloud treasury. With such a large harvest, he had to make use of them well. What Lil Purple said is right. I can't use the dragon aura to make a breakthrough because I need to accumulate more strength. At the very least, I can't be worse than the geniuses of the other realms, or else I'll be another version of Yu Haotian. Lin Yun wasn't too obsessed with his cultivation, so he wasn't desperate to make a breakthrough. If he wasn't going to use the dragon aura to make a breakthrough, he could use it to cultivate the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. For a greater fortune martial technique, he needed to use an astronomical amount of resources. Unfortunately, he didn't have many astral pearls with him anymore. My only concern is whether or not the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra will clash with the Iris Sword Sutra. The first 3 stages are just the foundation. If I focus more on the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, then it'll delay my cultivation in the Iris Sword Sutra. Furthermore, the Iris Sword Sutra is already at the pinnacle 12th stage, so I only have 4 stages until I reach perfection. This was Lin Yun's biggest dilemma because he definitely had to cultivate the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra because he already benefited greatly with just 3 stages. Not to mention that it also came with a sword technique. If it wasn't empowered by the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, the Azure Firmament 13 swords would be greatly weakened. However, the Iris Sword Sutra wasn't ordinary either. Although it wasn't complete, he had cultivated it for so long. If it was devoured by the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, then he wouldn't be able to bring out the Iris Sword Array anymore. I'm going to do it. Lin Yun never wavered, so he quickly made his decision. The Azure Firmament Sword Sutra was a greater fortune martial technique. It was at a much higher grade than the Iris Sword Sutra, not to mention that he couldn't give up on the Azure Firmament 13 sword. As for the Iris Sword Sutra, it wouldn't be too late for him to pick it up again when he obtained the complete version. Therefore, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to sit down by the border of the Forbidden Zone. The Azure Firmament Sword Sutra has a total of 10 stages. Since the first 3 stages are the foundation, it definitely won't be easy to grasp. Lin Yun looked at the flaming peaks before he slowly closed his eyes. He calmed himself down and looked at the dazzling brilliance within his body. He felt tiny in comparison to the aura. He would have to continue developing it for the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. Not only did he need an astronomical sum of resources, but he also needed high comprehension. If he didn't have both, he would fail and his meridians would get injured. However, the Divine Dragon Aura would prevent this. Bursting with confidence, Lin Yun started to circulate the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra as Azure Origin energy began to fill up his meridians. When Lin Yun circulated the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, he also started to refine the Divine Dragon Aura. Refining the Dragon Aura made the Azure Origin energy in his meridians grow, which caused his meridians to swell. At the same time, some clogged meridians were instantly cleared up. Wow! The Divine Dragon Aura actually helped me progress in the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra very quickly. Lin Yun was rejoicing because he was worried that the new sutra would be difficult to cultivate. However, it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined it would be. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Suddenly, a dragon roar echoed out as strands of Azure Sword Ray exploded around Lin Yun. This was a sign that his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra had reached the 4th stage. Even though Lin Yun knew he would make a breakthrough, he never thought it would happen in just 3 days. It was a little too unbelievable to him because he had spent a lot of time cultivating the Iris Sword Sutra. He didn't know if it was thanks to the strong foundation he obtained from the Iris Sword Sutra, or if the Dragon Aura mysteriously helped him. When the Azure Origin energy flowed into his dantian, it formed into a current of azure and purple. The azure color represented the wind while the purple represented the lightning. With the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra reaching the 4th stage, not only could he wield wind, but he could also control lightning. Lin Yun instantly understood what was going on as he recalled the Sword Sutra explanation. At this moment, the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra was inferior to his Iris Sword Sutra. After all, his Iris Sword Sutra was at the 12th stage. When Lin Yun observed the iris flower at the center of the yin-yang ring, he couldn't help feeling reluctant. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to give up on cultivating the Iris Sword Sutra. After all, it was thanks to the Iris Sword Sutra that he got this far. It wasn't just a simple cultivation technique to him, but it was his inheritance that he was fond of. However, the technique was incomplete. A complete fortune martial technique wasn't something that someone in the Xianxia realm could cultivate, so he never noticed its shortcoming. Since he only had 2 months left, he needed a complete fortune martial technique to survive. Only then could he search for the complete Iris Sword Sutra in the Kunlun realm. Suddenly, a tear dropped into the space of his dantian and onto the iris flower. It was a tear from Lin Yun's heart. "I'm sorry, but please understand. I will complete you in the future and spread your fame throughout the Kunlun realm." Lin Yun swore with his dignity as a swordsman on the line. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Yun continued to refine the dragon aura before pouring it into the azure purple current. Before he knew it, 7 days had passed. In a short amount of time, Lin Yun reached the 5th stage of the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. His azure purple current became even bigger and began to look like 2 dragons. Vaguely, he sensed powerful wind, lightning, and sword energy that coursed through his body. As he sat down, wind and lightning radiated from his body before manifesting into sword rays that revolved around his body. The terrifying phenomenon had summoned all of the wind and lightning in the valley. Lin Yun could sense that the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra in the 5th stage was now comparable to his Iris Sword Sutra in the 12th stage. In the following half-month, Lin Yun completely refined the Divine Dragon Aura with his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra in an attempt to reach the 6th stage. His azure purple aura combined, forming a massive tree trunk filled with boundless sword aura. As the tree became even more refined, branches started to grow. However, it seemed like the branches were blocked by an invisible sword aura. This meant that Lin Yun couldn't make a breakthrough. He knew that with the Iris Sword Sutra around, he wouldn't be able to make a genuine breakthrough in the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. Break! Lin Yun ultimately made a decision as boundless sword energy flew towards the iris flower to shatter it. In that moment, it felt like thousands of swords had pierced through his heart. Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. Without the Iris Sword Sutra stopping the phenomenon, the tree trunk instantly grew 18 branches. The Azure Firmament tree's initial form had blossomed in full. However, it didn't have any leaves. The branches represented 18 different sword auras, each with terrifying capabilities. Furthermore, they could fuse with his thunderstorm intent at any time. There was no question that the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra in the 6th stage had surpassed the Iris Sword Sutra in the 12th stage. This made Lin Yun happy and sad at the same time. He was exceptionally sad that his Iris Sword Sutra was gone. Right at this moment, the space where the yin-yang circle resided suddenly shined bright as a total of 120 petals appeared. The petals shined like stars in the night. When Lin Yun saw this, he became so excited that he teared up. The Iris Sword Sutra still existed. Then, Lin Yun noticed that the petals were scattered around. When he looked closely, it looked like a boundless sword array had enveloped the Azure Firmament tree. He could sense that the Iris Sword Sutra wasn't complete and that there were many places where it was lacking. But even so, it was a beautiful outline of a majestic array. With Lin Yun's scope, he could only see a corner of it. If that's the case, I can nourish the Iris Sword Sutra while cultivating the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. If my Azure Firmament Sword Sutra reaches the pinnacle in the end, it can mend the Iris Sword Sutra. Lin Yun realized that he would have to put in twice the effort for half the result. Lin Yun had been prepared to give up on the Iris Sword Sutra. However, it remained, so he would have a firm foundation to complete the Iris Sword Sutra in the future. Perhaps this happened because they have related attributes. If it was a fire-attributed fortune martial technique, the outcome might have been different. Lin Yun could only guess the reason. Lin Yun didn't think too much about it and opened his eyes that sparked with lightning. When Lin Yun looked into the distance, he locked onto the forbidden zone of the flaming mountain. With a single thought, one of the tree branches broke off and fell onto his palm. Fine lightning began to crackle on his palm that looked like swords and dragons. As they wandered around his palm, the wind and lightning energies manifested into a sea of swords. Immortal Azure Dragon Sword Sutra. With a flick of his finger, the lightning on his palm entered his finger and shot out. Instantly, a portion of the flaming mountain was sliced off. A huge boom came from the mountain, which shocked Lin Yun because he didn't expect his attack to be so fast. What speed! I didn't even use the flicking divine finger or the iris sword sutra. I wonder what would happen if I used all the branches. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts with interest filling his eyes. Lin Yun circulated the iris sword sutra. In the next second, the iris flower petals began to dance. Then, he circulated the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, causing the origin energy of 2 cultivation techniques to course through his body. Immediately, a terrifying azure purple sword ray exploded from Lin Yun's body. Powerful wind poured into the surroundings as lightning roared all around Lin Yun. As the boundless origin energy filled his body, it felt like he was about to explode. Lin Yun pressed his finger against his thumb as his aura surged violently from the azure purple radiance that enveloped him. At this moment, boundless immortal azure dragon sword aura spread out as lightning crackled in the sky, and a gale blew past him. Flicking divine finger. After accumulating his strength, Lin Yun flicked his finger. A gorgeous scene unfolded as 120 iris flower petals interlocked. The flaming peak that Lin Yun had locked onto earlier was now drowned in hundreds of sword rays. It looked like a silver waterfall was enveloping the mountain as it was being turned into dust. When the sword rays dissipated, only 2 peaks were left. Lin Yun couldn't utter a single word when saw this terrifying scene. He never imagined that he would level an entire mountain with a flick of his finger. Then, he recalled what was recorded in the flicking divine finger. Upon reaching a high level, one could even cut down a star with a single flick. In the past, he thought that it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed possible. At this moment, Lin Yun had exhausted nearly all of his origin energy. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead as he felt quite dizzy. That was a bit exhausting. I have to tweak it a little or else I'll be helpless after unleashing it. Lin Yun smiled to himself after he took everything in. Then, he circulated the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, which summoned the Azure Firmament Tree and a tornado. With a simple thought, lightning began to appear in the tornado. From afar, it looked like Lin Yun had a purple tornado. Slowly, Lin Yun unleashed his spiritual sword intent into the tornado. At this moment, the tornado felt like a sharp sword. Go! Lin Yun barked. As the lightning tornado roared, it traveled a few thousand meters in a split second with unimaginable speed. Another 3 days passed and Lin Yun finally consolidated the Sword Sutra in the 6th stage. At the same time, he also made some improvements in his thundercloud intent. It's time to practice the Azure Firmament 13 swords. Lin Yun rested briefly before taking out the ancient book. The first 3 stages of the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra were for the foundation, while the power would be revealed in the 4th through 6th stages. The 7th to 9th forms could be called the ultimate moves since each one had unimaginable power. As for the 10th to 12th forms, they were the killing moves, while the 13th form was described as a forbidden move. Lin Yun's talent in the path of the sword was monstrous, and no one in the profound Amber Realm could compare to him. With his talent, he managed to reach the 6th stage in the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. When he read through the book again, he realized that the sword technique was tough. However, learning the ultimate attacks shouldn't be too difficult for him. Azure Firmament Flash. After spending 4 hours comprehending the technique, Lin Yun opened his eyes and soared into the sky. He drew his sword and entered the forbidden zone while the Azure Firmament tree hovered behind him. Then, the tree turned into a sword ray that instantly suppressed the surrounding flames and sliced through them like butter. Lin Yun didn't even use his spiritual sword intent with this attack. What destructive capabilities! Lin Yun was shocked because he had experienced the Forbidden Zone before. If he didn't use his spiritual sword intent, entering the Forbidden Zone with his Azure Dragon battle physique would result in death. But now, he actually suppressed the surging flames with one sword. Wind congealing azure wood. Before the flames could sweep out again, Lin Yun unleashed his second sword. Wisps of sword aura spread out from the azure firmament tree that created 10 terrifying ravines on the ground. With the ravines, the Forbidden Zone was nearly destroyed. Aura-shattering firmament. Lin Yun swung his sword for the third time, tearing the clouds in two. The sword ray sliced a flaming peak that was 1,000 meters away. Furthermore, the cut was smooth and clear. These three forms are just for the foundation, but their power already surpasses the Overlord sword. However, it's still lacking compared to the Supreme Dominance and Terranian Destruction. It will grow in the fourth and sixth forms though. The sword technique was powerful, but Lin Yun still wasn't very satisfied. He wasn't proficient in the forms and he also didn't use them with his spiritual sword intent. However, he had plenty of time to get to a satisfactory level. Lin Yun intended to grasp the fourth, fifth, and sixth forms before heading to the profound Amber Mountain. If possible, he also wanted to grab at least one of the ultimate moves. Meanwhile, at the Indigo Moon Elysium, Yu Haoyan had finally recovered from his injuries. However, the entire sect had worried faces. Yu Haoyan was far from his peak state although he had recovered from his injuries. Lin Yun's punch was too ruthless, leaving Yu Haoyan even weaker than before the banquet. It was practically futile for him to obtain a quota in this state. Let him accept the inheritance. Otherwise, he'll be completely crippled, said an elder as he looked at the Indigo Moon Elysium's sect master. Isn't it too dangerous? Yu Haoyan might be in the heavenly soul realm, but he hasn't gone through the tribulation. He hasn't even unlocked his first soul, not to mention that he just recovered from his injuries. If he fails, the next time the inheritance is open will be a millennium from now. But if he doesn't accept the inheritance, he won't even be qualified to enter the heavenly path. We should inquire with the demonic envoy about it. The elders discussed it before they started cursing Lin Yun. It was all Lin Yun's fault. Without Lin Yun, Yu Haoyan would be the champion and would refine the dragon aura. It would have been even better since he had such a great harvest in the Dragon Cloud treasury. Right at this moment, the hall opened with an elder walking in. In the next second, everyone became respectful. Greetings, demonic envoy. The demonic envoy was also Qing Ruoyo's father, who was said to be an Empyrean. Behind him stood Qing Ruoyo and Yu Haoyan. The elder spoke. No need to fight anymore. The altar will be open tonight and Haoyan will accept the inheritance. As for the results, it will depend on his fortune. After all, he has no choice after losing to Lin Yun. Damn it! Yu Haoyan instantly felt his chest aching the moment he heard that name. The humiliation he suffered in the banquet allowed him to undergo a transformation. Furthermore, no one in the hall spoke another word since the demonic envoy already made his decision. Yu Haoyan had recovered from his injuries with a chance to summon the demonic spirit. But Zhao Wuji, who was also injured by Lin Yun, wasn't as lucky. He was crippled even though the Violet Thunder sect used countless spiritual elixirs and even invited the best spiritualist. With the deadline fast approaching, the Violet Thunder sect had to give up. Even if they managed to save Zhao Wuji now, his strength would be greatly affected. It was practically impossible for him to obtain the qualification into the heavenly path, so it would be a waste to use more resources. The other geniuses in the top 10 were all cultivating bitterly because they knew that it would be a tough fight against the geniuses from other domains. However, they still had to give it their all because this was a rare opportunity for them. If they could obtain something, it would be a great fortune to them. After all, they could join a powerful sect in Kunlun realm. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On the boundless mountain range at the border of the ancient southern domain, several people were arriving at a towering peak. When they landed on the ground, they looked at each other and discovered that they were part of the top 10. The 4 people present were Bai Lishuan, Zhang Zai, Nangong Wanyu, and Mu Han. They all received jade slips from the Sacred Alliance that guided them to this location. "It looks like you two benefited quite a bit in the last 2 months," said Muhan as he looked around. He could sense a familiar sword aura from Bai Lishuan. Bai Lishuan's eyes flickered with lightning with traces of faint dragon aura. Muhan suspected that Bai Lishuan grasped the Azure Dragon Sword aura, but he had no idea how strong it was. As for Xianxia, her cultivation was deep and unfathomable. It felt like she would enter the heavenly soul realm any time. But the fact that she didn't choose to make a breakthrough meant that her ambition wasn't small. "I'm afraid I can't be compared to you," smiled Xianxia. She could sense that Muhan's sword intent was at the same level as Lin Yun's sword intent before entering the Dragon Cloud treasury. "You think I grasped the spiritual sword intent, right?" Muhan was casual about it, but smiled bitterly. "I made some improvements in the quasi-spiritual sword intent, but I'm still lacking. I now understand what a monster Lin Yun is. The higher one's attainment in the sword path was, the better they would understand how hard it was to grasp the spiritual sword intent." Muhan didn't dare to imagine what kind of terrifying opponent he encountered back then. Hearing Muhan's words, Bai Lishuan, Xianxia, and Nangong Wanyu were surprised. Didn't this mean that Muhan's current strength was inferior to Lin Yun before the Dragon Cloud treasury? Wasn't that a little too depressing? As they talked, 2 more people arrived. The newcomers were Wu Xiaotian and Zhu Qingshan. They met each other along the way, so they decided to come together. However, they remained silent the entire time since they weren't exactly friends. "Hee, what are you guys talking about?" Wu Xiaotian asked in an excited tone. They quickly told Wu Xiaotian what transpired. "Is Lin Yun really that monstrous? So how strong has Lin Yun become after 2 months?" Wu Xiaotian sighed. Xianxia muttered to herself, "There aren't many quotas for the heavenly path. I heard that the 5 domains only have 8 quotas. That little? Xianxia, how strong are the other geniuses from the other domains?" From the previous banquet, Yu Haoyan would be in the top 5 on the Dragon Cloud ranking for the other domains. As for Zhao Wuji and Yen Longzi, they would have difficulty making the top 10. "I'm really not sure about this banquet. After all, Lin Yun by himself is already a never-before-seen variable. The Dragon Cloud treasury appeared because of him, and we even got to obtain fortunes," Xianxia said after a brief hesitation. She didn't want to affect anyone's confidence. After all, the ancient southern domain was ranked at the bottom of the profound Amber Realm. If Yu Haoyan could barely make it into the top 5 for the other domains, it would be hard for everyone here to make the top 10. It would be even more difficult for any of them to compete for the 8 quotas. Their only hope was that the Dragon Cloud treasury had appeared in the ancient southern domain. Just when the group fell silent, a tornado flickering with lightning swiftly approached. "What's that?" Everyone had to squint their eyes from the wind as the incoming thunderstorm intent made them feel uncomfortable. Everyone's faces became grave as the tornado approached. "It has been a long time." In an instant, an azure figure dropped from the sky as the tornado disappeared. It was Lin Yun. He didn't have much time when the Sacred Alliance gave him the Jade Slip, so he had to use his tornado to travel. Lin Yun. Bai Lishuan and the others were shocked because they never expected Lin Yun to cause such a phenomenon. They all knew that Lin Yun would become a lot stronger in 2 months, but not this much. The current Lin Yun felt unfathomable to all of them. "Brother Lin, isn't your strength a little too over the top?" Muhan smiled bitterly as he asked the question that was in everyone's heart. Lin Yun held on to Lil Red, who was in the squirrel form, with a smile, but he didn't say a word. 2 months ago, he could easily defeat everyone with the immortal Azure Dragon Sword intent. After cultivating the Iris Sword Sutra and Azure Firmament Sword Sutra together, his strength had surpassed every single genius present. He even practiced the Azure Firmament 13 sword, which gave him unparalleled strength. Perhaps only those from the other domains could make him feel some pressure. "Big Brother Yun looks even more handsome now." A chuckle sounded out as Yu Weiwei appeared before everyone. This made everyone's eyes light up. They didn't know if Lin Yun had become even more handsome after 2 months, but Yu Weiwei definitely became even more charming. After a while, Yu Haoyan arrived. After recovering from his injuries, there was no change to his appearance. However, He felt like a completely different person as he gave everyone an eerie sensation. He no longer had the domineering aura from before and was more similar to Zhu Qingshan. Everyone looked at Yu Haoyan strangely before moving away from him. Yu Haoyan grinned as if he wasn't concerned by their actions. He didn't even spare Lin Yun a glance. Instead, he giggled to himself. Hee hee. Lin Yun frowned because he could sense a dangerous aura coming from Yu Haoyan. However, he couldn't put that feeling into words. With that, besides Zhao Wuji, everyone was here. No one expected Zhao Wuji to be present though. At this moment, a golden-winged aerial demonic beast broke through the clouds with a Sacred Alliance elder on its back. The demonic beast flapped its wings and appeared in front of them in a split second. The elder's arrival caused everyone to be silent. Zhao Wuji didn't die, but he's been crippled. The Violet Thunder sect have given up on this opportunity, said the judge. Everyone all turned to look at Lin Yun with shock because they never expected that he could cripple Zhao Wuji with one strike. My name is Qing Tu and I'll be taking you guys to the profound Amber Mountain. Come on. The judge introduced himself as he looked at everyone present. Lin Yun and the others jumped onto the back of the aerial demonic beast. The demonic beast was larger than Lin Yun had imagined. Let's go. Qing Tu gently patted the demonic beast and left. The demonic beast was called a profound golden sparrow. It had a fast speed due to the spiritual runes that were on its wings. Whenever it flapped its wings, the spiritual runes would flicker. This was the first time Lin Yun had ever seen a demonic beast who was born with spiritual runes that formed a complicated array. The array would circulate as if it was devouring all of the wind-attributed spiritual energy in the world. As the group traveled, Qing Tu shared information about the other domains. Qing Tu explained that they were headed for the profound Amber Mountain, which was a sacred mountain filled with mystery. There was a city beneath the profound Amber Mountain called the Lone Sky City because the mountain wasn't a place that anyone could enter. The city naturally became the most popular place in the entire profound Amber realm. The group would rest in Lone Sky City for a few days before going to the test. This was the first time Lin Yun heard of the other realms. Aside from the ancient southern domain, there was also the Mound Northern Domain, Mountain Western Domain, Gauze Eastern Domain, and Profound Domain. The Profound Amber Realm had a total of 5 domains with the ancient Southern Domain ranked at the bottom. It was practically forgotten by the other domains. According to Qing Tu's words, the geniuses of the other domains were a lot stronger. Their champions were at least as strong as Lin Yun. So there was no question that it would be an intense battle if Lin Yun wasn't even guaranteed a spot based on his strength. After counting out the remaining spots, everyone became grave. Realistically, excluding the champions, there were only 3 more quotas up for grabs. The quotas are limited, so most of you are destined to be eliminated. However, you guys can also obtain the qualification to cultivate in the profound Amber Mountain. It'll be a great fortune for you guys even if you guys can't make it into the heavenly path. Qing Tu turned around and looked at everyone before his gaze stopped on Lin Yun. Lin Yun, this is a rare opportunity, so don't embarrass the ancient Southern Domain's Sacred Alliance. If we can't even obtain 1 quota, it'll be embarrassing for us. There shouldn't be any problems, said Lin Yun. He was pretty confident that he could obtain a quota. Otherwise, he would be letting down his fortune in the Dragoncloud treasury. Yu Haoyan smiled eerily. It won't be so certain if the profound domain gangs up on you. Everyone shot dirty looks at Yu Haoyan as soon as they heard his words. After all, this involved the pride of their ancient southern domain. It wasn't good for the ancient southern domain geniuses to fight among themselves. Lin Yun fell into deep thought because Yu Weiwei's advice popped into his head. He had to get rid of Yu Haoyan or else Yu Haoyan would become a threat to him. I'm just speaking casually. Don't take it to heart. Yu Haoyan smiled casually while shrugging his shoulders. 7 days later, the ancient Southern Domains party arrived at Lone Sky City. Throughout the journey, Yu Haoyan had acted more reserved than before, which made everyone feel eerie. Lin Yun was rather surprised by Yu Haoyan's behavior. After all, Lin Yun nearly killed him and forced him to kneel. Yu Haoyan simply spoke eccentrically and kept his killing aura deeply hidden. Clearly, Yu Haoyan's patience was terrifying. When the party arrived at Lone Sky City, they rested while waiting for the arrival of the other domains. Lin Yun had nothing to do, so he enjoyed the charm of the city. The city was majestic and held elites from all the domains, including many Heavenly Soul Realm experts. Additionally, Lin Yun discovered that some of the Heavenly Soul Realm experts had already gone through their tribulation. Their aura obviously stood out and gave Lin Yun a decent shock. He realized that the Heavenly Soul Realm was meaningless if one didn't go through the tribulation. A few days passed and the peace of Lone Sky City was broken as the other domains were arriving. With the new batch of people, rumors spread like wildfire. Everyone spoke of their respective Dragoncloud rankings with pride. However, one of the most interesting topics of conversation was that Lin Yun comprehended the spiritual sword intent. To all the other domains, the ancient southern domain was nothing. However, Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent had caused a huge commotion. Many people didn't even dare to believe that someone grasped the spiritual sword intent when no one else in the profound realm had achieved this. It was even more incredible that such a monstrous genius came from the ancient southern domain. Whenever Lin Yun heard the wonder in everyone's voice, he simply smiled. The entire profound amber realm was nothing compared to the heavenly path. The fact that everyone chose to divide themselves by domains showed how limited their aspirations were. 2 days later, Qing appeared and summoned everyone to head to the profound amber mountain. The profound amber mountain was the biggest mountain that Lin Yun had seen in his lifetime. Shockingly, 2 immense profound amber auras were enveloping the mountain. The profound amber auras enveloped the mountain and also spread throughout the profound amber realm in trace amounts. The quota selection would take place in the deepest part of the profound amber mountain that was strictly guarded by the Sacred Alliance. When the group arrived, Qing led them to the ancient southern domain seats. Lin Yun was curious, so he looked around. He noticed a teleportation array at the center of the platform. It was engraved with spiritual runes and had 8 array segments that shined bright. When the quota selection begins, you guys will be sent to a secret realm through the teleportation array. Those who fail or die will be removed from the secret realm. Also, the 8 lights in the array represent the quota, said Qing Tuesday. The rules were quite simple. Lin Yun was shocked when he looked at the geniuses of the other domains. The aura they were emitting was terrifying, and every single one of them prevented their cultivation from entering the heavenly soul realm. They were ambitiously accumulating their strength in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. Some of them were even glowing because of how powerful their accumulation was. Compared to the other domains, the ancient southern domain was lacking. However, there weren't any who could enter Lin Yun's eyes at the moment. Perhaps it was because they had hidden themselves well that weren't discovered by Lin Yun. Big Brother Yun, look over there. Yu Weiwei pointed in a direction as several people shot over. When Lin Yun looked over, he sensed many restrained auras. It was especially apparent with the gray-robed elder leading the party. Although they looked like they were from the Sacred Alliance, they seemed a lot stronger than Qing Tu. When Lin Yun poured his spiritual sword intent into his eyes, he could vaguely sense 4 oceans of aura within their bodies. Each ocean was unbelievably massive, as if it contained boundless energy that could release immense pressure. The 7 souls corresponded with the 7 orifices. When a cultivator unlocked his 7 orifices in Xianxia realm, it prepared them to receive souls in the heavenly soul realm. With every soul that was unlocked, an aura as boundless as the ocean would be added to their body. The gray-robed elder seemed to have reached the 4th soul. Lin Yun simply couldn't imagine how powerful the elder would be if he used 4 aura oceans at the same time. Lin Yun's estimation was crude, so he couldn't fully comprehend the elder's strength. They're from the mountain western domain. The old man's name is Chong Hai and he's from the Sacred Alliance. You have to be careful of the person next to him, Xianxia. He is this year's champion of the Mountain Western Domain's Dragoncloud Banquet. Qing Tu transmitted his voice to Lin Yun upon noticing Lin Yun's gaze. Mountain Western Domain's genius? Lin Yun fell into deep thought as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's aura was a lot stronger than Yu Haoyan and gave Lin Yun a bit of pressure. This person's foundation is actually stronger than mine. Lin Yun was shocked. Xianxia had been in the quasi-heavenly soul realm for at least 2 years, so he probably refined an unthinkable number of astral pearls. Additionally, it seemed like he cultivated a fortune martial technique longer than Lin Yun had. Lin Yun put everything together. The Dragon Cloud treasury descended on the ancient southern domain this time, but it had appeared pretty often in the 4 other domains. The other domains naturally had more in terms of fortune martial techniques. However, Zhong Xian's fortune martial technique probably wasn't stronger than Lin Yun's Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. Lin Yun was confident that he could fight Zhong Xian, even though he only cultivated his fortune martial technique for 2 months. Sensing Lin Yun's gaze, Zhong Xian smiled. As the champion of the Mountain Western Domain, he was used to everyone looking at him. That person is Lin Yun, the champion of ancient Southern Domain. The gray-robed elder transmitted his voice to Zhong Xian. Spiritual sword intent. Upon hearing it, Zhong Xian couldn't help but examine Lin Yun. If Lin Yun really grasped the spiritual sword intent, then he couldn't afford to be arrogant. It looks like Yu Haoyan isn't the only interesting person from the ancient Southern Domain. Zhong Xian gave Lin Yun a smile before he looked away. He didn't seem to be afraid of Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent. Lin Yun also retracted his gaze. With so many geniuses gathered here, he could sense the tense atmosphere. It didn't take long for Mound Northern Domain's champion to arrive. This champion wasn't any weaker than Zhong Xian. With 3 domains gathered, Lin Yun noticed that even the runner-ups from the other domains were extraordinary. If the Dragon Cloud treasury didn't appear in the ancient Southern Domain, there was no way Nangong Wanyu and the rest could compare to them. While Lin Yun looked around, the other domains examined the ancient Southern Domain's party with disdain. In their eyes, the ancient Southern Domain didn't amount to much. "The Gauze Eastern Domain is also here," exclaimed Qing Tuesday. Lin Yun's eyes flashed when he heard that. He heard that the cultivators from the Gauze Eastern Domain were ruthless due to their harsh environment. Demonic sects were found everywhere and lives were treated no different from grass. Even the Profound Domain was fearful of those from Gauze Eastern Domain and would avoid offending them. The Gauze Eastern Domain was led by a black-clothed middle-aged man who was also from the Sacred Alliance. However, he acted more arrogant and aloof than the other elders. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise because he never expected a demonic cultivator to be a part of the Sacred Alliance. However, he calmed down when he remembered that the Sacred Alliance was a neutral force. It really wasn't all that surprising to see a demonic cultivator. Next to the elder was a purple-clothed man with a cold gaze. He didn't emit a powerful aura, but his appearance instantly attracted many people's attention. Lin Yun could clearly sense a boundless sword intent coming from him. However, the purple-clothed man didn't look at Lin Yun. Instead, he appeared before Mu Han and asked, "Are you Lin Yun? You're the monstrous genius from ancient Southern Domain who grasped spiritual sword intent." Mu Han's face became awkward when he heard that. Due to the improvement of his quasi-spiritual sword intent, he couldn't control his sword intent well. As for Lin Yun, he didn't emit any sword intent because his sword intent was at a high realm and he could control it as he wished. This meant that even the Sacred Alliance's elders wouldn't notice it if they didn't look at him clearly. "It's been a long time, Brother Yenemo," Yu Haoyan suddenly said. "Yu Haoyan, tell me who this Lin Yun is. I'm curious to see how strong the monstrous genius that grasped the spiritual sword intent is." Yenemo looked at Yu Haoyan coldly. Yu Haoyan merely smiled before turning his gaze to Lin Yun. Following Yu Haoyan's gaze, Yenemo soon locked onto Lin Yun with surprise. He couldn't detect any sword intent from Lin Yun. However, he had a feeling that Lin Yun was a lot stronger than Mu Han. "You really are a monster." The cold light in Yenmo's eyes calmed down before he continued. "I now believe that you really grasped the spiritual sword intent. Release it and let me experience it." "Oh?" Zhong Xian of the Mountain Western Domain wore a weird expression because Yenemo actually retracted his killing aura. "It looks like Lin Yun isn't as simple as I expected." Everyone from the Gauze Eastern Domain were demonic cultivators, so they naturally had a nasty temper. But even so, his tone wasn't friendly and it sounded as if he was giving an order. "Lin Yun, did you hear that? Let young Master Yenemo experience your spiritual sword intent." Yu Haoyan wore a playful smile as he looked at Lin Yun with a cold light flashing through his pupils. The other geniuses from the Gauze Eastern Domain looked at Lin Yun with an unfriendly gaze. Even if Lin Yun grasped the spiritual sword intent, he was still from the ancient Southern Domain. Lin Yun had no intention of humoring Yen Mo or Yu Haoyin. In fact, his killing intent began to surge in his eyes because Yu Haoyin was really starting to annoy him. Additionally, he didn't have a favorable opinion about Yen Mo. He wasn't bothered by Yen Mo's identity as a demonic cultivator or as the champion of Gauze Eastern Domain, but Yen Mo was trying to cause trouble. Lin Yun knew that it was meaningless to make a move here because he couldn't kill anyone. So if Yen Mo annoyed him, Lin Yun was happy to let him experience the horror of the spiritual sword intent. Seeing Lin Yun's indifferent attitude, Yen Mo's face became cold again. "You're boring. You better not run into me during the test or I'll show you that you're just a piece of trash. I don't even care if you've grasped the spiritual sword intent." After he left, Mu Han and the others felt relieved. Yen Mo was too terrifying and his killing intent had practically penetrated their bodies. Yen Mo isn't a pushover. He's a super genius from the Gauze Eastern Domain. The Profound Domain's champion might not even be his opponent, said Qing Tu with a grave expression. He won't dare to act wantonly in the Profound Amber Mountain. However, you have to be careful if you run into him. At this moment, footsteps sounded out once from the entrance. There was no doubt that the Profound Domain's geniuses were about to show up. The one leading the party was a middle-aged man named Gao Zhangtian from the Sacred Alliance. He was the main host of this test and he was the strongest elder present. When Lin Yun directed his gaze over, he could sense an immense power. Gao Zhangtian was a heavenly soul realm expert with at least 6 souls unlocked. "Looks like everyone is here." Gao Zhangtian casually looked at everyone and smiled. "I believe everyone knows that the heavenly path is filled with opportunities. It's hard to reach the heavenly soul realm in the Profound Amber realm. However, if you guys catch the attention of the powerful forces in Kunlun realm, the Empyrean realm might not be your limit." His words caused flames to blaze in everyone's hearts because these were the opportunities they wanted. After all, the Profound Amber realm was too small and it could no longer satisfy them. Since there were only 8 quotas left, many people weren't destined to make it into the heavenly path. So one could imagine how intense the fight would be. Lin Yun stood beside Yu Weiwei and looked at the white-clothed youth behind Gao Zhangtian. This man was incredibly handsome, on par with Nangong Wanyu, which attracted many people's attention. However, Lin Yun paid more attention to his strength because he didn't seem any weaker than Yen Mo. The only difference was that he was more restrained. He was the champion of Profound Domain, Fang Xiaoyu. Lin Yun had heard about him from Qing Tuesday. Lin Yun retracted his gaze and fell into deep thought. It appeared that the test was truly a lot tougher than he had imagined because none of the champions were pushovers. On top of that, there were only 8 quotas. Then, Lin Yun's gaze fell on Yu Weiwei. "Big brother Yun, are you worried that I won't be able to obtain the quota?" Yu Weiwei smiled with her eyes narrowed. "A little," replied Lin Yun. "Don't worry about me. You must perform well or else you won't be able to obtain the quota," smiled Yu Weiwei. As they talked, Fang Xiaoyu of Profound Domain left Gao Zhangtian and walked over. Since the elders were gathered together to open the teleportation array, the competitors had nothing to do. "You must be Flower Burial Lin Yun, right? And are you Yu Weiwei? You're indeed as beautiful as they say." Not only did Fang Xiaoyu recognize Lin Yun, but he also knew about Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei and Lin Yun both exchanged a glance before they bowed. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaoyu examined Lin Yun briefly before he said, "You're a lot stronger than the rumors. You're being too polite," Lin Yun said as his heart sank. It appeared that Fang Xiaoyu had seen through some of his secrets. After the simple greeting, Fang Xiaoyu smiled and returned to the Profound Domain's party. He then talked to an elder among the Profound Domain's party. If one had keen hearing, they would definitely hear Fang Xiaoyu's shock. Fang Xiaoyu had sensed that Lin Yun's yin-yang ring in his violet palace had solidified. "He came to examine your strength," said Yu Weiwei. "They're thinking really intensely. So what if they manage to enter the heavenly path? It's good enough if they can survive." Lin Yun's eyes flickered because he didn't hear what Fang Xiaoyu said, but Yu Weiwei seemed to have heard it. It looks like he didn't have to worry about Yu Weiwei anymore. As for the heavenly path, it was naturally more important to everyone present. No one was willing to give up on this opportunity. The teleportation array is prepared. I believe all of you know about the rules, so I won't waste time talking about it. You may enter now. Many people's hearts throbbed with excitement after they heard Gao Zhangtian's words. In the next second, many people charged into the array. You guys can go in as well, said Qing Tuesday, okay? Everyone was nervous as they entered the teleportation array because they didn't know what they would encounter. Lin Yun sent Yu Weiwei off before he looked at Yu Haoyan. Yu Haoyan's gaze was cold and indifferent. When their eyes met, Lin Yun didn't conceal his killing intent. With a flash, they both stepped into the teleportation array and were transported to the test ground. When everyone entered the teleportation array, Gao Zhangtian laughed. Let's go to the peak to watch. At the peak of the profound amber mountain was another array. However, this one was more ancient than the one below. It also had 8 glows that would spawn those who obtained the quota. Once all 8 gathered, they would wait here for the heavenly path. Under the control of several Sacred Alliance's spiritualists, a screen appeared in the array. Everyone could see the contenders clear as day. When Lin Yun's vision returned, he saw a spacious path before him. Both sides of the pathway were dark despite the flames blazing on the walls. The test should have started. Lin Yun knew that the test wouldn't be easy. When he took a step out, he instantly felt as though he had stepped into a quagmire. Interesting. Lin Yun smiled and barked. Azure Dragon Enneaform. Purple lightning began to crackle on the surface of Lin Yun's body, allowing him to move like normal. With every step he took, the path swayed like it would collapse. It wasn't until he was halfway that the path began to crack and collapse. Lin Yun's face changed when he saw the cracks spread out even faster. Spreading his arms apart, golden light exploded from Lin Yun as he zoomed forward. He understood that this path was testing his physique. As he charged forward, he saw a bronze gate at the end of the path. Break! Lin Yun didn't have any time for useless thoughts, so he threw out a punch. His gaze became sharp because he had a rough idea of what was behind the gate. He would probably enter a bloodbath where the loser would be eliminated. Since there were a total of 3 stages, this was the first stage Lin Yun had to face. Come on then! Lin Yun was determined to obtain the quota to the heavenly path. As cold light flashed in his pupils, his punch shattered the bronze gate into countless fragments. Within the fragments, Lin Yun saw a key and grabbed it. Then, he passed through the gate and saw a massive hall where 3 people were fighting. All of them were releasing terrifying auras as their attacks created explosions. As soon as Lin Yun set foot in the hall, all 3 people looked at him coldly. Lin Yun instantly sensed the unusual atmosphere as he looked at them. At the peak of the profound amber mountain, the Sacred Alliance's elders watched Lin Yun shatter the bronze gate. This lad from the ancient southern domain seems to be in trouble, smiled the mountain western domain's elder, Chang Hai. Indeed, those 3 seemed to have heard of Lin Yun and planned to gang up on him. Who would dare to underestimate him when he grasped the spiritual sword intent? This fellow is the one who relied on himself to bring the ancient southern domain to the level of the other domains? If it was in the past, no one would pay attention to the champion of the ancient southern domain. This is good news. Let him get eliminated first to save others from trouble. The elders from the 3 realms naturally didn't stand on Lin Yun's side. When Qing Tu saw this, he became nervous. If Lin Yun was eliminated, the entire ancient southern domain might be annihilated. The ancient hall was illuminated with pearls on the ceiling, which made the ceiling look like a boundless starry sky. The atmosphere in the hall was weird as 3 people looked at Lin Yun with cold eyes. A brief moment later, the blue-clothed youth from Mountain Western Domain spoke out. You're Lin Yun? There are many rumors about you in Lone Sky City. You're the first person to grasp the spiritual sword intent before reaching Heavenly Soul Realm in a few thousand years. I've heard about your name for a while now. When the youth spoke, Lin Yun instantly understood that the 3 of them were going to gang up on him. With an indifferent expression on his face, Lin Yun responded, Cut the crap. Since the 3 of you want to gang up on me, tell me your names. I don't cut down nameless people. The three of them were briefly stunned because they never expected that Lin Yun would be so decisive. Hehe. Brother, you're a really straightforward person. I'm ranked 5th in the Mountain Western domain. My name is Shangguan Qinghong. The blue-clothed youth grinned. 4th in the Mound Northern domain, Guan Lai. 3rd in the Gauze Eastern domain, Zhao Yu. The one who spoke last had an eerie tone filled with killing intent. It turned out that none of the Gauze Eastern domain's geniuses were pushovers. If this was the past, the three of them would be more than enough to sweep through all the geniuses from the ancient Southern domain. However, the three of them were acting uncharacteristically cautious and chose to join hands. After all, the rumors about Lin Yun were so great that they had to play it safe. Shangguan Qinghong's face turned dark before he spoke with a confident smile. Lin Yun, you have no chance with the three of us working together. Even if your spiritual sword intent is strong, you have no advantage against us. You should give up so we don't have to injure you heavily. Lin Yun smiled at their cold gazes. Sorry about the misunderstanding. I don't need to use my spiritual sword intent to deal with the three of you. If you guys can't defeat me within 10 moves, you guys will lose your chance to win. What arrogance! Their faces changed as they unleashed their violent origin energy. Drawing their weapons, they instantly surrounded Lin Yun and executed their strongest attacks. Their attacks were so strong that space was being torn into pieces. The commotion echoed out and roared throughout the hall. Lin Yun was impressed by their strength. His eyes glowed and he could see all of their individual strengths. All three of them were slightly stronger than Yu Haotian after he came out of the Dragon Cloud treasury. However, that wasn't enough to defeat him. Get lost! Lin Yun barked. He stood strong as he glowed with azure-purple radiance. At this moment, he was circulating his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra and Iris Sword Sutra at the same time. In the next second, 2 brilliant sword rays enveloped him as his terrifying sword aura spread out. Clenching his fist, a dragon manifested around his arm that glowed with azure-purple radiance. Soon after, lightning crackled and a powerful wind roared. His punch was like a sword that contained phenomenons of 3 different attributes. Facing Lin Yun's attack, the trio lasted for a brief moment before their attacks started to crack. Lin Yun's power was more violent than they had imagined. When their attacks collapsed, their faces became grave and they instantly retreated. When they landed on the ground, they wore grave expressions because they never expected Lin Yun's origin energy to be so massive. 3rd place, 4th place, and 5th place. What a bunch of weaklings! Lin Yun said coldly as he examined all 3 of them. Damn it! Country bumpkin from the ancient southern domain. There's no place for you to be arrogant here. Don't hold back anymore. Let's go. The 3 of their faces became nasty as they brought out their full strength. Star-breaking sword. Shangguan Qinghong attacked first as the sword in his hand started to buzz. A dazzling cold light shined from the tip of his sword, which made the air in the hall become slow. Shangguan Qinghong had a brilliant sword with powerful intent that even distorted the surrounding water. Guan Lai wielded a sinister longsword and pushed his cloud intent to the limit. He was nearly at the spiritual sword intent level and it felt like he could tear the sky in 2. As for Zhao Yu, he emitted black demonic radiance as his muscles started to squirm. Clearly, the pressure coming from his physique began to grow, which meant that he grasped a powerful physique technique. Overlord Sword, Tai Slash. Lin Yun appeared in front of Shangguan Qinghong. Using 2 of his fingers as a sword, he slashed the air. In the next second, Shangguan Qinghong's sword aura instantly shattered. Lin Yun didn't stop there and tapped his finger out, piercing Shangguan Qinghong's chest with sword aura. Throwing up a mouthful of blood, Shangguan Qinghong went flying. Cloud Berserk Slash. Just as Lin Yun pushed Shangguan Qinghong back, Guan Lai charged over. He wasn't about to let Lin Yun catch his breath. Then, his blade nearly cut the sky in 2 as his sword ray tried to devour Lin Yun like a ferocious dragon. Flicking Divine Finger, Heart Connection, Spiritual Sword. Lin Yun's fingers radiated brightly as he unleashed a sword ray to stop the terrifying blade. In the next second, an earth-shattering explosion echoed out in the hall like rumbling lightning. How is this possible? Guanlai was shocked by this scene. Flicking divine finger. Graceful moment. Absolute hit. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with Guanlai as he pointed his fingers out. The iris flower petals behind him gathered and formed a massive flower array. A sword ray containing wind and lightning energies flew out and pinned Guanlai to a wall. Demon light battle physique. Zhao Yu roared. As a demonic glow flowed through his body began to swell and emit an immense pressure. Pitiful tricks. Lin Yun twisted his body in the air and circulated the Azure Dragon battle physique. Nearly 100 dragon runes squirmed on his body to form an ominous primordial beast. When he turned around, his body had turned into a ferocious dragon. Reaching out with his palm, an azure dragon claw flew out at Zhao Yu's body. In the next second, Zhao Yu smashed into the ground and created a huge crater. The intense pain made him howl out in pain as his bones nearly shattered. In barely 5 moves, Lin Yun had defeated all 3 of them. This scene shocked the elders at the top of the profound Amber Mountain. They were so shocked that their jaws were practically touching the floor. The casual smiles that they once had were now frozen. Qing Tu's face also changed because he had witnessed Lin Yun's new strength. He never expected that Lin Yun would digest all of his harvest from the banquet and become so strong with just 2 months of seclusion. Looks like we've overestimated you guys. I don't even need to bring out my sword, not to mention my spiritual sword intent, said Lin Yun as he looked at the losers coldly. The 3 of them were in a pathetic state and none of them dared to utter a word. Reluctance filled their eyes because they were famous figures back in their domains. Even worse, they never placed anyone in the ancient southern domain in their eyes. They weren't even afraid of Lin Yun when they heard that Lin Yun grasped the spiritual sword intent. Who would have thought that they would lose with all 3 of them working together? You won. A brief moment later, each of them threw keys at Lin Yun. Like Lin Yun, they also obtained a key when they shattered the bronze gate. When Lin Yun combined the 4 keys, he created a complete key that would unlock the next stage. Lin Yun's performance left the Sacred Alliance's elders shocked because he defeated 3 geniuses from 3 different domains within 5 moves. Furthermore, he didn't even use his spiritual sword intent. Since when was there such a heaven-defying monster in the ancient southern domain? Qing Tu, Lin Yun is only 18 years old, right? He should be the youngest out of all 5 Dragoncloud rankings. The next youngest is Fang Xiaoyu and he's already 21. The elder's words surprised many people as they all turned to look at Qing Tuesday. Indeed, smiled Qing Tuesday. He was comforted by Lin Yun's performance. Although the Sacred Alliance from the different domains were united, it was embarrassing to be responsible for the weakest domain. In the past, elders from the ancient southern domain were all ridiculed by the elders of other domains. Not good. That brat is going to run into my domain's Xianxia, exclaimed the Mountain Western Domain's elder. His words instantly drew the attention of the other elders as they saw the choice Lin Yun made would eventually lead to Xianxia. It was rare for 2 champions to encounter each other in the 3rd stage. This meant that one of them would be eliminated. If the Mountain Western Mountain's elder didn't see Lin Yun's previous battle, he wouldn't have such a huge reaction. But after witnessing Lin Yun's strength, it was natural for him to be worried. When the other domain's elders saw this scene, they felt relieved. Anyone who faced Lin Yun in the 3rd stage would be defeated as long as they weren't ranked number 1. The Mountain Western Domain's Xianxia wasn't a pushover. If he didn't run into Lin Yun, it would put immense pressure on the other geniuses. Since the 2 of them would fight soon, the other geniuses had a chance at progressing one more round. In the test, Lin Yun combined the 4 keys and opened the bronze gate to the next stage. What appeared before him was another spacious path. This time, however, his eyesight and movement technique would be tested. There were many hidden mechanics in the path because of the arrays. Not only did one require excellent eyesight, but they also required understanding towards mechanics. With the spiritual sword intense empowerment, there was naturally nothing to say about Lin Yun's eyesight. However, he didn't have any understanding of mechanics. The art of mechanics was divided into puppets, arrays, and artifacts. It was a rare art and not even the most powerful spiritualists could grasp the art of mechanics. Lin Yun wasted some time to make it through the path as 4 gates stood before him. Clearly, he would face different opponents behind the gates. If one was lucky, they would run into weak opponents. Luck? Before absolute strength, nothing matters. Lin Yun didn't hesitate to open the last door that opened up to a hall similar to the previous one. The only difference with this hall was that it was more spacious and a little darker. These differences were attributed to the faint mist on the ceiling that concealed most of the light. One noticeable difference was that this hall was quiet, unlike the previous hall. Lin Yun wondered if he was alone. While Lin Yun looked around, the elders on the profound Amber Mountain were anxious. A fight between 2 champions meant that one would be eliminated. Qingtu was nervous because he knew that Xianxia was hiding in the hall. None of the elders were able to discover him because he was so well hidden. This meant that if Lin Yun was careless, he would be heavily injured and lose the fight. Weird. Lin Yun wandered around the hall and spread his sword intent out. However, he couldn't sense any fluctuations. Even so, he felt uneasy for some reason. If he used the Aurora Dragon Eyes, he might be able to see through some traces. Is no one really here? Using the Aurora Dragon Eyes would make his eyes uncomfortable for a brief moment. More importantly, he couldn't use it twice in a row, not to mention that he had to keep some trump cards hidden. Lin Yun continued to wander the hall and purposefully revealed a few openings. The openings he revealed were brilliant, and it was impossible to tell that Lin Yun was doing it on purpose. 15 minutes later, Lin Yun calmed down. He was certain that no one was here. He convinced himself that his opponent was probably still undergoing the test, but he still felt uneasy for some reason. Just as he was about to relax, a bell echoed out in the hall. The ringing jolted Lin Yun's eardrums and shook his insides. Lin Yun immediately experienced double vision as the entire hall started to distort. When the bell sounded out, the fog on the ceiling dissipated and a figure was revealed. The figure instantly appeared before Lin Yun. His attack was extremely fast, not to mention that the bell had left Lin Yun briefly stunned. Not only was Lin Yun's vision disrupted, but he couldn't even gather his sword intent. There was no way he could lock onto his opponent's location. Right now, Lin Yun was blind, deaf, and his origin energy was disrupted. The terrifying thing was that this hidden figure controlled himself from attacking Lin Yun even after he saw a few openings. His scheme was truly terrifying because he only attacked when Lin Yun felt relieved. It was a fatal move that could instantly kill his opponent. Seeing that the attack was about to reach his forehead, Lin Yun's pupils blazed with 2 flames. At this moment, he had executed the Azure Dragon Eyes. In the next second, the fog in his pupils disappeared. Not only was he able to see who was behind the fog, he even saw the flaw in the attack. But with his origin energy and sword intent disrupted, it was uncertain if he could even avoid the attack. Impressive, you saw through my appearance. This is for the best. Remember that the Mountain Western Domain's Xianxia was the one to kill you. Xianxia didn't panic even after sensing that Lin Yun had seen his appearance. With a cold smirk, he attacked once more with an even faster speed. Terrifying black flames exploded from Lin Yun's palm along with boundless lightning. A lump of black lightning flames containing dragon aura had appeared above his hands. This was naturally Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Breath. Xianxia's smile froze on his face. With shock flashing through his pupils, he started to retreat. As he retreated, Xianxia shattered the incoming flames with incredible speed. But he was still stained with a wisp of the dragon flames. The dragon flames instantly ignited the origin energy around his body and started to spread out. In an instant, half of his clothes were incinerated. When the flames landed on his skin, his organs were incinerated along with the origin energy in his meridians. Clasping his hands together, more boundless origin energy exploded from Xianxia's body to force the dragon flames out. At the same time, a glowing ancient bell appeared behind him. Letting out a breath, the flames in Lin Yun's eyes died down and were replaced by immense sword intent. When his eyes became intense, the chaotic origin energy within his body simmered down. The situation had been risky for Lin Yun, but he knew that none of the champions were pushovers. If he didn't have so many trump cards, he would have lost his life. With a single thought, Lin Yun's pupils flashed coldly. Since Zhong Xian wanted to play, Lin Yun couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. He was determined to make Zhong Xian pay. Ha ha ha. Brat, do you think that you can defeat me? Zhong Xian wore a playful expression. Although he was in a pretty pathetic state, it didn't affect him. Does this fellow really think that he can confront me just because he dodged my assassination attempt? Avoiding assassination means that he has some means, but it's a pipe dream if he thinks he can win. All the elders fixed their attention to the fight between two champions. At this moment, all of them were holding their breaths. In addition to the Sacred Alliance's elders, there were a few figures at the top of the mountain. They were the geniuses who were eliminated. When they watched the fight on the screen, they had deep shock in their eyes. Clearly, they were shocked that two champions would clash so early. If one looked at it carefully, one would realize that a majority of the ancient southern domain were eliminated. Those who were eliminated were Nangong Wanyu, Mu Han, Wu Xiaotian, and Jiang Zai. They were eliminated in the first and second stages. Isn't it a common rule that kings will never meet so early? Asked Mu Han. It was just like how those in the top 10 wouldn't meet each other in the top 10 until the last few rounds. However, the selection for the heavenly path doesn't care about that. The moment Mu Han heard the answer, the three who were defeated by Lin Yun turned around. As someone from the mountain western domain, Shangguan Qinghong couldn't hold back his disdain and he began to mock Mu Han. Country bumpkin, you really know how to decorate yourself with gold. How can the champion of the ancient southern domain be considered a king? Shangguan Qinghong's words instantly aroused Mu Han's anger. Luckily, Nangong Wanyu reacted in time and quickly stopped his junior brother. There were many elders from the Sacred Alliance staring, so how could they react casually? Furthermore, Mu Han might not be able to defeat Shangguan Qinghong. If that happened, Mu Han would be humiliated. Coward, sneered Shangguan Qinghong with disdain in his eyes. He was angry because of his loss to Lin Yun, so he naturally took advantage of this opportunity to humiliate those from the ancient southern domain. Shangguan Qinghong smiled with narrow eyes. The ancient southern domain has been ranked in the bottom for 1,000 years now. Calm down, country bumpkin. You'll soon know how strong the champion of my mountain western domain is. Bastard. Mu Han was enraged, but he would fall for Shangguan Qinghong's trap if he did anything. When Shangguan Qinghong saw how enraged Mu Han was, he was pleased. After all, there was nothing Mu Han could do. Shangguan Qinghong's mood had improved after embarrassing Mu Han. But right at this moment, someone spat on Shangguan Qinghong's face, which instantly made his face turn dark. He roared, "Who spat on me? Show yourself." His roar instantly caused a huge commotion which attracted many people's gazes. Mu Han and Nangong Wanyu were also stunned and were at a loss. Who did it? Come out. Shangguan Qinghong naturally lost his composure because he had never suffered such humiliation before. The moment he finished yelling, more spit landed on his face, leaving him dumbfounded. When he looked around, he saw a squirrel was spitting on him. "You bastard! I'll kill you!" Shangguan Qinghong instantly lost his temper and charged over. But the squirrel dove into the mountain western domain's crowd like a bolt of lightning. Occasionally, it would turn back and spit on Shangguan Qinghong's face again. In the blink of an eye, Shangguan Qinghong had been toyed with by a demonic beast. The demonic beast was even laughing at him. When Shangguan Qinghong heard the laughter, his face grew even darker. "Whose pet is that? Ha ha ha. I think it was Lin Yun's pet. I saw him carrying it earlier. Ha ha. This is so funny. Look at Shangguan Qinghong being messed with like an idiot. Not only was he defeated by Lin Yun, but he's even being bullied by Lin Yun's pet." Many people started laughing when they saw Shangguan Qinghong get humiliated. "Let me see where you're going to run to now." Shangguan Qinghong's face had turned black as he pushed his movement technique to the limit. Seeing that he was going to catch up to Lil Red moved like a bolt of lightning and landed on Qing Tu's shoulder. This instantly made Shangguan Qinghong's face change and quickly stopped. When he saw Lil Red's goofy buck-toothed smile, he couldn't take it anymore. "Get back here!" Chang Hai roared. "Elder, That bastard spat on me, Shangguan Qinghong said with grievance in his voice. Once Chong Hai heard Shangguan Qinghong's response, his face turned black. Get back here. Haven't you thrown away enough face? Shangguan Qinghong was helpless and he turned back to glare at Lil Red. But when he turned around, another mouthful of saliva hit his face. Ha ha ha. Everyone started laughing when they saw this scene. Shangguan Qinghong nearly vomited from anger, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. In the end, his only choice was to leave while Lil Red chuckled. Initially, Lil Red appeared cute, but when it started to chuckle, it gave everyone an annoyed feeling. The incident between Shangguan Qinghong and Lil Red barely received any attention. After all, everyone was focused on the battle between two champions. Shangguan Qinghong still felt humiliated, but all he could do was push his anger down and wait for Lin Yun to be killed. Back in the hall, the atmosphere was dense as Lin Yun had returned to his top state. Slowly, his killing aura started to spread out. Brat, you don't seem to be convinced by my words? Zhong Xian narrowed his eyes at Lin Yun. Brat. Lin Yun's brow twitched and he revealed a cold smile. I don't like it when people call me that. It doesn't matter though. Since you failed to kill me, you have no hope of leaving anymore. Zhong Xian's smile gradually faded and he responded, I'm actually being underestimated by a brat from the ancient southern domain? It looks like you have no idea what kind of position the ancient southern domain has in the profound amber realm. Let me show you. Zhong Xian floated forward and disappeared into the black mist. As Lin Yun looked around, the black mist spread throughout the entire hall. At this moment, Zhong Xian's aura had disappeared. Brat, stop looking around. I'm right here. A voice came from the left. But just when Lin Yun was about to turn around, a bell ring echoed on his right side. Zhong Xian was underestimating Lin Yun if he thought the same trick would work twice. Circulating the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra in his body, the iris flower petals in Lin Yun's violet palace suddenly trembled. Immediately, a brilliant sword ring echoed out. When the sound of the sword clashed with the sound of the bell, a terrifying shockwave spread throughout the hall. When the shockwave exploded, Zhong Xian showed up and his attack enveloped Lin Yun. Pitiful tricks. Lin Yun was already prepared for it and circulated his cloud-soaring art. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun blocked the attack and retaliated with a dozen of his own punches. Every single one of his punches contained boundless Azure Dragon sword aura, which forced Zhong Xian to retreat. When Lin Yun's punches exploded, Zhong Xian was sent flying away with shock in his eyes. He clearly never thought that Lin Yun would be so powerful. Lin Yun sneered as he stepped forward. Seeing Lin Yun charge over, Zhong Xian smiled weirdly as his body dissipated into the black mist. Brat, you're still too tender. An eerie laughter echoed behind Lin Yun. It was Zhong Xian who spread his hand apart as he gathered immense black mist. Soon, the black mist manifested into a glove covered with spikes that emitted an eerie luster. Not only was the black glove strange, but it also absorbed all the light in the hall and plunged the hall into darkness. Then Zhong Xian charged over with an unbelievable speed. His punch was aimed at Lin Yun's head. If Lin Yun was hit by this attack, there was no question that he would be killed. But Lin Yun was even faster than Zhong Xian. He turned around before Zhong Xian was able to turn into black mist. As Lin Yun's eyes glowed, he saw through everything clearly even though the fist continued to expand in his eyes. Immortal Azure Dragon Sword Aura. Lin Yun roared, unleashing a sword aura that filled the entire hall. A 30-meter-long Azure Dragon appeared behind him with eyes that radiated brightly and an aura that emitted immortality. Lin Yun didn't use his spiritual sword intent, but the immortal Azure Dragon sword aura had already exceeded the scope of the Xiantian sword intent. With his sword aura, Lin Yun clenched his fist and threw a punch out at Zhong Xian's chest. Zhong Xian exclaimed because Lin Yun moved too fast. He was forced to take a few steps back as shock filled his eyes. Is this the spiritual sword intent? Spiritual sword intent might be strong, but it won't be that simple for you to stop me. Fortune martial technique. Heavenly bell art. A ruthless light flashed through Zhong Xian's eyes as he pushed his intermediate-grade fortune martial technique to the limit. Then, an ancient bell appeared behind him. He used the bell to resist Lin Yun's immortal Azure Dragon Sword aura. Fortune martial technique? Is that what you're relying on? Lin Yun's pupils flashed before he roared. Who said that I was using spiritual sword intent? You're just a frog in a well. When Lin Yun brought out his spiritual sword intent, he didn't hold back. His aura instantly pierced through the ceiling, causing countless luminous pearls to rain down. At this moment, it looked like the starry sky was broken. Then, an unparalleled aura swept out of Lin Yun's body as the entire ground shook. It was as if heaven and earth had submitted to Lin Yun's sword intent. With just a glance, Lin Yun had already pierced through the ancient bell. Damn it! Zhong Xian's face changed. Under the immense sword aura, he felt his body becoming stiff. Come here. Lin Yun opened his palm and reached for Zhong Xian's neck. No, no, no. Zhong Xian's eyes flashed with horror as Lin Yun held his neck. I told you, I don't like it when people call me brat. I especially hate it when it comes from trash like you. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he punched Zhong Xian. As Lin Yun's punch began to expand in Zhong Xian's eyes, Zhong Xian was filled with reluctance. He still had many other techniques, not to mention that he hadn't even obtained the heavenly path quota. In the next second, Zhong Xian's head exploded. Feeling satisfied, Lin Yun tossed Zhong Xian's headless corpse to the side. He felt no pity because the martial path was brutal. If he wasn't ruthless enough, he would be the one lying on the ground. As a breeze blew past the profound amber mountain, all of the Sacred Alliance's elders were dumbfounded. Lin Yun had no idea of the shockwaves that his actions created. He simply looked at the bronze gate before him and punched it. Everyone on the profound amber mountain were dumbfounded as they looked at the headless corpse. Perhaps the other geniuses all looked down on Lin Yun, but not the Sacred Alliance's elders. In their view, Lin Yun had around a 50% chance of winning. That's why they never imagined that Zhong Xian would be killed by Lin Yun. The unbelievable outcome had a huge impact on the elders. They knew that it wasn't easy to beat other geniuses, let alone kill them. After all, a champion of a domain wasn't a pushover because they had received a great fortune. But somehow, Zhong Xian had died with his head blown up by Lin Yun. How is this possible? Chong Hai of the Mountain Western Domain's Sacred Alliance was stunned. Evidently, he couldn't accept Zhong Xian's outcome. Zhong Xian died. Shangguan Qinghong was also dumbfounded and his face became pale. Fear took over his heart because he realized that Lin Yun could kill him. When he thought about all of his resentment and rage, he felt embarrassed. He acted like a fool who didn't even realize how close he was to death. Guan Lai and Zhao Yu also felt fear as cold sweat covered their backs. Haha. Qing too. It looks like the ancient southern domain will really rise this time thanks to Lin Yun. Gao Zhangtian looked over with a smile. To be able to kill Zhong Xian meant that Lin Yun was a lot stronger than Zhong Xian. At the very least, he wasn't any weaker than Fang Xiaoyu. He's just lucky. Qing Tu smiled. After all, Lin Yun hadn't obtained the quota yet, so everything was still uncertain. Hearing what Gao Zhangtian said, the other Sacred Alliance's elders recovered from their shock and gave their congratulations. In their view, Lin Yun was destined to receive a quota. If Lin Yun couldn't obtain the quota when he killed Zhong Xian, then the test would be meaningless. After all, the odds of encountering two champions in a row were low. When Mu Han and the others saw this scene, they revealed their smiles. Although they were out of the competition, Lin Yun had given them pride. They were especially happy since all of them had a good relationship with Lin Yun. Lin Yun moved on to the next test and found a path that was even more dangerous than before. Magma flowed with lightning throughout the entire path with arrays set up by 4th-grade spiritualists. The terrifying thing was that the 4th-grade spiritualists had grasped 4th-grade spiritual runes. 4th-grade spiritual runes were considered high-grade spiritual runes. When empowered by high-grade spiritual runes, arrays, diagrams, and puppets would have an earth-shaking transformation. Fortunately, Lin Yun was well-versed in spiritual runes, so he easily made it through the arrays. He soon came to the end of the pathway and saw another bronze gate. This gate was somewhat special as it had golden patterns on it. The golden patterns consisted of spiritual runes that looked like countless birds were gathered together. Spiritual diagram. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes because he recognized the golden patterns. It looked like a painting of 100 birds soaring into the sky. Lin Yun could tell that this diagram was not offensive. Standing before the bronze gate, Lin Yun took a deep breath because this was the last fight. Lin Yun guessed that his opponent must be inside. After all, he took a long time to get here. Since I'm already late, it's time to see who is behind this gate. With a sharp light flashing through Lin Yun's eyes, he placed his hand on the spiritual diagram without any hesitation. When he opened the gate, birds flew out from the spiritual diagram as if in a ceremony for Lin Yun. Lin Yun was on high alert as he took a step forward. He would never make the same mistake again and be careless. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to arrive in a spacious and majestic hall. His speculation was right because there was already someone here waiting for him. At the center of the hall stood a person with starlight shining down. But because of the brilliance, Lin Yun couldn't take a clear look at that person's face. When Lin Yun felt the demonic aura that the figure was giving off, he knew that it had to be the Gau's Eastern Domain's Yen Mo. When Yen Mo saw Lin Yun, his heart began to fluctuate because he was surprised that he would run into Lin Yun at the last stage. However, there was no change on his face, as if he was confident that he could suppress anyone who came. If it was someone else, Yen Mo's aura would make them feel uncomfortable. Unfortunately, Yen Mo was facing Lin Yun. Lin Yun had just killed Xianxia, so why would he put Yen Mo in his eyes? Lin Yun, it looks like we're fated to fight. I wanted to experience your spiritual sword intent, but I wasn't able to earlier. Now I can finally get my wish fulfilled. I can head to the heavenly path without any regrets. Yen Mo smiled. Clearly, he didn't think much of Lin Yun. Are you that confident that you can obtain the quota? Lin Yun smiled. Of course. You're strong, but it's a shame that you ran into me, said Yen Mo indifferently. At this moment, he was especially dazzling with the deep and unfathomable aura he was giving off. He was Yen Mo, the champion and god of death of the Gau's Eastern Domain. When the elders saw Lin Yun's final opponent, all of them exploded. Holy shit! What's going on? Why did he run into another champion? What's going on? Only his first stage was normal. Isn't his luck a little too bad to run into two champions? No one could believe that Lin Yun ran into two champions. Gao Zhangtian fell into deep thoughts before his eyes lit up and laughed. Interesting. Back then, the Indigo Moon Elysium joined hands with other domains to annihilate the Sword Sect. The Gau's Eastern Domain and Mountain Eastern Domain were heavily involved. Lin Yun killed Xianxia, which in my view, means that the Mountain Eastern Domain's fortune has come to an end. If he slays Yen Mo, he would have gotten revenge for the Sword Sect. Lin Yun must have the Sword Sect's karma on him. The moment he spoke out, the surrounding forces were instantly suppressed. The Sacred Alliance had always been neutral, so they naturally knew about Sword Sect's annihilation. When Gao Zhangtian revealed that thought, everyone fell into a deep silence. They weren't concerned with it in the beginning, but the more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. Why else would Lin Yun run into two champions? He was basically going through hell mode in comparison to the other geniuses. Qing Tu's eyes flickered with hesitation. Is this really fate? Lin Yun shined brightly on the banquet with the Sword Sect's overlord sword. Furthermore, the sect he came from was founded by the Sword Sect's heir. Everyone was shocked with disbelief on their faces when they heard that. Was all this the work of fate? So what if it's fate? How can Yen Mo of my Gau's Eastern Domain be compared to a trash like Xianxia from the Mountain Western Domain? It will be good enough if Lin Yun can survive this fight with Yen Mo. As for severing karma, he can only dream about it. That's right. It's fortunate enough if he can come out alive, said the other geniuses from the Gau's Eastern Domain. The other domains fell silent because what the geniuses from Gau's Eastern Domain said wasn't wrong. Yen Mo was a lot stronger than Xianxia. He was even comparable to Feng Xiaoyu. In the profound Amber Realm, only he and Feng Xiaoyu stood at the top of the pyramid. Instantly, everyone from the ancient Southern Domain became nervous. Clearly, They never expected that this battle would involve the annihilation of the sword sect. This was just a test, but how did it turn into a battle of fate? Lin Yun naturally had no idea that his test had been orchestrated by fate. If he won, the ancient southern domain would rise, resolving the karma of the sword sect. But if Lin Yun failed, the ancient southern domain's rise would be disrupted. The focus of this battle was no longer a simple test. Enveloped in starlight, Yenemo looked at Lin Yun coldly. I still have some expectation for this battle. After all, Yu Haoyan isn't a pushover. I hope that your spiritual sword intent won't disappoint me. After he finished speaking, Yenemo took a step forward and his aura exploded like a volcanic eruption. The hall began to tremble from his terrifying killing intent. But what shocked the spectators even more was Yenmo's martial intent, massacre intent. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise because massacre intent wasn't easy to comprehend. In the entire ancient southern domain, only Wu Xiaotian managed to grasp it. But there was naturally no way Wu Xiaotian's massacre intent could compete with Yenemo enveloped in crimson radiance. Thousands of ghastly howls echoed out. Yenemo was truly worthy of being the Gau's Eastern Domain's champion. But since he came from a domain riddled with demonic cultivators, it made sense that he managed to cultivate the massacre intent to such a terrifying stage. But Yenemo wasn't done. Suddenly, a sword hum echoed from Yenmo's body as he successfully combined the massacre intent with the sword intent. Lin Yun, this is my massacre sword intent, laughed Yenemo. At this moment, Yenemo had manifested a crimson gale. Wielding his sword, Yenemo stabbed his sword at Lin Yun's chest. Based on Yenmo's aura, he could easily kill a quasi-heavenly soul realm without even stabbing them. You aren't impressive after all. Lin Yun didn't even react to Yenmo's strength as he summoned the flower burial sword to his hand. Sparks flew around the hall as the swords clashed. Lin Yun poured his boundless origin energy into his attack with the immortal Azure Dragon sword aura. The massacre sword intent was terrifying, but it wasn't hard for him to deal with. Spiritual sword intent. Yenmo's eyes flashed because Lin Yun had exceeded his expectations. Logically speaking, his massacre sword intent should be on par with spiritual sword intent. However, his attack was actually stopped, which proved that Lin Yun truly had some means. Try this. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he combined his spiritual sword intent with the immortal Azure Dragon's sword aura. With a domineering aura, Lin Yun swung out his sword. This caught Yenemo by surprise as he suffered a great loss. Overlord sword, thunderbolt slash. Before Yenemo could react, Lin Yun flicked his wrist and 18 thunderbolts combined into one. As Yenemo snorted coldly, crimson light exploded behind him. His massacre sword intent manifested into a crimson dragon to destroy Lin Yun's attack. Solar slash, Big Bang, Breaking Dawn, Taie slash. But just when Yenemo destroyed Lin Yun's attack, Lin Yun unleashed 4 other forms of the Overlord sword in a single breath. At this moment, Lin Yun had pushed his Overlord's sword to the limit, creating various phenomena in the surroundings. This was the first time Yenemo had encountered such a troublesome opponent. With a cold light flashing through his eyes, he poured his origin energy into the crimson dragon behind him. Ocean-breaking crimson sword. Yenmo's sword released a crimson radiance, destroying all of Lin Yun's phenomena. The cold light from Yenmo's sword was terrifying, especially since it was empowered by his massacred sword intent. Yenmo's crimson sword ray destroyed Lin Yun's attacks without losing power. In an instant, the sword ray shot towards Lin Yun's head. Cloud soaring art. Lin Yun stomped his foot in mid-air, which unleashed a fluctuation into the surroundings. Then, Lin Yun spun in mid-air and prepared his next attack. Lin Yun gathered the dissipated phenomena and merged them into a sword ray. Supreme dominance. Lin Yun held onto his sword and merged 7 forms of the Overlord sword together. The boundless sword ray easily destroyed Yenmo's attack before it had a chance to reveal its ferocity. Facing Lin Yun's attack, Yenmo's face finally changed because he didn't think that Lin Yun's sword technique would be so powerful. When Lin Yun's sword reached him, his clothes began to flutter as he was pushed several steps backwards. Brandishing his sword, Yan Mo tried his best to cancel out Lin Yun's attack. After taking 10 steps back, a boundless sword aura surged out from his body that destroyed the remaining power of supreme dominance. Then, Lin Yun and Yan Mo clashed again, exchanging dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. In the beginning, Yan Mo was able to rely on his massacre sword intent to fight Lin Yun evenly. But as time passed, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Lin Yun's sword intent was perfect and flawless, not to mention that it was merged with wind intent, lightning intent, azure dragon aura, and immortal intent. With another clash, Yan Mo was sent flying as he slid on the ground briefly before he managed to stabilize himself. "Is that all you got?" Lin Yun sneered. "Champion of Gao's Eastern Domain, bring out your real trump card. Your current self is nothing to me." Lin Yun knew that Yan Mo was strong. At the very least, Yan Mo was stronger than Xianxia. However, before Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent, Yan Mo couldn't gain an advantage. "You really are a sword path genius. I can't believe that you're only 18. But that's all you are." Yan Mo smiled, and the cold light in his eyes grew even colder. Suddenly, a crimson radiance shot out from his sword, which manifested into a dragon that flew towards Lin Yun. All of this happened in a split second, and an ordinary genius would fall to it. Although Lin Yun had no idea what Yan Mo was trying to do, he kept himself on high alert, so he was able to react in time. The crimson sword appeared half a meter before him and was stopped by an invisible sword aura. A 30-meter-long azure dragon appeared behind him with lightning crackling on its scales, wind shrouding its claws, and boundless sword rays in its eyes. When Lin Yun's aura reached its limit, Lin Yun swung his sword down and tore Yan Mo's attack into pieces. This scene shocked all of the cultivators on profound Amber Mountain. But those from the Gao's Eastern Domain were sneering because they knew that the show was just starting. Yan Mo smirked as his aura became even more violent. His eyes gradually became bloodshot as flames gathered in his eyes. At the same time, another pupil appeared in his eyes, the blood flame pupil. When this appeared, it instantly caused a commotion on profound Amber Mountain as many people's faces changed. Blood flame pupil. That's a sign that the massacre intent reached the second stage. Isn't he afraid of suffering a backlash? Qing Tu sighed with a grave expression. Back in the hall, Yan Mo's sword intent was completely overshadowed by his massacre intent. The terrifying massacre aura spread throughout the hall and emitted dense bloodlust. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun's face became grave. The profound Amber Realm had many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Yan Mo was truly terrifying. "You must be surprised, right? The sword is your life, but it's just a tool to me. In terms of swords, I can never be compared to you. After all, you're the only person to grasp spiritual sword intent before reaching the heavenly soul realm. But I'm the only person who has grasped the second stage of massacre intent." Flames blazed in Yan Mo's pupils as he glared at Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun could feel his blood boil as the killing aura in his body showed signs of running amok. "Go to hell." Seeing this scene, Yan Mo laughed and threw his palm out before Lin Yun could react. When he pushed his palm out, the entire hall was instantly enveloped in dense crimson radiance that looked like blood. Yan Mo's terrifying attack formed a crimson prison around Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun couldn't control his killing aura because of the blood flame pupil. The second stage of massacre intent was truly impressive. "Lin Yun, die. You should be proud. You're the first person to survive my attacks before I brought out the blood flame pupil." Looking at Lin Yun's eyes gradually becoming bloodshot, Yan Mo sneered. "Humph. My heart as a swordsman won't crumble so easily. You have no idea what I've experienced." Lin Yun snorted and started circulating the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra to face Yan Mo's massacre intent. Wind and lightning soon enveloped Lin Yun to form a tornado that flickered with lightning. Lin Yun circulated his thunderstorm intent to the limit and tore the incoming crimson radiance into pieces. When Yan Mo's palm came in contact with the tornado, he was sent flying from a huge explosion. On the other hand, when Lin Yun circulated his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, the terrifying ocean of origin energy within his body woke up and started coursing through his body. As boundless azure sword rays exploded, Lin Yun's clothes fluttered with terrifying lightning crackling. Whenever the crimson radiance would get near him, it was torn into pieces by the azure sword rays. Yan Mo wiped the corner of his lips with surprise. Just what kind of sword sutra did Lin Yun have that could even cut his massacre intent? In the end, his plan to make Lin Yun lose control of his killing aura had failed. Blood flame pupil, demonic radiance. Yan Mo's expression became colder as he formed seals with one hand. The crimson flames in his pupils began to surge, causing the bloodlust around him to condense into droplets of blood. A puddle of blood formed below Yan Mo as he charged at Lin Yun. Empowered by his blood flame pupil, Yan Mo unleashed another attack, blood flame demonic radiance. Azure firmament flash. Lin Yun barked and the azure firmament tree appeared behind him as he swung his sword. With this collision, the ground and nearby pillars started to crack. At this point, it felt like the hall would collapse if they continued. The pillars cracked. The faces of Sacred Alliance's elders changed because they had never seen this before. The construction of the hall was strengthened by spiritual runes that could even defend against a heavenly soul realm expert's attack. Again, a terrifying light flashed in Yan Mo's pupils as his massacre intent spread out. Enveloped by the terrifying killing aura, Yan Mo looked like a demonic god from hell. Wind congealing azure wood. Before Yan Mo could attack, Lin Yun swung his sword out once more as the azure firmament tree turned into wisps of sword aura that shred Yan Mo's killing aura to pieces. Yan Mo was forced into the air by the sword rays as he threw another punch. With this collision, the pillars gave out and the debris flew across the hall. The flying debris weighed 66 tons each, so they caused a terrifying current in the air. Aura-shattering firmament. As Lin Yun's figure flashed in midair, he swung his sword out. His boundless sword ray split Yan Mo's attack in two. A cloud of dust filled the entire hall after the collision as Yan Mo suddenly descended from the sky. With his fast and bizarre movement technique, he reached for Lin Yun's head. Those who were watching this scene exclaimed. Lin Yun maintained his calm. With a single thought, 3 branches broke off from the azure firmament tree, pouring the thunderstorm sword energy into his hand. The fine lightning in his palm then turned into an ocean of lightning. Flicking divine finger. Then, Lin Yun pressed his thumb into his middle finger as he gathered lightning. Before Yan Mo could get close, the sword ray pierced through his right shoulder and knocked him back. He avoided it? Lin Yun was shocked. His Azure Firmament Sword Sutra had reached the 6th stage. Plus, he used 3 of the Azure Firmament Tree's branches, which were made of thunderstorm sword energy. Using 3 branches at the same time was the limit of what Lin Yun could do. However, Yan Mo still managed to dodge the attack. Since Yan Mo dodged the attack, Lin Yun just had to do it again. Pouring his origin energy into his finger, Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. An azure purple sword ray exploded out of his body with boundless origin energy. The iris flower petals flew out of his violet palace and formed a gorgeous light screen behind him. A dazzling radiance shined from Lin Yun's finger, which lit up his face. The power contained in his finger was unbelievable as a sword ray even thicker than the stone pillars caught up to Yan Mo in the blink of an eye. Vomiting blood, Yan Mo collided against the ceiling with pearls. At this moment, the screen at the top of Profound Amber Mountain crumbled, which caught many people by surprise. They had no idea what was going on in the hall anymore. Isn't that sword ray a little too powerful? What a monster! Yan Mo wouldn't die just like that, right? He shouldn't. If he couldn't take the attack, he would have been torn into pieces instead of colliding against the ceiling. That's right. Since he hit the ceiling, he must have had origin energy that was protecting him. But Lin Yun really has a lot of trump cards. What kind of sword sutra did he cultivate that rendered Yan Mo's massacre intent useless? Everyone began to mutter with shock on their faces as they were curious of the outcome. When Yan Mo fell from the ceiling, his face was nasty because he never expected this scene. Lin Yun, you've truly enraged me. Yan Mo's face was terrifyingly nasty as his eyes nearly burst. Blood began to flow out of his eyes as his aura grew at a shocking speed. Simultaneously, his body withered as his vitality was being drained. This time around, Yen Mo's blood had formed a pond. Die! With a sinister expression, Yen Mo roared, blood flame pupil, light of annihilation. Crimson radiance descended from the sky like rain as Yen Mo soared into the sky and pushed his palm out. A crimson palm slowly appeared in the sky and annihilated all the vitality around it. The palm was covered with spiritual runes, giving off a terrifying fluctuation. Azure Firmament 13 Sword. Fallen Leaves. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with ferocious light. Circulating his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra to the limit, immense Azure Sword energy poured into the sword in his hand. As an azure radiance burst out of the sword, lightning and wind spiraled around the sword and turned into leaves. When he swung his sword out, countless leaves flew out. Azure Firmament 13 Sword. Azure Firmament Lightning Tribulation. There was no change to Lin Yun's face as he attacked once more. It was terrifying as he poured his origin energy into his sword. A lightning pond appeared in the sky, which slowed the crimson palm from descending. Damn it! What sword technique is this? Yen Mo's crimson palm began to weaken from the lightning pond while the origin energy protecting him weakened from the leaves. Azure Firmament 13 Sword. Heavenly Divine Tree Slash. Raising the flower burial sword, countless leaves began to hover in the sky before creating a complete azure firmament tree above the lightning pond. When the tree circulated, the crimson palm shattered. At this moment, the outcome had been determined. The teleportation array at the top of the mountain started to light up with Lin Yun and Yen Mo's battle coming to an end. Are they coming out? Everyone was curious to see who would be the first to exit the test. They were certain that it wouldn't be Lin Yun because Lin Yun and Yen Mo were probably still fighting. After all, the screen turned off after Yen Mo hit the ceiling. As the teleportation array lit up, Fang Xiaoyu of the Profound Domain walked out. Upon seeing Fang Xiaoyu, everyone fell into a brief silence before Gao Zhangtian rejoiced. Gao Zhangtian wasn't surprised because Fang Xiaoyu was strong to begin with, not to mention that he didn't run into Lin Yun or Yen Mo. So how could he not obtain the quota? The focus was on the remaining quotas. Lin Yun killed Zhong Xian before running into Yen Mo, so there were more variables and uncertainty in the tests. When the teleportation array lit up once more, another person came out. This time it was Zhao Chun, the champion of the Mound Northern Domain. He normally kept a low profile, so it was a surprise that he obtained the quota. It brought joy to the Sacred Alliance Elder of the Mound Northern Domain. Shortly after, the Mountain Western Domain and Gauze Eastern Domain also had fighters who obtained a quota. This meant that 4 out of 5 domains had obtained a quota. Qing Tu looked at everyone's expression with depression on his face because no one from the ancient Southern Domain had a quota yet. He also had no idea if Lin Yun would beat Yen Mo. All he could do was wait. Lin Yun is unbelievably strong, but the others from the ancient Southern Domain are really weak. It looks like no one else could obtain a quota. The black-clothed, middle-aged man from the Gauze Eastern Domain chuckled when he looked at Qing Tu. The middle-aged man was named Lei Qi, and he was a powerful demonic cultivator before he joined the Sacred Alliance. Since Lin Yun beat up Yen Mo in the test, there was a high possibility that Lin Yun would be the victor. So Lei Qi was unhappy and tried to poke at the ancient Southern Domain's elder. Qing Tu wore an awkward expression, but he wasn't in a position to refute Lei Qi. When Gao Zhangtian saw this scene, his eyes flickered as he smiled. Elder Lei, I heard that you had a friendship with Yen Mo's clan before joining the Sacred Alliance. Since you've joined the Sacred Alliance, you have to stay neutral. Although Gao Zhangtian was smiling, he was warning Lei Qi. The warning served as a reminder for Lei Qi to remember his identity and also to alleviate Qing Tu's awkward feeling. Haha, I'm just speaking the truth. Lei Qi smiled. There really isn't anyone impressive from the ancient Southern Domain. If Lin Yun is killed by Yen Mo, then no one from the ancient Southern Domain will make it out. Lei Qi, don't take it too far, roared Qing Tuesday. Did I? Don't try to suppress me with Boss Gao. I'm just speaking the truth, sneered Lei Qi. The other Sacred Alliance elders saw this scene, but they didn't say anything. After all, they might be from the Sacred Alliance, but they represented their own domains. Naturally, there was a sense of competition between everyone. Gao Zhangtian frowned because there was nothing he could do to Lei Qi after all. Lei Qi was speaking the truth. Right at this moment, a figure appeared from the teleportation array. The figure wore black clothes and had half of a devil mask. He was naturally ancient southern domain's Zhu Qingshan. Someone from the ancient southern domain. Everyone was shocked because they never expected someone besides Lin Yun to obtain a quota. When Lei Qi saw this, he was surprised and then his face turned nasty. Haha! Congratulations, Elder Qing Tuesday. The ancient southern domain has finally obtained a quota. The others were briefly stunned, but they started to congratulate Qing Tuesday. This meant that even if Lin Yun lost to Yenmo, someone from the ancient southern domain would still make it out. When Zhu Qingshan came out, more people started to appear. The next to appear was Yu Weiwei. However, the shock didn't end there as Yu Haoyin immediately followed her out of the teleportation array. Another genius from the ancient southern domain. Holy shit! There are only 8 quotas and the ancient southern domain has obtained 3. How terrifying! They even surpassed the profound domain. Lei Qi and Gao Zhangtian's facial expressions became a little peculiar when they saw this. The joyous moment came a little too quickly for Qing Tu, so he was stunned. However, once he registered what happened, he started to tremble with excitement. When he looked at Yu Haoyin, his thoughts became complex. He was surprised that Yu Haoyin obtained a quota and became worried for Lin Yun. If Lin Yun couldn't obtain a quota, then his reputation in the ancient southern domain would go down the drain. Big Brother Yun hasn't come out? Yu Weiwei asked Jiang Zai and the others when she didn't see Lin Yun anywhere. Jiang Zai wore a grave expression and said, "He ran into Yenmo. Their fight was so intense that it destroyed the screen. We have no idea what's going on inside anymore." However, just before the screen was destroyed, Lin Yun had obtained the advantage in the fight as Yenmo was heavily injured. "I heard from some of the Sacred Alliance's elders that this is some battle of fate," said Muhan. Battle of fate? Yu Weiwei frowned as she began to question what was going on. Muhan then explained the battle of fate to Yu Weiwei, which made her face turn grave. Then, she turned to look at Yu Haoyin and fell into deep thoughts. She knew that what they said was more or less the truth. Lin Yun was linked to the sword sex karma. As the voices at the top of the mountain gradually calmed down, everyone anxiously looked at the teleportation array. The last quota was down to Lin Yun and Yenmo. The fact that they hadn't come out yet meant that the battle was intense. There was even a high possibility that one of them would die since the battle was related to the ancient southern domain's fate. I wonder who will win. Probably Lin Yun. After all, he held the advantage in the fight. It's hard to say. Yenmo's massacre intent is extremely weird, since he can devour his own blood to strengthen himself. While everyone discussed their opinions, the teleportation array lit up and a powerful origin energy fluctuation spread out. In the next moment, a familiar figure came out of the teleportation array while emitting a powerful massacre intent. The figure's clothes were dyed with blood, but there was no mistake that it was the Gauze Eastern Domain's Yenmo. Yenmo won. Wait, something doesn't seem right. The Gauze Eastern Domain's geniuses rejoiced briefly before they became stunned. Yenmo didn't walk down but instead went flying. When he flew in the sky, he vomited blood as countless sword rays exploded from within his body. Under everyone's gazes, Yenmo's body was torn into pieces by the violent sword intent. Shortly after, the remains of Yenmo's corpse were reduced to dust. How is this possible? Yenmo actually died? What just happened? Exclamations were heard everywhere because no one had expected this scene. Lei Qi was also stunned because he didn't expect this outcome. Even though he thought that Yenmo was going to lose or die, he didn't expect Yenmo to die in such a terrifying manner. Lin Yun might seem gentle, but he was a ruthless person. Only a ruthless person would make another cultivator disintegrate into dust. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up as a person donned in azure clothes carrying a sword box walked out. The last quota should go to me, right? Lin Yun frowned while looking at the surrounding gazes. Yan Mo ruthlessly used a forbidden technique to devour his own blood to strengthen himself. Even if Yan Mo won, he would have crippled himself. Facing such a ruthless person, Lin Yun had no choice but to kill him. Who else if it's not you? Gao Zhangtian smiled. I believe Elder Lei has no objections. Lei Qi's face turned red and white because he knew that Gao Zhangtian was humiliating him on purpose. I don't have any objections, said Lei Qi with his teeth gnashed. When Lin Yun looked around, he saw that the faces of Gao's Eastern Domain's geniuses were ugly. But it had nothing to do with him since he had obtained the quota. Looking around, Gao Zhangtian said, Fang Xiaoyu, Lin Yun, Zhao Chen, Yu Haoyan, congratulations for obtaining the quota to the heavenly path. As for the rest, I'm sorry to say that all of you are eliminated. If you want, you can stay on the profound Amber Mountain to cultivate. In the future, you might also have the opportunity to head to Kunlun Realm. However, you won't be able to go through the heavenly path and get recruited by the powerful sections. Gao Zhangtian tried to be tactful with his words, but no one would feel good about missing an opportunity to join the powerful sects. These geniuses had been at the center of attention in the profound Amber Realm, but they would be the lowest of the low in the Kunlun Realm. They naturally felt terrible about that sort of future. Many people hesitated before they gave up. After all, they would rather be at the top of the totem pole rather than the bottom of the totem pole. However, no one from the ancient southern domain gave up because they were determined. All right, you guys can go down the mountain to rest for now. In the future, you can stay at the profound Amber Mountain. As for the 8 of you, Gao Zhangtian swept his glance at Lin Yun before he spoke with a grave. You will represent the profound Amber Realm and compete with the other realms. You guys don't have to go down since you'll be leaving soon. Tomorrow night, you all will travel on the heavenly path. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as those words caused a fluctuation in his heart. The heavenly path was finally starting. The ancient southern domain had obtained a total of 4 quotas, which surprised Lin Yun. He didn't think that anyone aside from Yu Weiwei would make it through the test. However, Zhu Qingshan and Yu Haoyan surpassed his expectations. It was good that Zhu Qingshan made it because Lin Yun had a good relationship with him, but Yu Haoyan was troublesome. Could it be that he would have to face Yu Haoyan again in the heavenly path? Just when Lin Yun was in deep thoughts, he sensed someone's gaze. When he raised his head, he saw Yu Haoyan looking at him. But when Lin Yun looked at Yu Haoyan, he could see that Yu Haoyan was fearless. The 8 of you can find somewhere close by to rest. Don't go far because there will be a surprise at night, said the Sacred Alliance elders before they left. The top of the mountain was massive. In addition to the majestic palaces were many teleportation arrays, prayer mats, and a star observation stage. Lin Yun was somewhat exhausted from the battles, so he found a place to rest. Then Lil Red ran over happily. Hee hee, what an adorable cat. Yu Weiwei walked over and chuckled as she looked at Lil Red. Cat? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because Lil Red really looked like a fat cat now. Did you hear about the Battle of Fate? Yu Weiwei asked as she sat down. Lin Yun was naturally baffled. However, once Yu Weiwei explained everything to him, his eyes started to flicker. He found it interesting because it really felt like a battle of fate. His Azure Firmament Sword Sutra was created by Jian Wuya. Jian Wuya and Jian Wuming's names were similar, and it was possible that they were both related to the sword sect. However, it doesn't end with just Zhongxian and Yan Mo's death, said Yu Weiwei with a grave expression. Lin Yun fell into a brief thoughts before he quickly said, Yu Haoyan, the sword sect's annihilation was related to the Indigo Moon Elysium, Mountain Western Domain, and Gao's Eastern Domain. The Mountain Western Domain and the Gao's Eastern Domain's fortunes were severed by him, but Yu Haoyan was still around. Things that involve fate are troublesome. If you can't resolve it, it will affect you greatly. Only one of you can emerge from the heavenly path. I believe you can also sense it, said Yu Weiwei. Lin Yun did have the feeling that some force was pushing him from behind. There's already a lot of trouble to enter the heavenly path. The heavenly path is a place where geniuses of countless realms gather. Yan Mo might be nothing compared to them, said Yu Weiwei. According to my understanding, The profound Amber realm is ranked in one of the lowest positions compared to other realms. It will be a brutal competition without any rules. Looking at Yu Weiwei's grave expression, Lin Yun nodded his head because he had never treated the heavenly path lightheartedly. He knew that he wasn't invincible and that there was no shortage of geniuses in the heavenly path. His aptitude might not be comparable to them, but with them as his grinding stone, he could become even stronger. Hee. Big brother Yun, did I scare you? Looking at Lin Yun's grave expression, Yu Weiwei chuckled. The competition might be dangerous, but it's also filled with opportunities. If you're lucky, you might even be accepted as an inner disciple or a core disciple by the powerful sections. Forget being a core disciple. Lin Yun would be happy if he could even become an inner disciple. After all, even if Nangong Wanyu, Mu Han, and the others could arrive in the Kunlun realm, they wouldn't be able to obtain the powerful sex acknowledgement. Big brother Yun's fortune has always been good, so you don't have to be too worried. Smiled Yu Weiwei. Fortune? Of course, Lin Yun believed in fortune, but it was too vague. Compared to fortune, he would rather believe in the sword in his hand. Compared to fortune and resources, he was more concerned about his heart as a swordsman. Boundless dangers also represented boundless opportunities. He wanted to use his sword to make himself stronger. Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei continued chatting as the sky became dark. Next to them, Lil Red stared at the big sky. As night appeared, a beautiful scene unfolded. The stars in the starry sky were boundless and stirred the origin energy within their bodies. Is this the surprise Gao Zhangtian spoke about? The starlight shined down from the starry sky for them to absorb. The current situation was unbelievable because everyone knew that only Empyreans could absorb starlight and refine it into astral energy. However, there was still a difference because the astral energy they absorbed was directly extracted by Empyreans. Before Lin Yun thought about anything else, he shut his eyes and circulated his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. With boundless astral energy pouring into his body, Lin Yun could sense that the bottleneck of the 6th stage's Azure Firmament Sword Sutra was loosening. Beside him, Lil Red became anxious because it couldn't absorb the astral energy. Looking at this scene, Yu Weiwei smiled. Come here. In the end, Lil Red walked over. When it got close, Yu Weiwei pointed her finger at Lil Red's forehead. Then, a demonic beast's cultivation technique flowed into Lil Red's head. A brief moment later, Lil Red opened its eyes with a demonic flame flickering in its pupils. It was showing signs that it was about to transform. It already possessed a trace of a true dragon's bloodline, so obtaining this cultivation technique was akin to giving wings to a tiger. At this moment, Lil Red's head felt stuffed because the cultivation technique was so immense. He didn't know how to thank Yu Weiwei. Basking in the starlight, Yu Weiwei's charming temperament became even clearer. With a smile, she rubbed Lil Red's forehead. You don't have to thank me. Remember to protect Big Brother Lin, alright? He's too prideful, so he'll suffer a loss in the heavenly path. Don't let him get bullied. Yu Weiwei's tone sounded worried. When Lil Red nodded its head, Yu Weiwei smiled. Don't go back on our promise then. If I know Big Brother Yun suffered a loss, let me think. Roast, fried, boiled, steamed. I have 100 ways to cook you. When Lil Red heard that, it began to tremble in fear as it nodded its head. Lil Red never expected that this beautiful girl would be so terrifying. Hee, how obedient. The cultivation of demonic clan's saint isn't that easy to obtain. Go ahead and cultivate, smiled Yu Weiwei. Very quickly, Lil Red sat beside Lin Yun and absorbed the astral energy from the sky. When morning arrived, Lin Yun opened his eyes as light flashed in them. He was only one step away from making a breakthrough in the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. At this moment, there were almost 100 green pearls hovering around him. What is this? Lin Yun took one of them and found that it was similar to astral pearls. They're astral pellets. The astral energy yesterday was so large that you couldn't refine all of them with your cultivation. Because of your Sword Sutra, the astral energy got refined into pellets, said Yu Weiwei as she seemed to have woken up early. I see. Lin Yun waved his hand and stored the astral pearls. There's a limit to the astral energy you can absorb on the profound Amber Mountain. Can only be done on certain days once a month. But it's different in the heavenly path. The environment there is so special that not even Kunlun realm can compare to it, said Yu Weiwei. At this moment, Lil Red completed its cultivation and spat out a breath, which attracted Lin Yun's attention. Lin Yun was shocked because Lil Red went from the size of his palm to the size of his arm. Furthermore, Lil's Red's pupils were filled with a domineering aura as it wore a smirk. What the hell? Lin Yun was shocked. I gave it a cultivation technique from the demonic clan. It looks like its talent isn't bad. Smiled Yu Weiwei as she rubbed Lil Red's head. The domineering aura coming from Lil Red disappeared and it started trembling before closing its eyes like a cat. Looks like you're fated with it. If you want, you can have it, said Lin Yun, seeing that Yu Weiwei was so fond of Lil Red that she even gave it a cultivation technique from the demon clan. No. Lil Red suddenly opened its eyes and tried to run. But just when it was about to run away, Yu Weiwei held it by its ears and smiled. Did you hear that? Big Brother Yun wants to give you to me. Steam, roast, fried, boiled. Lil Red instantly became desperate. Clearly, Yu Weiwei was just teasing it and soon placed it down. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he smiled. Lil Red's initial form looked more and more like a mix of a dragon and a cat. Everyone else on profound Amber Mountain opened their eyes and greeted each other. When Lin Yun looked around, he saw that everyone else had less than 50 astral pellets. Only one other person had a similar number of astral pellets to Lin Yun. Dusk arrived and the Sacred Alliance elders quickly appeared. Gao Zhangtian began to speak to everyone. The heavenly path is an ancient path that was around when the ancient era came to an end. It's a mysterious battlefield filled with mystery. It used to be complete, but it has been broken into 9 pieces. This means that everything you do will be a competition. The opportunities there will exceed all of your imaginations. I believe none of you need me to tell you about the dangers there. Lin Yun wore a grave expression because he already expected the heavenly path to be dangerous. No one in their right mind would dare to be careless. When night fully enveloped the sky, the ancient path Lin Yun had seen in the past appeared in the starry sky once more. Activate the teleportation array. The faces of Gao Zhangtian and the others changed as their gazes became grave. A boundless dragon flew out of their bodies, which caused the entire profound Amber Mountain to tremble violently. Enter the array. With the Sacred Alliance elders barking, everyone entered the array. Lin Yun scooped up Lil Red and also entered the array. After everyone entered the array, a majestic light shot into the sky. A brief moment later, the light dissipated as did Lin Yun and the others. Gao Zhangtian and the Sacred Alliance elders looked at the sky without uttering a single word. With the heavenly path's arrival, a new era would soon arrive. Everyone had to depend on themselves for the opportunities that were coming. The heavenly path was an ancient path, but no one knew when it appeared or why it appeared. In the ancient era, the ancient path was complete. However, in the golden era, the ancient path broke into 9 parts. The heavenly path was also one of the golden era's main battlefields. The battle far exceeded everyone's expectation and shook the entire golden era. Although the 9 heavenly paths were smaller than the ancient one, they were still bigger than the profound Amber realm. The entirety of the profound Amber realm was like a drop in the ocean compared to the broken heavenly path. This meant that many experts fell in the heavenly path and the number of powerful sects that were annihilated was unimaginable. There were even sacred grounds that were buried in the path. These were some of the things that made the heavenly path terrifying. But now, the 9 heavenly paths were open to welcome a new era. The powerful sects in the Kunlun realm would observe the competition between the realms and pick the strongest geniuses to enter their sects as elites. In terms of foundation, there was no way a lower realm could compare to their Kunlun realm. But this also meant that countless geniuses from other realms would compete in the heavenly paths and a brutal battle would unfold. Most importantly, many geniuses would rise from the heavenly paths and grow into powerhouses. Those people were rare, but if a powerful sect bet on the right person, their influence would be shocking. A powerful sect could change overnight and turn into a sacred ground. The geniuses of the Kunlun realm were willing to risk their lives to descend into the lower realms for the inheritance and treasures of the heavenly path. The risk was great since they could die if they weren't careful. However, there were countless inheritances and treasures left behind in the heavenly paths. If they were courageous enough to take a chance, they had an opportunity to soar into the sky. At this moment, a beam of light tore through the space in the heavenly path like a sharp sword. When the beam of light tore apart the sky, 8 figures were revealed. The 8 figures were Lin Yun and the others who came from the profound amber realm. When they appeared, they realized they were falling from the sky. Everyone wanted to circulate their origin energy, but they realized that the circulation of their cultivation techniques was extremely slow. The rules here are different from the profound amber realm. There's no need to panic. Calm down and sense the spiritual energy here, said Feng Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, many people were terrified and didn't hear what he said. If they didn't have origin energy protecting them, everyone except for Lin Yun would die. However, even with his strong physique, Lin Yun wasn't willing to take the risk. It didn't take long for some of them to start screaming. When they reached the ground, a few of them turned into piles of flesh. Zhu Qingshan and Zhao Chun threw up mouthfuls of blood as their faces turned pale. As for Feng Xiaoyu and Yu Haoyin, they merely groaned. Lin Yun's origin energy only froze for a brief moment before he quickly circulated the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. When he landed on the ground, he didn't even cause a cloud of dust. Yu Weiwei also landed beside Lin Yun, gently and without harm. When she entered the heavenly path, her aura became deep and unfathomable, which made everyone look at her strangely. Isn't the spiritual energy a little too dense? Lin Yun was shocked when he circulated his cultivation technique. When he refined the spiritual energy, it instantly turned into currents of origin energy that coursed through his meridians. The spiritual energy here was even denser than the profound amber mountain, while also containing other energies such as astral energy. Lin Yun opened his hand and circulated his sword sutra. In the next second, the spiritual energy formed a vortex on his palm. Soon, the outline of an astral pellet started to take form in his hand. He would be able to refine a complete astral pellet if he continued to do this. The efficiency was a lot faster than when he was in the profound amber realm. However, Lin Yun soon frowned because he could also sense dense demonic aura. The demonic aura was spread out in the clouds. The feeling it gave off wasn't intense, but the amount was terrifying. He couldn't imagine the changes that would occur once the demonic aura settled down. This should be the 9th heavenly path, said Feng Xiaoyu as he looked around. He then explained, the moon on every heavenly path is different. None of the other heavenly paths have a complete moon. Are you sure that that's the moon? It looks like the sun, said Zhu Qingshan. Both the moon and sun exist in this place, smiled Feng Xiaoyu. Everyone turned to look at the dazzling sun in the sky as well the countless stars beyond the clouds. The radiance of the starlight wasn't weaker than the radiance of the sun and moon. It was a truly breathtaking scene. Feng Xiaoyu fell into deep thoughts and said, the 9th heavenly path should correspond with the ancient desolate domain, one of the 9 main cities in the Kunlun realm. If we perform well, we'll be accepted into the powerful sects in the ancient desolate domain. The Kunlun realm naturally had more than 9 domains. There were over tens of thousands of domains and each domain was massive. However, the Kunlun realm had 9 main domains known as the 9 Lord domains. There were also other dangerous places that were at the same level as the 9 Lord domains. However, only the 9 Lord domains could give birth to powerful sects. As long as one could make it into a Lord domain, they would be luckier than the geniuses in other domains. Feng Xiaoyu seemed to know a lot about Kunlun realm as it was everyone else's first time hearing about it. He's right. But the Kunlun realm isn't limited to just 9 Lord domains, said Yu Weiwei. Feng Xiaoyu smiled. Of course I'm right. No one knows more than me about the heavenly path in the profound amber realm. Yu Weiwei smiled and chose no to argue with him. Everyone else rested for a bit and tried to get accustomed to the rules of the heavenly path. When they opened their eyes glowed brightly because they returned to their top states, so much so that they even made some improvements in their cultivation. The heavenly path really was an opportunity because they could cultivate even faster than in the profound amber realm. The competition has started. Everyone who can make it here is a genius, so it's best if we maintain a low profile. The profound amber realm doesn't have a high position among the countless realms, said Feng Xiaoyu as he looked at Lin Yun. Don't cause any trouble without sufficient strength. It's best that you guys are prepared. He knew that Lin Yun shined brightly and killed 2 champions during the quota test. If Lin Yun maintained the same temper in the heavenly path, he would bring trouble to everyone else. It was important to endure. Is he trying to lecture me? Lin Yun smiled before ignoring Feng Xiaoyu. Since we're going to form a group, we naturally need a leader. Brother Feng, why don't you take that position? Zhao Chun spoke up because he could naturally tell what Feng Xiaoyu was saying. Yu Haoyan, who had fallen silent, folded his arms together and smiled. Brother Zhao is right. This place is brutal and Brother Feng is the strongest here. Plus, you have the most knowledge out of all of us. Feng Xiaoyu smiled and turned to look at Zhu Qingshan. Naturally, Feng Xiaoyu said all of these things because he wanted to be the leader. After all, there were many benefits to being the leader. I listen to Lin Yun, said Zhu Qingshan. I have no opinion, replied Lin Yun. He had no intention of becoming the leader. Then I'll take the job, said Feng Xiaoyu. He didn't ask Yu Weiwei because he couldn't even see through the mysterious aura she was giving off. Then, he took out a map from his interspatial pouch, which surprised everyone. Feng Xiaoyu was prepared. We have to rush to the Dracophant Guardian's ruin before night. Feng Xiaoyu stored the map and looked in a direction. Come with me. The map in Feng Xiaoyu's hands made many people feel relieved about his leadership. As they traveled, they could sense the demonic aura hidden in the clouds. No one knew what would happen at night and they didn't want to take any risks. At this moment, Yu Weiwei looked like she had something to say. Lin Yun stopped because he was prepared for this. After all, she was from Kunlun realm. If she didn't have her own secrets, she wouldn't have risked coming to the profound amber realm. Back in the profound amber realm, Lin Yun could sense that Yu Weiwei was searching for something among the countless realms. Perhaps she wanted to continue her search. Big brother Yun, I'll be making a move, smiled Yu Weiwei with reluctance in her eyes. I'll come with you, said Lin Yun. Hehe. Big brother Yun, you're really good to me. The place I'm going to doesn't have an inheritance, said Yu Weiwei. My seal has loosened up now that we are in the heavenly path, so even you might not be able to beat me. Lin Yun was silent as his eyes shined bright. All of a sudden, he pushed a palm towards Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei smiled as she pushed her hand out at Lin Yun. Her movement seemed slow, but her palm moved even faster than lightning, which pushed Lin Yun back 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. However, Yu Weiwei didn't keep moving as her hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. Lin Yun's eyes flickered and fell into deep thoughts. He had used 50% of his strength in his palm. Although he didn't bring out his sword, his attack was unexpected. However, Yu Weiwei still blocked it. At the very least, he was sure that Yu Weiwei wasn't weaker than him anymore. Lin Yun didn't force the issue and said, I'm willing to listen to you. If anyone stands against you in the heavenly path, they will also be my opponent. There weren't many feelings in his words, but Lin Yun was clearly full of determination. His words made Yu Weiwei's heart throb. Could it be that Lin Yun guessed something and could tell that she didn't want to implicate him? Yu Weiwei smiled. Big brother Yun, take care of yourself. The competition will start at the end of Heavenly Path 1 year from now. You have to reach the second soul of Heavenly Soul Realm at the very least or else you won't be able to stand out in the competition. Take care of yourself, replied Lin Yun. Hehe. Remember what you promised me, little one. Yu Weiwei teased Lil Red briefly before she left. Before she disappeared, she turned around to smile at Lin Yun. Then, she disappeared into the horizon. Lin Yun took a deep breath. He could feel the anxiety in Yu Weiwei's words. It was clearly better for him to travel by himself. If he traveled with Feng Xiaoyu's group, they would only drag him down. However, he had to wait till they settled down before leaving. 15 minutes later, Lin Yun caught up to the group. Lin Yun, where's Yu Weiwei? Feng Xiaoyu asked. The others were also surprised because Lin Yun actually caught up to them. She left, said Lin Yun indifferently. Feng Xiaoyu frowned before speaking in a commanding tone. Lin Yun, it's best for you to stop being so arrogant if you want to follow us. Otherwise, you can't blame us for not helping you when you get into trouble. Yeah, you're right, smiled Lin Yun. Lin Yun's words enraged Feng Xiaoyu, but the group continued their journey and traveled through the barren lands. When the sky turned dark, everyone could see the outline of a city. The city was far away, but everyone's eyes lit up because their journey was very convenient with the map. An hour later, they finally arrived in front of the city. Technically, the city was a large town with high walls. At this moment, many cultivators were approaching the city. When the profound Amber Realm party got near, they realized that they were blocked from entering. I'll go take a look, said Feng Xiaoyu. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a group of people on the walls wearing the same clothes. They all wore crimson robes with flaming flowers embedded on their clothes. Behind them were others that were wearing different clothes. Clearly, they were from different realms. When Feng Xiaoyu returned, his face was ugly. This place has been occupied by the Flame Cloud realm. Anyone who wants to enter will have to pay 30 astral pellets. Otherwise what? Zhu Qingshan asked. You guys should know the rules by now. I won't repeat them again. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you guys don't comply. A youth donned in crimson clothes spoke from the city wall as he emitted a powerful aura. The youth's name was Tang Yen and he was a heavenly soul realm expert. His origin energy was a lot stronger than Feng Xiaoyu and Yu Haoyan. When it came to heavenly soul realms, Yu Haoyan was a lot weaker than others. Clearly, there was a huge difference between his foundation and everyone else's. Humph, no one owns this place. All that matters is strength. Who the hell do you think you are? Someone sneered the moment the youth finished talking and charged at the wall. But just when that person landed on the city wall, a flaming figure appeared. Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm. A crimson bolt of lightning landed on the newcomer's chest. With a scream, the newcomer's chest was burned as flames spread across his body, killing him in an instant. When the corpse landed on the ground, it created a wall of fire that spread into the surroundings. Greater Fortune Martial Technique. Many people became nervous when they saw this scene. After all, the horrifying attack left no traces of flesh. Possessing a Fortune Martial Technique was impressive enough. Not to mention that the Flame Cloud Realm's Fortune Martial Technique was terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, it was clear why the Flame Cloud Realm was able to occupy the city. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes because the Flame Cloud Realm's Greater Fortune Martial Technique was just as strong as his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. Then again, when combining the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra with his Azure Firmament 13 sword, the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm was nothing in comparison. Tang Yen didn't even cultivate the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm to a high realm. The Heavenly Path was truly a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Feng Xiaoyu and Zhao Chun were shocked because they realized that Tang Chun could easily kill them. Meanwhile, Yu Haoyan's eyes were also flickering with shock. Seeing that he managed to intimidate everyone, Tang Yen had a smug look in his eyes. Don't say that I'm unreasonable. You guys can choose not to enter the city. At night, the demonic aura will descend and many demonic beasts will appear. Without the Dracophant Guardian, you guys won't last long. With night arrived, everyone sensed the demonic aura in the atmosphere rising. They could also see countless glowing pairs of eyes in the darkness, which enveloped their hearts in fear. 30 astral pellets might be a lot, but it was nothing compared to their lives. Let's enter the city first, said Feng Xiaoyu in a sullen tone. Let's bear with it for now. We have 1 year. As long as we can find enough opportunities, we can become stronger and deal with them later. Lin Yun laughed inwardly because Feng Xiaoyu was really naive. Feng Xiaoyu actually wanted to bear with that treatment for a year? How was it any different than bowing to them? Furthermore, did Feng Xiaoyu really think that they would have peace in the city after paying 30 astral pellets? Like a venomous viper, Tang Yen stood on the wall and watched everyone hand over their astral pellets. Those that stood next to him also smiled as if they were looking at prey. The Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm isn't compatible with my cultivation technique, but its lethality is really strong. Lin Yun followed the crowd. If he wanted to turn someone into ashes, it would be impossible without using his sword intent. But Tang Yen could do it without reaching lesser mastery in the flame cloud incinerating palm. Lin Yun looked at Tang Yen in deep thought as he entered the city. When he handed over 30 astral pellets, he noticed the indifferent expression of the other party. It looked like he was right. Things weren't as simple as they seemed. When they entered the city, they could sense that the spiritual energy was a lot clearer. In fact, astral energy from the spiritual energy didn't have any impurities or demonic aura. When Lin Yun looked around, he noticed a stone pillar at the center of the city. The stone pillar was engraved with a dracophant that emitted an ancient aura. From afar, it looked like a genuine dracophant was on the pillar. The ancient stone pillar emitted a powerful aura that enveloped the city in a dome enveloping. The dome isolated the demonic aura outside and refined the astral energy in the atmosphere. What pure spiritual energy! The spiritual energy here is a lot stronger than outside the city. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Paying 30 astral pellets was worth it. We can refine that amount in just a few nights. All the cultivators rejoiced when they entered the city. Right at this moment, cultivators looked at the newcomers through the windows of the houses. Some shook their heads while some sneered. There were many houses in the city, so the profound Amber Realms party soon found a residence. Feng Xiaoyu's low spirits disappeared when he entered the house. This is the beginning of the heavenly path. Right now, it's important that we accumulate enough foundation to make a breakthrough to the heavenly soul realm. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to compete for opportunities and treasures. Zhu Qingshan and Zhao Chun nodded their heads in agreement. This was also the reason why they didn't make a breakthrough in the profound Amber realm. They wanted to accumulate their foundation in the heavenly path before making a breakthrough. The heavenly path had become a kind of heaven for them since the astral energy was unbelievably dense. Their plan was to absorb enough astral energy to make a breakthrough. Don't start any conflicts with the Flame Cloud realm. Bear with the grievances. When mentioning the Flame Cloud realm, Feng Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Clearly, he had suffered a huge impact after watching the fight on the city wall. The challenger wasn't any weaker than him, but the challenger was instantly incinerated by Tang Yen. Lin Yun, you understand me, right? Feng Xiaoyu frowned and looked at Lin Yun. The others also turned to look at Lin Yun, especially Yu Haoyan, who wore a playful expression. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he laughed inwardly. Feng Xiaoyu was clearly afraid that he would go looking for trouble. Feng Shanyu was a really bizarre fellow. How could he be so timid as the profound domain's champion? If he knew that Lin Yun was interested in learning Flame Cloud Realm's fortune martial technique, he would probably have a stroke. Lin Yun didn't reply to Feng Xiaoyu and only said, "Did you guys see the strange looks that we got throughout the city?" "Of course. I neglected it earlier because I was shocked by the boundless spiritual energy in the city. But now that you mentioned it," Zhu Qingshan and Zhao Chen's faces changed when they heard that. It was a little weird. Qingshan will go find out more information. As for the rest of you, stay here, said Feng Xiaoyu. The group didn't have to wait long before Feng Xiaoyu and Zhu Qingshan returned. Feng Xiaoyu came back with an ugly look on his face. Although no one could see Zhu Qingshan's expression because of the mask, everyone could tell that their situation wasn't simple from Feng Xiaoyu's face. "What's going on?" Zhao Chen asked. Feng Xiaoyu's face paled as he tried to come up with the right words, but he couldn't make a sound. Zhu Qingshan spoke up. "Those bastards are treating us as livestock. We have to submit 1,000 astral pellets if we want to leave. Otherwise, anyone who leaves without permission will be killed." Zhao Chen's face changed as he sucked in a cold breath. It would take at least half a year to refine 1,000 astral pellets if he gave up cultivating. If he didn't have a fortune martial technique, it would take even longer. Who knew how long it would take for them to accumulate enough to reach the heavenly soul realm? "We can't stay here any longer. Let's take the chance to leave at night," said Zhao Chun. Feng Xiaoyu shook his head and sighed. "That's impossible. The Flame Cloud realm is considered one of the strongest intermediate realms. They're a lot stronger than our profound Amber realm. They have over 30 quotas for the heavenly path and they control about 4 to 5 cities. Tang Yen isn't even the strongest person from the Flame Cloud realm. There's a person by the name of Nangong He in the Dracophant Pillar. Most of the astral pellets go to him and no one knows how strong he is because he's been in seclusion the whole time. He only made his move once. The strongest experts from 10 different realms who had fortune martial techniques tried to kill him. They waited until they reached the heavenly soul realm to make a move. However, all of them ended up dying and their corpses were hung on the city wall. After that, no one dared to try anything. According to Feng Xiaoyu, the Flame Cloud realm didn't suppress everyone. They happily absorbed some people as their lackeys. Unfortunately, this meant that the city wall was well guarded throughout the day and it would be impossible to sneak away. Anyone that tried to go up the city wall would be killed. After hearing Feng Xiaoyu's explanation, everyone understood why his reaction was so bad. Lin Yun had already expected this, so he wasn't surprised. Everyone else was just too naive. The competition between the realms was brutal. Since there were no rules, the one with the biggest fist naturally had the ability to make the rules. With the silence, Lin Yun returned to his residence. The houses were forged with rocks, so they looked crude. However, there were some houses that were better, but those were occupied by the Flame Cloud realm and their lackeys. The sky was dusky at night and a flawless full moon hung high in the sky. It emitted a demonic aura that could absorb one's soul. In the room, Lil Red was practicing the cultivation technique given to him by Yu Weiwei. Ever since this little fellow started cultivating, it had become a lot more quiet, as if it was undergoing a transformation. Lin Yun was excited to see how strong Lil Red would get. With a flash, Lin Yun quietly left the room. He moved across the roofs while retracting his aura. It didn't take long for him to approach the pillar at the center of the city. The Dracophant coiling around the pillar was larger than he imagined, and he saw someone seated on the dragon claw. Lin Yun couldn't get a clear look at the person because they were enveloped by the dragon claw. However, the person was definitely Nangong He, the terrifying existence that Feng Xiaoyu talked about. No one had seen his true appearance before, but everyone knew his ferocious name, which planted a seed of fear in their hearts. Feng Xiaoyu and the rest couldn't even defeat Tang Yen, not to mention someone more terrifying than Tang Yen. The location of the dragon claw wasn't high, but there was a terrifying aura emitted out from it. Lin Yun instantly knew that this person was a lot stronger than Tang Yen. Lin Yun was surprised because he realized that Nangong He was only in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. With the amount of astral pellets he should have received, it was more than enough for Nangong He to reach the heavenly soul realm. Why is he only in the quasi-heavenly soul realm? Lin Yun realized that Nangan He was trying to reach the limit of the quasi-heavenly soul realm. It was hard for anyone to reach the limit as it required an astronomical sum of resources and patience. Since Nangong He hadn't made a breakthrough, his limit must far exceed others. But judging from the aura he was giving off, Nangong He should be reaching his limit soon. After absorbing many astral pellets, it was unimaginable how powerful he would become after making a breakthrough. So what's my limit? Lin Yun became indifferent and quietly returned to the house. He sat down and circulated his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra and Iris Sword Sutra. In the next second, boundless spiritual energy started pouring into his body. He was probably the only one in the heavenly path who could practice 2 cultivation techniques at once, not to mention that the one was a greater fortune martial technique. Since he was practicing 2 cultivation techniques together, Lin Yun had no idea where his limit was, not to mention he still had the Azure Dragon battle physique. At the very least, Nangong He was definitely inferior to him. For days passed in the blink of an eye as a brilliant sword hum echoed from within Lin Yun's body. His Azure Firmament Sword Sutra had finally reached the 7th stage as the tree in his violet palace grew to 21 branches. Every single one of the branches looked like a peerless sword. When Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, lightning started flashing through his pupils. Although he just made a breakthrough, the aura he gave off was akin to an ancient beast awakening. The Azure origin energy coursed through his meridians like dense magma. With a single thought, the boundless origin energy in his body started surging like galloping horses. After reaching the 7th stage, The Azure Firmament Sword Sutra has undergone a transformation. It's time for me to comprehend the spiritual sword intent. Lin Yun was satisfied with his breakthrough. At the same time, he was also terrifyingly calm. The day they had to hand over 1,000 astral pellets was coming, but an undercurrent was starting flow within the city. Sword intent was Lin Yun's greatest weapon, not to mention that his sword intent consisted of spiritual sword intent, immortal intent, and Azure Dragon sword aura. With the three combined, his sword intent could suppress other martial intent in the second pinnacle stage. After making a breakthrough in his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, Lin Yun started moving around in the room. There wasn't any space in the room for him to execute his martial techniques, so all he could do was practice his Dragon Tiger Fist slowly. The Dragon Tiger Fist was naturally insufficient for him, but when he practiced it, the origin energy within his body started surging. As long as he unleashed a wisp of it, it was enough to turn the entire house into dust as well as everything in a 1,000-meter radius. However, Lin Yun had superb control and didn't leak any traces of his strength. His slow movements manipulated the air in the room, which made the air circulation dense. If one looked clearly, they could sense that the air was pure astral energy. The astral energy was extremely pure and contained violent energy. Lin Yun's movements might look like that of an old man, but his body was full of boundless energy. As the origin energy in his body surged even more violently, dragon runes squirmed all over Lin Yun's body. When the astral energy filled the entire room, Lin Yun took a deep breath. All of the astral energy entered his body and headed for his violet palace. In this short moment, Lin Yun made more improvements in his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. To him, the heavenly path was simply a treasure. "It's time to temper my sword technique," said Lin Yun. His spiritual sword intent had long reached the pinnacle of lesser mastery, and it was time to reach greater mastery. Although it wasn't easy to cultivate sword intent, Lin Yun could still make improvements based on his comprehension so far. If there was nothing to assist the tempering of sword intent, one would have to depend on their sword sutra, sword technique, and fighting experience. At this point, his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra reached the 7th stage while his Azure Firmament 13 swords reached the 6th form. All that he was lacking was a fight. But relying on his 2 improvements as well as his comprehension from the Dragon Cloud Treasury was enough to reach greater mastery in the spiritual sword intent. His spiritual sword intent ultimately needed a transformation to become stronger. Lesser mastery could only bring out 30% of his spiritual sword intent. But once he reached greater mastery, he would be able to unleash 70% of his spiritual sword intent. Then again, he still couldn't be too anxious as he was facing a decent bottleneck. "It's fine if I can comprehend it without the astral pellets." Lin Yun's eyes were calm and he unleashed his sword intent in the room. However, his movements were careful and his sword intent only fluctuated in the room. From the outside of the stone house, it looked like nothing was going on. As time passed, Lin Yun's strength grew swiftly. As for the rest, they weren't feeling good because they were focusing on refining astral pellets to leave the city. It was easy to imagine how torturous it was to be in a treasured land and unable to cultivate. As for Yu Haotian, he was rather relaxed. He refined the astral pellets without showing any signs of panic. "This is a really good place. My cultivation has grown double of what it was 7 days ago. I easily managed to reach the 3rd stage of the lesser phaseless demonic art you gave me," muttered Yu Haotian to himself. When he finished, a weird laughter sounded out in his mind. "Hee, this is nothing. This is just the border of the heavenly path. When you reach the Kunlun realm, you'll realize how brilliant the world is." This was the demonic spirit that the Indigo Moon Elysium gave to Yu Haotian. The spirit was also Yu Haotian's greatest trump card against Lin Yun. When hearing about the Kunlun realm, Yu Haotian's eyes lit up while his tone became grave. "The heavenly path won't be easy. The border has already proved to be troublesome because of the Flame Cloud realm. It won't be easy for me to reach the end. With me around, how will you lack opportunities? You're the only one able to succeed in summoning my seed. Before you appeared, 99 people died. Since you're able to accept my descent, you won't have an ordinary fate," sneered the demonic spirit. Yu Haoyan's eyes flashed coldly because he recalled how dangerous it was to summon the demonic spirit when he had just reached the heavenly soul realm. His body nearly exploded from the intense pain, which furthered his obsession to take revenge. He couldn't forget how he was defeated and humiliated by Lin Yun, so he was determined to take revenge against Lin Yun to cleanse his humiliation. Leave after you're done with this. Fang Xiaoyu's group is useless to you. You're ultimately still too weak and you're not strong enough to obtain the opportunities here, said the demonic spirit. Indeed, it's time to leave, said Yu Haoyan. Tomorrow is the time the Flame Cloud Realm Group will collect astral pellets. But before leaving, I have to kill someone. I suggest you give up for now. The demonic spirit's voice explained, You're not his opponent the way you are right now. His talent in swords is terrifyingly high and I can't see through his cultivation techniques. His limit in the quasi-heavenly soul realm far exceeds your imagination. So you better not reveal any killing intent before you're strong enough. Listening to those words, Yu Haoyan remained silent. Lin Yun opened his eyes as his pupils shined brightly. His spiritual sword intent had formed 7 vortexes behind him. If the phenomenon exploded, half of the city would light up. My spiritual sword intent has finally reached greater mastery. Lin Yun let out a breath as he stood up. When he breathed out, his entire body felt lighter as if it had been cleansed. Lin Yun spread his hand apart as the 7 vortexes landed in his palm. When he clenched his fists together, Lin Yun could sense boundless sword intent. He was confident that he could heavily injure Fang Xiaoyu without using his origin energy. However, Fang Xiaoyu could no longer be considered a genius in the heavenly path. Lil Red, let's go and take a stroll. Lin Yun was in a good mood since his spiritual sword intent reached greater mastery. Lil Red's eyes lit up as it sat on Lin Yun's shoulder with a grin. With a few flickers in the dark, Lin Yun landed on the city wall. Through the barrier, he could see darkness enveloping the land outside as the demonic aura in the clouds had descended. Occasionally, ferocious roars would sound out, leaving many people shocked. Looking outside the city, Lin Yun muttered, With my spiritual sword intent at greater mastery, the demonic aura won't be able to affect me. Sword intent was the bane of the demonic aura. Not to mention that his sword intent still contained the immortal Azure Dragon aura. So he could easily resist the demonic aura's influence with just his origin energy. If he was willing, Lin Yun could leave now because tomorrow was the day that Tang Yen and the others would collect the astral pellets. Are you tired of living to barge into the forbidden zone? Right at this moment, a roar sounded out as a black figure threw a punch at Lin Yun. The power behind the punch was terrifying and it flew like a bolt of lightning. With the punch flying over, lightning began to crackle in the horizon. No matter how one looked at it, the person wasn't inferior to Fang Xiaoyu in any way. However, Lin Yun didn't move. Instead, Lil Red brandished a claw at the punch. With a huge explosion, the person who attacked Lin Yun groaned and took several steps back. When he retreated, he looked at Lil Red with shock. A cat! As urgent footsteps sounded out, the Flame Cloud Realms group came over with Tang Yen leading the way. The youth who attacked Lin Yun smiled and pointed at Lin Yun. Brother Tang, I discovered this brat trying to escape, but Tang Yen couldn't be bothered with that person because his gaze was on Lil Red. Lil Red's ferocious aura was enough to make him feel terrified. But soon, Tang Yan's eyes lit up because he recognized this cat. It was a dragon-blooded cat. Come back, said Lin Yun. Lil Red dispersed its aura before landing on Lin Yun's shoulder like a bolt of lightning. Sitting on Lin Yun's shoulder, it looked at Tang Yen and the others coldly. Friend, don't wander around at night. Tang Yan's gaze fell onto Lin Yun with a playful smile. The geniuses of the other realms were livestock in the eyes of the Flame Cloud realm. They weren't even qualified to be their stepping stone in the heavenly path. Lin Yun turned around without showing any expression. Looking at this scene, the youth who suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Yun spoke out. Brother Tang, we're gonna let him go just like that? He clearly has no intention of handing over astral pellets to us and wants to escape. Tang Yen sneered. I'm letting him go on purpose. He's just a piece of trash in the profound amber realm. He's just an ant in my eyes. I know that there will be issues tomorrow, so I'll let him go until then. And then, I'll subdue his dragon-blooded cat. The next morning, the sun shined brightly in the sky, removing the demonic aura from the night. At the same time, the astral energy in the spiritual energy was twice as dense in comparison to the night. When calculating the days, it had been half a month since the profound amber realm arrived in the heavenly path. Feng Xiaoyu gathered Lin Yun and the others and said, "How many astral pellets have you guys refined so far? If anyone didn't have 1,000 astral pellets, they would have a terrible outcome." Zhao Chen's face was nasty as he said, "I only refined 500. Furthermore, I made no improvement in my cultivation over the past 15 days. This is already my limit." Zhu Qingshan had only refined 600 pellets. As for Yu Haotian, he gave a random number as he used all the astral pellets he refined with no intention of handing them over to the flame cloud realm. "Lin Yun, what about you?" Feng Xiaoyu asked. "Not much." Lin Yun cultivated 2 sword sutras, and he could refine about 100 astral pellets in a single night. If he did his best, it wouldn't be a problem for him to refine 200 to 300 astral pellets. "Then none of us have gathered enough astral pellets," said Feng Xiaoyu. "Don't start a conflict with them for now. We'll plan again after reaching the heavenly soul realm. Everyone listen up. Anyone who isn't here in 30 minutes will be killed." A booming voice echoed out in the city. "They're so arrogant," said Zhu Qingshan. "Damn it. The flame cloud realm really think we're livestock," Zhao Chun said furiously. Feng Xiaoyu wore a grave expression and said, "Don't forget about the big picture. Let's go. The flame cloud realm have an appetite that isn't easy to satisfy. Even if we hand over 1,000 astral pellets, they might not fulfill their promise," said Lin Yun. Feng Xiaoyu's eyes flickered before he said helplessly, "We're not Tang Yan's opponent, not to mention Nangong He. He had gathered much information over the past 15 days. He no longer targeted Lin Yun with his tone because they had to look out for each other." Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because Feng Xiaoyu wasn't entirely useless. At the very least, he still had some thoughts of fighting. There were over 300 cultivators from various realms gathered in the plaza. This meant that the Flame Cloud realm could obtain at least 100,000 astral pellets. This was an astronomical sum as each person could obtain a few thousand. As for Nangong he could get at least 10,000. Tang Yen and his group looked at everyone coldly before a smile crept onto their faces. The heavenly path was a place with countless treasures and opportunities, not to mention that they had all these people providing them with astral pellets. When opportunities emerged, they would be a lot stronger than the others. "Brother Tang, the profound amber realm is here along with that brat." The youth who had a conflict with Lin Yun last night pointed Lin Yun out. After all, he didn't forget how he suffered at the hands of the cat. Plus, he couldn't accept the fact that a piece of trash from the profound amber realm dared to be disrespectful to him. Upon hearing those words, Tang Yan's eyes lit up and his gaze soon fell onto Lil Red. "Luo Kuan, you'll be responsible for collecting their astral pellets later. You know what to do, right?" Tang Yan smiled. "Leave it to me," said Luo Kuan as he rejoiced. Tang Yan wore an indolent smile. After this was done, Nangong he would head to the next city, leaving the position of boss to him. The current city was located at the border of the heavenly path and there was no need to stay here for long. But before that, he had to get the dragon-blooded cat no matter what. Squinting his eyes, Tang Yan's eyes flashed coldly. "Go on," said Tang Yan. Luo Kuan chuckled as he walked towards the profound Amber Realms group. "Senior brother, Luo Kuan seems to be happy acting like a dog," smiled the others from the Flame Cloud realm with disdain. Tang Yan chuckled. "Don't look down on them. They're pretty helpful. It's not easy to control a few hundred people. You guys are still too tender." When the rest of the group heard that, they immediately started to flatter Tang Yan, which made the latter feel satisfied. "Only 500? Luo Kuan first went to Zhu Qingshan and sneered. "You must have hidden quite a bit of them, right?" Zhu Qingshan's face changed when he heard Luo Kuan's words. Luo Kuan laughed and pushed a palm at Zhu Qingshan. Caught by surprise, Xianxia took the attack head-on and blood dripped from his lips. He was enraged and was about to make a move when Tang Yan's cold gaze fell on him. Tang Yan folded his arms together and sneered, as if he was waiting for Xianxia to make a move. In the end, Xianxia handed over the 600 astral pellets reluctantly. What a piece of trash. You really know how to hide. Luo Kuan took the astral pellets and prepared to give Xianxia a slap. The scene caused everyone to shudder because the lackeys of the Flame Cloud realm were really ruthless when humiliating others. If you slap him, I guarantee that you'll suffer a terrible death. A cold voice sounded out and was heard by everyone in the plaza. Luo Kuan and his group were stunned when they heard that. They didn't expect that someone would dare to speak to Luo Kuan in this manner. Didn't the owner of this voice know that Luo Kuan represented the Flame Cloud realm? They were especially surprised when they noticed that Lin Yun's cultivation was only at the quasi-heavenly soul realm. In their view, Lin Yun was simply courting death. Tang Yan was surprised because Lin Yun's temper was worse than he imagined. Then again, this would also give him an excuse to deal with Lin Yun. Luo Kuan narrowed his smile while rejoicing inwardly. He dropped his arm and walked over to Lin Yun with a smile. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Lin Yun seemed fearless, but everyone knew that he would be killed if he said a single wrong word. After all, offending Luo Kuan was the same as offending Tang Yan's pet dog. A dog. Surprisingly, Lin Yun didn't give Luo Kuan any face at all. You're courting death, roared Luo Kuan. But the moment Luo Kuan finished talking, Lin Yun had already thrown a punch. His punch was like a dazzling cannon that caught Luo Kuan by surprise. With a huge hole in his chest, Luo Kuan was sent flying. The other lackeys were also caught by the impact and went flying. Dead? Luo Kuan died just like that? The entire plaza became silent after watching this scene. After Luo Kuan and his men hit the ground, the rest of the crowd recovered from their shock. Tang Yan of the Flame Cloud realm, your dog is dead. Why are you still standing there? Get over here. Lin Yun's words made everyone lose their minds. Some people even wondered if their ears were messing with them because someone actually dared to provoke Tang Yan. At this moment, everyone believed that Lin Yun had gone insane. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out in the plaza with everyone looking at Lin Yun with disbelief in their eyes. Did I hear it right? Did he command Tang Yan to come to him? Where did this madman come from? Even a heavenly soul realm is nothing before Tang Yan. Many heavenly soul realm experts were killed by Tang Yan's flame cloud incinerating palm. His fortune martial technique is invincible against those in the same realm. He's insane. He's simply a madman. None of them expected to see a madman today. Additionally, they started looking at Lin Yun with pity because they weren't optimistic of him. Even Yu Haoyan was briefly stunned before he started to sneer inwardly. Does Lin Yun think we're still in the profound amber realm? In his view, even if Lin Yun managed to win, he would be heavily injured. At that time, he could easily kill Lin Yun and get revenge. Fang Xiaoyu and the others were completely dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Yun. Although they knew that Lin Yun had killed two of their champions, they never imagined that he would still be arrogant in the heavenly path. Only Zhu Qingshan's eyes were blazing with flames when he saw the scene because Lin Yun was still the same Lin Yun he knew. Lin Yun's words allowed everyone to sense his arrogance. However, no one thought he would win. In fact, they were looking at him like he was a dead man. After all, those who challenged Tang Yan in the past were now dust. In their view, Tang Yan's flame cloud incinerating palm was practically invincible, which planted fear deep in their hearts. When Fang Xiaoyu recovered from his shock, he looked at Lin Yun with panic. Lin Yun, don't be impulsive. Bear with it for now. Fang Xiaoyu, you're too naive. This battle cannot be avoided. Not to mention that there was no need to bear with it to begin with, said Lin Yun. Well said. Tang Yan laughed. His eerie laughter sent chills down everyone's spine because they could sense his killing aura. Fear filled everyone's eyes as they took several steps back. Tang Yan looked at Lin Yun like a viper looked at its prey, with violence and ferocity. Brat, this city has been under my control for nearly a year. 18 people have challenged me, but all of them ended up dead. Jumping off of the stage, an immense pressure emitted came from Tang Yan's body. With a smile, his killing aura started surging out violently. "And you will be number 19. Tang Yan's ruthless words reminded everyone of their fear. Without exception, all of Tang Yan's opponents had turned into dust after turning bright red. Even more terrifying was the fact that they didn't die instantly and screamed in pain the whole time. At this moment, everyone could tell that Tang Yan was truly enraged. He had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Yun since coming to the heavenly path, especially a country bumpkin from the profound Amber Realm. "Brother Tang, don't misunderstand. I have 1,000 astral pellets I'm willing to hand over. I only hope that Brother Tang can let this matter come to a rest. We can continue to—" Fang Xiaoyu gnashed his teeth and squeezed out a smile. In the end, he didn't want to see anyone from the profound Amber Realm die. "Get lost!" Tang Yan flashed and gave Fang Xiaoyu a kick, which sent Fang Xiaoyu flying out. With disdain in his eyes, he said, "Who do you think you are to call me brother?" When Fang Xiaoyu fell to the ground, he started throwing up mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, the difference between them was clear. Fang Xiaoyu. Zhu Qingshan and Zhao Chen's faces changed as they quickly helped Fang Xiaoyu up. Examining Fang Xiaoyu's injuries, Zhao Chen was on the border of crying and he said, "Fang Xiaoyu, why are so stupid that you want to save that bastard?" Spitting up more blood, Fang Xiaoyu could sense his vitality leaking out and smiled bitterly. "Since you guys picked me as the leader, I am naturally responsible for everyone's safety. No matter what, please protect him." Tang Yan's attack left Fang Xiaoyu at the border of death. Even if he could survive, his cultivation would probably be crippled. Tang Yan couldn't even be bothered to look at Fang Xiaoyu as he revealed a sinister smile at Lin Yun. "That piece of trash wants to protect you when he can't even protect himself? You killed a dog of mine, so I crippled a brother of yours. Does it feel bad? But what are you even going to do?" Tang Yan's words were filled with arrogance, which dumbfounded many people. Facing Tang Yan's words, Lin Yun smiled coldly. If people treated him well, he would treat them well as well. Initially, he thought that he only needed to worry about Zhu Qingshan's safety. However, he knew he was wrong now. Fang Xiaoyu wanted Lin Yun to bear with Tang Yan, because he wanted to ensure that the profound Amber Realm wouldn't be eliminated. He wanted everyone to survive, which would keep their hopes alive for the future. This didn't mean that Fang Xiaoyu was cowardly. When his comrade was in danger, he didn't even hesitate to help. He had genuinely treated Lin Yun as a seed from the profound Amber Realm, so he didn't want Lin Yun to lose his life for nothing. "I initially intended to let you live if you were willing to hand over the flame cloud incinerating palm. But now, I guarantee that you'll regret your action and beg me like a dog." Lin Yun's indifferent voice sounded out. He was genuinely enraged. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard what Lin Yun said. He wants to make Tang Yan beg like a dog? Is Lin Yun insane? Didn't he see how Tang Yan nearly took Fang Xiaoyu's life with a single kick? Everyone had disdain on their faces because they thought Lin Yun was boasting. Just who gave him the confidence to say that? Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've heard in my entire life. Tang Yan couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard Lin Yun's words. "If you didn't kill my dog, I would have let you off the hook. At the very least, you're amusing. You can die now." When he finished, he soared into the sky and arrived in front of Lin Yun. His speed was so quick that a gale swept through the plaza as dust and rubbles flew around. His punch was even faster as 49 punches hit Lin Yun's chest in a split second. With a huge explosion, a colossal mountain-like flame surged behind Tang Yan. With the roar of a beast, Tang Yan created a terrifying phenomenon. "You're going to make me regret it? You're just a piece of trash who can't even take a punch from me." Tang Yan gasped for air because he was exhausted from throwing 49 punches in a single breath. "You're already exhausted? I guess it's my turn now." Lin Yun's voice sounded outright at this moment, which made Tang Yan's face change with deep shock. Dragon runes squirmed around Lin Yun's body as the dust cloud cleared up. Tang Yan wasn't even as fast as 1/10 of Lin Yun's sword speed. However, Lin Yun didn't bother dodging and chose to rely on his Azure Dragon battle physique to take the punches head-on. Although Lin Yun was unharmed and didn't budge, he still felt pain from the attack. He knew that he had wronged Fang Xiaoyu, so this pain was the punishment he gave himself as a reminder. Sensing the killing aura coming from Lin Yun's eyes, Tang Yan's heart fell, and he quickly backed off. But could he really retreat? Azure Dragon Eniaform. 108 dragon runes began to gather onto Lin Yun's right leg as he stomped on the ground. Charging at Tang Yan, Lin Yun aimed his leg at the former's face. When his attack connected with Tang Yan's face, blood and broken teeth flew everywhere. But this wasn't the end, as Lin Yun gathered all the dragon runes on his fist and threw a punch. In an instant, he unleashed an azure dragon. When his punch landed on Tang Yan's chest, terrifying lightning exploded and Tang Yan was sent flying like a cannonball as his face distorted from the pain. Flame cloud incinerating palm. But Tang Yan wasn't a pushover, and he immediately executed his fortune martial technique. As two ancient runes revolved in his palm, he shot out a beam of flames that incinerated everything in his path. Die! But right at this moment, he was shocked to see an azure glow coming from Lin Yun. Sensing the origin energy contained in Lin Yun's body, he realized he had never sensed such a powerful aura coming from a quasi-heavenly soul realm expert. At this moment, Lin Yun had unleashed his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra at the 7th stage without holding back. And no, Tang Yan wanted to retreat, but Lin Yun had already moved and threw his punch out. Lightning shined on Lin Yun's fist, and like a sharp sword, his fist pierced the flame cloud incinerating palm. Once Tang Yan's attack was destroyed, Lin Yun grabbed Tang Yan's wrist. In that split second, Lin Yun had completely subdued Tang Yan. However, he didn't stop there, as he lifted Tang Yan into the air and smashed the latter into the ground. With a huge explosion, Tang Yan was buried into the ground. Upon hearing Tang Yan's collision with the ground, everyone's heart trembled. Up to this point, no one managed to survive against Tang Yan's flame cloud incinerating palm. But when the cloud of dust settled down, everyone saw a scene that shouldn't be possible. Lin Yun stood next to a huge crater that Tang Yan was lying in. How is this possible? Everyone had disbelief in their eyes because they couldn't believe what they saw. But in the next second, an uproar exploded out in the plaza. How is this possible? Tang Yan actually lost? Even after bringing out the flame cloud incinerating palm, where did this brat come from? They couldn't accept the fact that the infamous flame cloud incinerating palm couldn't cause a single injury to Lin Yun. This had destroyed their understanding, as the flame cloud incinerating palm was a huge reason why Tang Yan could do what he wanted in this city. It seemed like the legend was defeated by Lin Yun. Damn it! Yu Haoyan cursed inwardly because his killing intent flashed in his eyes when Tang Yan used the flame cloud incinerating palm. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Yun. But now, he had to retract his killing intent and didn't dare to reveal even a single trace of it. He couldn't describe how terrible he felt right now, especially when he had already imagined Lin Yun begging for his life. Just how strong is Lin Yun? Fang Xiaoyu and the others felt like they were dreaming when they watched this scene, especially Fang Xiaoyu, who was nearly killed by Tang Yan with a kick. Although Tang Yan's attack had caught him by surprise, Tang Yan was also very strong. But what did he just witness now? Tang Yan couldn't even threaten Lin Yun. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Lin Yun looked at Tang Yan coldly before lifting him up and raised him into the air. Then he tossed Tang Yan like a punching bag. At this moment, Lin Yun's indifference and killing aura made everyone shiver. The scene gave them goosebumps. It was even more terrifying because Lin Yun had great control over his strength. Even after taking many hits, Tang Yan didn't die. At this moment, Tang Yan had become a joke. They didn't know where Tang Yan got the confidence to act arrogantly towards Lin Yun. Do you regret anything? Lin Yun suddenly stopped. Tang Yan was half dead and was basically hanging on by a single breath. Sobbing, Tang Yan fell to his knees. Brother Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kicked him. I have a 6th grade pellet with me that can save your brother. Please spare my life. Looking at Tang Yan beg for his life, everyone was dumbfounded. Furthermore, Tang Yan was even willing to take out a 6th grade pellet to make up for his mistake. Taking the pellet, Lin Yun tossed it over to Zhu Qingshan. Earth Origin Pellet. Zhu Qingshan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. The pellet was a priceless treasure in the profound amber realm that required an Empyrean spiritualist to refine. It was so priceless that it couldn't be bought outside. Not only could it save the life of the consumer, it could also assist in cultivation. Zhu Qingshan quickly fed the pellet to Feng Xiaoyu. When Feng Xiaoyu swallowed the pellet, his complexion instantly became rosy as his vitality returned at a visible speed. Lin Yun, it's real. Zhu Qingshan rejoiced. On the other hand, Tang Yen was bitter because there were only 5 of these pellets in the Flame Cloud City. He only obtained it before entering the heavenly path because of a huge contribution. Just when everyone was feeling that this scene was unreal, terrifying flames burst out of the pillar at the center of the city. The flames instantly turned the sky red as a horrifying aura filled the air. Seeing this scene, Tang Yen laughed. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun, you're dead. My senior brother is out. You're finished. Not just you, but everyone from the profound amber realm is as good as dead. Tang Yen was overwhelmed with joy right now as Nangong he was about to appear. No one had seen his strength, but everyone knew about his legend. He had once killed 10 heavenly soul realm experts from 10 different realms to forge his fame. Back then, he was only in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. Now that he reached the heavenly soul realm, they couldn't imagine how powerful he had become. Initially, many people thought they could escape from the city since Tang Yen was defeated. However, it looked like they wouldn't have the chance. When the crowd looked at Lin Yun, they thought they were looking at a dead person. Many people were rejoicing that they didn't leave. Yu Haoyan also smiled because he nearly forgot about Nangong He. Lin Yun would surely die today. Senior brother, save me. Tang Yen yelled in the direction of the pillar. Lin Yun's eyes flickered and fell into deep thoughts. He didn't stop Tang Yen at all. Nangong he was finally done cultivating. Nangong he was fortunate to come from such a powerful realm. Everyone knew that one would benefit greatly if they reached their limit in the quasi-heavenly soul realm before making a breakthrough. But this required immense resources, willpower, and courage. After all, making a breakthrough when reaching the limit wasn't without danger. One would explode and die if they weren't careful. So no matter what, Nangong he was a powerful enemy. This was why Lin Yun didn't interrupt Tang Yen, because he wanted to see how strong Nangong he's strongest attack would be. Hearing Tang Yan's cry for help, a figure flew over like a flame dragon. When he landed on the ground, a shockwave sent everyone flying into the surroundings. Their faces changed because Nangong he not only made a breakthrough to the heavenly soul realm, but his flame intent also reached the second stage. Clearly, Nangong he was a lot stronger than when he fought with the 10 heavenly soul realm experts. Nangong he was dressed in simple clothes and looked to be a few years older than Lin Yun. His appearance was ordinary, but everyone could sense his pride. As the surrounding flaming aura surged, everyone could vaguely see a roaring dragon. What is it? Nangong he asked. Tang Yen quickly jumped up and explained what just happened. Interesting. I just made a breakthrough and was looking for an opponent to test my strength. Nangong he smiled instead of becoming furious. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke indolently. You came at the perfect time. Nangong he showed no signs of anger, as if this matter wasn't enough to enrage him. But this made him even more terrifying because his confidence wasn't limited to just strength. The gap between Lin Yun and Nangong he is too great. Nangong he isn't simple. Lin Yun is going down. Under the surrounding discussion, the atmosphere became weird as many people backed off in fears that they would be implicated. Lin Yun, that's your name, right? Nangong he looked at Lin Yun and smiled. I'll give you 2 choices before we fight. You can either kill yourself or kneel before me and become a dog. Nangong he was more domineering than Tang Yen, which silenced the surrounding discussions. Everyone was waiting for Lin Yun's answer because he only had 2 choices laid before him. Everyone was staring at Lin Yun. No one would want to bow down to someone else, so they understood how Lin Yun felt. However, Lin Yun was just as calm as when he beat up Tang Yen. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with disdain. Sorry, but I don't have a habit of becoming a dog. If you're willing to hand over the flame cloud incinerating palm, I can consider sparing your life. As for becoming my dog, you're not qualified. Lin Yun would never become someone's lackey. Not to mention that Nangong he wasn't even comparable to Lil Red. Nangong he barely qualified to be Lil Red's lackey. Lin Yun's arrogance caused a huge uproar because the crowd knew that Nangong he would be enraged. Slowly, the smile on Nangong he's face disappeared. His face became terrifyingly cold and everyone could sense the chill coming from him. It was so cold that many people were shivering. Nangong he smiled. Lin Yun, you don't seem to realize your current position. Not everyone is qualified to be my dog. After all, I'm destined to rise in the heavenly path. The heavenly path is a place filled with opportunities. Do you think you're even qualified to be a stepping stone if you don't follow me? Tang Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Yun, don't push it. My senior brother is holding you in high regard to take you as his lackey. There are a lot of people willing to take that position. If you become my senior brother's lackey, you won't have to submit astral pellets anymore. Tang Yan was giving Lin Yun a chance to submit to the Flame Cloud realm. Although it sounded nasty, many people were envious of that position. Big brother Nangong, since Lin Yun isn't willing to bow to you, our Azure Hawk realm is willing. So is my Stone Dragon realm. My Shadowfang realm too. 3 people stood out among the crowd and kneeled. The 3 had some fame in the city as they were the strongest of their realms. Following their lead, many experts fell to their knees. Tang Yan wore a smug grin when he saw this scene and laughed. Lin Yun, I'll give you another chance. No need. Nangong he waved his hand and smiled. I don't like to force people. Since you're not willing to bow, then die. In the next second, Nangong his body disappeared. When he reappeared, boundless origin energy poured out from his body and caused the sky to tremble. Then, his origin energy turned into a boundless sea of flames. Boundless flaming ocean. Lin Yun's gaze wandered around and his sword intent soon spotted a figure among the sea of flames. Too slow. Nangong he smiled. Flashing out of the sea of flames, he threw a punch towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun had expected this, so he quickly executed the cloud-soaring art to dodge the attack. Still too slow. Nangong he moved like a venomous viper. Relying on his heavenly soul realm's pressure, he charged at Lin Yun once more. Lin Yun smirked and retreated calmly. He wanted to see how strong Nangong he was since he reached the limit of his quasi-heavenly soul realm. As they fought, the terrifying fluctuation emitted from them left many people shocked, especially Nangong his aura. His aura didn't seem to belong to someone who had just stepped into the heavenly soul realm. The aura coming from Nangong he was too powerful. Lin Yun wasn't weak since he could easily defeat Tang Yan. However, when facing Nangong he could only defend himself and retreat. This is only the beginning. Tang Yan sneered. My senior brother hasn't even used 30% of his strength. If the 3 of you are willing to be my senior brother's lackeys, you guys might actually have a chance to rise in the heavenly path. Of course, how can a piece of trash from the profound Amber realm compare to brother Nangong? Azure Hawk realm's Zhang Feng grinned, as if he had become a member of the Flame Cloud realm. The 2 others also smiled. In the future, we will need Brother Tang to look after us. Brother Tang is a dragon among people. If he wasn't caught by surprise, there's no way the brat could defeat him. Tang Yan's smile grew even denser as he was flattered by the compliments. He smiled. If I wasn't afraid that I might kill him, I could have easily crushed him. Looking at this scene, Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan felt indignant because Tang Yan was only relying on Nangong his prestige to boast. However, they were concerned with Lin Yun's outcome, so they couldn't be bothered with them. Seeing Nangong he push his flame intent and origin energy in the heavenly soul realm to the limit, Lin Yun was full of disappointment. Nangong he wasn't as strong as he had imagined. Pushing Lin Yun a few steps back, Nangong he laughed. Brat, you can be considered capable to last so long against me. But this is your limit. Nangong he clenched his fists together and gathered the sea of flames in his hand. In the next second, terrifying flames covered Nangong his heat waves spread out. The entire city was instantly enveloped in a high temperature as Nangong he attacked. Die! Interesting. Lin Yun sneered inwardly, circulating his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra and Iris Sword Sutra. The two different origin energies combined perfectly together as a brilliant sword hum echoed from his body. The origin energy from his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra alone was terrifying, not to mention that he merged his Iris Sword Sutra into it. As the origin energy exploded from within his body, two bright colors manifested two dragons that coiled around his body. In that split second, Lin Yun and Nangong he had exchanged over a dozen moves. Lin Yun's punches destroyed Nangong he's attacks and sent him flying. When Nangong he landed on the ground, blood dripped down from his lips as deep shock filled his eyes. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene because they never expected to see Nangong he go flying. Even Tang Yan's face became nasty. That brat actually injured senior brother Nangong. He's dead now. Interesting. Nangong he wiped the blood off of his lips as his face sank. You're the first person to injure me since I came to the heavenly path. But this ends now. When he finished, 3 ancient seals appeared on his palm and started to rotate. Boundless flames started to gather behind him as if he was starting a summoning ritual. What martial technique is this? Why is it so terrifying? Everyone was shocked by the powerful aura coming from the flames. Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm. That is the genuine Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm, unlike mine. Senior brother Nangong has grasped its essence and refined his flame seals to the azure color. Tang Yen looked at the flames and his gaze began to turn cold. He sneered at Lin Yun as if he were a dead man. That's the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm, but it's a lot stronger this time. This is the Flame Cloud realm's strongest attack. It looks like Nangong he lost his patience. Lin Yun will die for sure now. When Nangong he was forced to bring out his strongest attack, countless indifferent gazes fell onto Lin Yun. Brat, you've missed your chance. Nangong he's gaze was cold and he didn't give Lin Yun the time to react as he roared. Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm. The flaming halos looked like a gate as a gigantic palm blazing with azure flames. When the gigantic palm descended, it nearly destroyed the entire plaza. Under the immense pressure, all the buildings on the plaza started to crumble. Everyone began running for their lives, but the moment they soared into the sky, their bodies froze. Just when they were all baffled, a wisp of sword ray suddenly lit up the entire sky. What's going on? Fear loomed over their hearts because they had never experienced this in the past. By the time they recovered from their shock, they all fell from the sky. Immediately, everyone turned around and saw Lin Yun slowly sheathing his sword. No one was able to see Lin Yun's attack. Right at this moment, a brilliant sword ray exploded as sword rays gushed out of Nangong he's neck. Then his head went flying. That attack was worthy of me drawing my sword, said Lin Yun before he put away his sword. All it took was one sword for Lin Yun to decapitate Nangong he. Dumbfounded, everyone looked at Lin Yun with fear. They all began to wonder if Lin Yun was a monster. Otherwise, how could he possibly be so powerful? Nangong he could fight 10 heavenly soul realm geniuses when he was in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. So they couldn't imagine how powerful he was after reaching the heavenly soul realm. But Lin Yun only used one sword to kill Lin Yun. Furthermore, no one could see how Lin Yun attacked. Along with Nangong he's death, the phenomenon that shrouded half the city slowly dissipated. When Nangong he's corpse fell to the ground, everyone recovered from their shock. How did he do it? What happened? How did Nangong he die? Holy shit. Can someone tell me what just happened? Their voices were filled with fear, and they desperately wanted to get away from Lin Yun. After all, they were all frozen in midair for just a brief moment before the tables were turned. Just a moment ago, Nangong he's arrogant words filled the entire plaza. Now he was a headless corpse. Damn it! Yu Haoyan's pupils were filled with rage as he couldn't believe this scene. When Nangong he used the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm, he had prepared his phaseless demonic art once again. He thought that Lin Yun would be killed. But now that Nangong he was slain by Lin Yun, he had to hide his killing aura once more. His hands were trembling because he couldn't calm his rage. Feng Xiaoyu and the others also had disbelief on their faces before they rejoiced. As for the three who pledged their loyalty to Nangonghe earlier, their faces became pale and they quickly soared into the sky. They were trying to get away from Tang Yan as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Tang Yan's mouth was wide open as countless eyes fell on him. The gazes were full of pity, especially since Tang Yan mocked Lin Yun when Nangonghe came out. Now that Nangonghe was dead, there was no one who felt worse than Tang Yan. His lips had turned purple and all the color left his face. Lin Yun swept his glance on Tang Yan, who fell onto his knees uncontrollably. "Lin, brother Lin, please spare me. I can be your lackey and I guarantee." "No, a piece of garbage like me isn't worthy of being your lackey. You can cripple me and leave me be. I can tell you the secrets of my flame cloud realm." Tang Yan kept rephasing his words in hopes of living. But the moment Tang Yan was done, Lin Yun flicked his finger and a sword ray pierced through Tang Yan's forehead. When Tang Yan's body hit the ground, his eyes were filled with reluctance. "Lin Yun, don't take it too far. This is only one of the cities being controlled by our flame cloud realm. Nangong, he isn't even the strongest in our flame cloud realm." Seeing how Lin Yun killed Nangong He and Tang Yan, the remaining flame cloud realm cultivators started to threaten Lin Yun. "Haha! None of you wanted to spare me earlier, so why should I spare you?" Lin Yun spoke indifferently as the killing aura in his eyes grew even denser. The flame cloud realm was already his enemy with Nangong He and Tang Yan's death. The next time they met, they definitely won't let him off. Lin Yun wasn't stupid enough to be compassionate at this moment. Drawing his sword once more, Lin Yun unleashed a sword ray that emitted a terrifying pressure. The pressure caused the 6 remaining people from the flame cloud realm to circulate their origin energy with their teeth gritted. With his spiritual sword intent in greater mastery empowered by his immortal azure dragon aura, his sword ray enveloped the entire city and cast a layer of radiance on the entire city. When Lin Yun was done swinging his sword, the 6 geniuses from the flame cloud realm died. Greater mastery of spiritual sword intent. My heavens! Grasping the greater mastery of spiritual sword intent before reaching the heavenly soul realm. No wonder he can kill Nangong He in a single attack. The sword intent he's giving off is simply too terrifying. Not to mention that he even merged his azure dragon aura into it. Everyone could clearly see Lin Yun's strength now. It finally made sense why Nangong He died so easily. When they looked at Lin Yun this time, they were full of fear. Even the faces of Feng Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan changed because they didn't know that Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent had become so powerful. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, a small figure flew out and gathered the interspatial pouches of the 6 flame cloud realm's geniuses. Lil Red chuckled as it brought the interspatial pouches to Lin Yun. After receiving the cultivation technique, it had become a lot faster. But fortunately, it still knew that Lin Yun was the boss. Lin Yun nodded his head at Lil Red, who chuckled and dumped the interspatial pouches. Each of the interspatial pouches contained thousands of astral pellets, which made many people stare with envy. There were also many other treasures, but not the flame cloud incinerating palm that Lin Yun was looking for. "There's 2 more, said Lin Yun as he looked at Tang Yan and Nangong He's corpses. Lil Red gently jumped off Lin Yun's shoulder before grabbing the interspatial pouch that belonged to Tang Yan. In the end, Lin Yun found an astronomical sum of astral pellets in the pouch, which took him a long time to go through. Based on his estimation, there were at least 20,000 astral pellets. All of the cultivators in the plaza couldn't help feeling jealous. Even Yu Haoyan's pupils flashed with hesitation because he never expected there to be so many. As soon as Lil Red poured out everything in Nangong He's pouch, no one could stay composed. There were at least 100,000 pellets that were piled into a small mountain. Holy shit! Isn't the flame cloud realm a little too terrifying to have so many astral pellets? The astronomical sum left everyone dumbfounded as their eyes were glued to the mountain of pellets. But they knew that everything belonged to Lin Yun, including their treasures. They couldn't imagine this harvest at all. Lil Red chuckled and grabbed a bunch before shoving them into its mouth. Then, Lil Red picked up a jade slip and looked at it briefly before tossing it towards Lin Yun. When Lin Yun grabbed the jade slip, he placed it against his forehead. He had finally obtained the Greater Fortune Martial Technique, Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm. Fortune martial techniques are divided into 8 stages and come from ancient divine runes. Fire runes had 4 stages: white, azure, purple, and gold. Every single stage meant that the power of the fire runes would become even more powerful. When one gathers 4 runes, the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm can tear apart the mountains and rivers. Lin Yun's heart was full of joy because the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm was a secret technique just like the Flicking Divine Finger. It was extremely powerful. Tang Yen hadn't cultivated it to proficiency, so it was a lot weaker than Nangong's version. Lin Yun knew that if Nangong's attack hit him, it would be a lot more troublesome than Tang Yen. This was why Lin Yun ended the fight quickly with his sword. Nangong was truly powerful since he reached the limit of the quasi-heavenly soul realm. However, that limit was nothing to Lin Yun. If Nangong's limit was 10, then Lin Yun's limit would be at least 50 because of the 2 sword sutras. Then again, it was impossible for Nangong to survive the combination of Lin Yun's immortal azure dragon aura and spiritual sword intent. After all, Lin Yun's sword intent was comparable to a martial intent in the 3rd stage. So even Lin Yun has no idea where his limit was. Is that the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm? Fang Xiaoyu and the others walked over. Yeah, you guys can comprehend it if you want. Lin Yun nodded his head and handed the jade slip over. They all had shock on their faces and they hesitated for a long time before giving up. A fortune martial technique required high comprehension, not to mention that they didn't have a cultivation technique that paired with it. They knew that they would be a waste of time to comprehend it. Furthermore, if the Flame Cloud realm knew that they learned the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm, it would bring them trouble. In the end, Lin Yun didn't force it and took the jade slip away. Haha, brother Lin, what is that? Let me take a look at it as well. Yu Haoyan naturally had a huge wave in his heart when he saw Lin Yun hand the jade slip to Fang Xiaoyu and the others. There was a high possibility that the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm was recorded on the jade slip. Plus, Lin Yun was more generous than he thought. Since Yu Haoyan was also from the profound Amber realm, he also wanted to try his luck. Lin Yun could even put up with Fang Xiaoyu, so there was a chance that he might not put their conflict in his heart. Naturally, Yu Haoyan thought that he could make use of this opportunity. But when he saw that Lin Yun had no intention of handing it to him, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward with a smile. When Lin Yun heard Yu Haoyan, he merely looked at Yu Haoyan and asked, "Do you think you're qualified?" Lin Yun's mockery instantly made Yu Haoyan's face turn dark, because it was blatant humiliation. He really thought that he could take a look at the Flame Cloud Incinerating Palm. Killing aura started to surge in Yu Haoyan's heart, but he was no longer the person he once was. His mentality had undergone a transformation, so he wouldn't let his emotions control him. He ultimately bore it down and squeezed out a smile. "It looks like Brother Lin has a negative opinion of me. I thought that the grudge between us was gone since we left the profound Amber realm. I guess I was too naive. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave." Without hesitation, Yu Haoyan cupped his hands together and turned around. "Who allowed you to leave?" Lin Yun looked at Yu Haoyan coldly just as the latter took 2 steps. He knew that Yu Haoyan would come after him sooner or later, so he wasn't foolish enough to let Yu Haoyan leave. "Leave. Don't bother with him and leave." Just when Yu Haoyan was hesitating, the demonic spirit in Yu Haoyan's body roared. With that, Yu Haoyan's face changed and he no longer dared to stay behind. With a single thought, Lin Yun's immortal azure dragon sword aura began gushing out without any reservation. His sword intent instantly shot into the sky like a bright star, which enveloped the entire city. At this moment, the city was frozen in time. Yu Haoyan's face changed because he could sense his body and blood becoming stiff. Simultaneously, boundless fear loomed over his heart. He was thoroughly shocked by the power of Lin Yun's sword intent. "Yu Haoyan, you revealed your killing aura at least 3 times when I fought with the Flame Cloud realm. You think I didn't realize it? You think you can leave now? It's better for you to be buried here." Lin Yun's indifferent voice sounded out as he dashed forward. Clenching his fist, dragon runes gathered as a dragon head manifested itself on Lin Yun's fist. But just when his punch was about to hit Yu Haoyan's body burst out with purple demonic radiance. With that, he had broken free of the sword intense restriction. Phaseless demonic art. Yu Haoyan roared inwardly and pushed his demonic art to the limit before throwing his punch out. Overlord Fist, Heaven and Earth Union. When he turned around, purple demonic radiance poured into his fist. His punch seemed like it could devour everything in its path. Yu Haoyan was using the same Overlord Fist as before, but its power was completely different. It seemed like Yu Haoyan had also undergone a total transformation. When the punches clashed, the shockwave hit the spectators. How is this possible? His aura is even stronger than Nangong He. Just what kind of monsters are from the profound Amber Realm? This is too unbelievable. There's actually someone else who is stronger than Nangong He. This scene had left everyone dumbfounded. 10 moves later, Yu Haoyan threw up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Lin Yun became serious because he was surprised by Yu Haoyan. With his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, Azure Dragon Enneaform, and 7 Slaughtering Fist, he still couldn't take Yu Haoyan down. In the end, he had to bring out the immortal Azure Dragon aura. With his foundation, he was probably the only one in the heavenly path who could cultivate 2 cultivation techniques at once. But this was why it was so unbelievable that he couldn't suppress Yu Haoyan. If his attainment in the sword wasn't high enough, he wasn't sure if he could defeat Yu Haoyan. Haha! Lin Yun, is this the best you got? Yu Haoyan no longer hid his strength as his eyes flashed coldly. Since that's the case, come and take my life. I'm standing right here. I won't even draw my sword, said Lin Yun. Yu Haoyan's eyes flickered before he sneered. You think I'll fall for that? I'll leave your head on your neck for now, but I'll cripple you before I end up killing you. At that time, we'll see if the Sacred Alliance can protect you. My junior sister will destroy your sword firmament pavilion anyway. Ha ha ha. I'll return the humiliation you gave me and my junior sister 100-fold. The hatred and rage in his pupils were so dense that it frightened many people. Just how deep was Yu Haoyan's hatred that he intended to kill everyone that Lin Yun cared about. And you Weiwei that bitch. I'll definitely find her in the heavenly path. Just you wait. I'm going to make you suffer. Yu Haoyan's sinister smile made Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chan, and Zhu Qingshan uncomfortable. They couldn't believe that this was the Yu Haoyan they knew. You won't have the opportunity, said Lin Yun coldly as he drew his sword. Yu Haoyan had never seen such a terrifyingly quick sword ray before. The sword aura even made his movements stiff, which caused him to suffer a terrifying injury. Just what the hell was that sword ray? Yu Haoyan's face paled, and he no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. He quickly turned around and started to run for his life. Leave quickly. That sword intent is comparable to the 3rd stage martial intent. I told you that he's a monster and his attainments have already broken through the limits of the profound Amber Realm. Now that he has come to the heavenly path, he's like a dragon returning to the sea, roared the demonic spirit within Yu Haoyan's body. Damn it! I'm already strong enough, but I still can't defeat him. Just when can I crush him? Yu Haoyan no longer dared to stay and started running out of the city. It didn't take long for more wounds to appear on his body as Yu Haoyan yelled out in pain. Lin Yun's face was indifferent as he swung his sword calmly. From the start, his sword aura had already enveloped Yu Haoyan. It wouldn't be long before the sword aura claimed Yu Haoyan's life. Let me do it, sighed the demonic spirit in Yu Haoyan's mind. The demonic spirit knew that it couldn't wait anymore and took control of Yu Haoyan's body. However, the demonic spirit would exhaust all of its strength to do this and would have to go into a deep slumber. Senior, save me, Yu Haoyan roared in his heart. In the next second, purple demonic flames blazed in Yu Haoyan's pupils as his temperament underwent a transformation. As his figure flashed, he pushed the Indigo Moon Demon Light step to the limit and escaped from Lin Yun's sword aura. When he stepped out of Lin Yun's sword aura, Yu Haoyan turned around with bizarre purple flames blazing in his pupils. Remnant of the profound Amber Realm's sword sect. We will meet again. smiled Yu Haoyan before he left. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because Yu Haoyan had transformed into an entirely different person. There was no change in his martial intent or cultivation technique, but his temperament was completely different. Without any hesitation, a tornado of wind and lightning rose around Lin Yun's feet, destroying all the buildings in his path. When the purple lightning dissipated, Lin Yun charged forward and stabbed his sword out. Yu Haoyan turned around and faced Lin Yun's attack head-on. He threw out a punch, and at the same time he threw up some blood. Suffering a huge loss in Lin Yun's hands, Yu Haoyan no longer dared to stay. He pushed his movement technique to the limit and flew over the wall. But before Yu Haoyan could get back up, Lin Yun took 9 steps in midair and swung his sword out. His sword created 9 phenomena that combined together. The attack instantly created a huge hole in the wall as a blurred figure escaped out of the crater. Was that the real Yu Haoyan? Lin Yun's pupils flashed as he searched the crater. Then he chased after Yu Haoyan. Lin Yun ran out of the city as he followed the trail of blood. But because he wasted some time in the crater, Yu Haoyan had a head start. But Lin Yun was still calm because all he needed to do was land a fatal attack. So he had to be cautious and needed to ensure that the one who ran away was the real Yu Haoyan. Lin Yun only chased after Yu Haoyan when he didn't detect any vitality in the crater. Yu Haoyan was injured to begin with, so there was no way he could run far away. If it was someone else, they would have already died hundreds of times. At this moment, Lin Yun was determined to kill Yu Haoyan, not to mention that Yu Haoyan had threatened him. Lin Yun believed that Yu Haoyan would do what he said. On top of that, he was even more concerned about being called a sword sect remnant. Yu Haoyan clearly knew about their fate of battle, which meant that Lin Yun had to resolve the karma between the sword sect and the Indigo Moon Elysium. An hour later, Lin Yun finally caught up to Yu Haoyan. Yu Haoyan's aura was extremely weak because of his heavy injuries, and he was simply exhausting his foundation now. Sensing the torrential sword aura behind him, Yu Haoyan gnashed his teeth. Haha, Lin Yun, you're really ruthless. I guess you have no intention of letting me off even when I'm in this state. Yu Haoyan no longer had his usual grace and his body teetered on the edge of life and death. But when Lin Yun examined Yu Haoyan carefully, he narrowed his eyes and came to a stop. Sword slave, don't you want my life? Come and take my life if you dare. Yu Haoyan's face became sinister as he looked at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun didn't move inside. I can't believe you managed to escape. Yu Haoyan, you've become the bane of my existence. I bet if I take another step forward, you'll suicide with this fake body of yours and drag me down. When Yu Haoyan heard that, his smile disappeared and he asked, How did you realize it? You don't have the purple flames in your pupils like before, replied Lin Yun. Yu Haoyan was briefly stunned before he laughed. Ha ha ha, you're really cautious. Just thinking about you being my enemy sends a shiver down my spine. But it'll be different the next time we meet. Purple cracks spread out on Yu Haoyan's skin as he finally exploded. Lin Yun didn't even budge. When he sheathed his sword, he was enveloped in a tornado that blew the shockwave away. When the tornado dissipated, a huge crater appeared before Lin Yun. The huge crater looked as if it had been created by a gigantic meteorite. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun now knew how Yu Haoyan followed him. Yu Haoyan wasn't really hit by Terranian destruction. Before his attack reached him, Yu Haoyan had already left behind a fake body. But it was still dangerous because Yu Haoyan would be killed if he failed. But such a treasure was also extraordinary as it must contain Yu Haoyan's blood essence and soul. So this meant that Yu Haoyan would be injured whenever the fake body exploded. Yu Haoyan wouldn't be able to recover anytime soon, but this wasn't the outcome that Lin Yun wanted. My sword isn't fast enough. Lin Yun sighed. If his sword was a little faster, Yu Haoyan would be dead by now. But there were no ifs in the world. I need to get back, muttered Lin Yun as he calmed himself down. Almost an hour later, Lin Yun returned to the plaza. When Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan saw Lin Yun come back safely, joy filled their faces. Meanwhile, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because something didn't seem right. Lil Red was standing in front of the pile of astral pellets with boundless energy surging within its body. In front of Lil Red were a few people who had lost consciousness. What's going on? Lin Yun frowned. Feng Xiaoyu didn't say a word as someone from the crowd took the lead. Young Master Lin, you came back right on time. We were trying to retrieve the astral pellets that belong to us, but your pet injured many of us. You should discipline it well. Lin Yun glanced at the person who spoke. Lin Yun barely had an impression of the person because he was the first one to pledge loyalty to Nangong He. He was the reason why everyone else stood up to support Nangong He. Oh? So how many do you want to take? Lin Yun asked. Zhang Feng's pupils flashed with greed as he smiled. Just 10,000. The three of us were heavily suppressed by the flame cloud realm, and we have to thank you for sticking up for us. When the others heard that, they became emotional. Lin Yun suddenly smiled and responded, I've heard of greedy lions, but I've never heard of greedy dogs. The faces of the Zhang Feng trio changed because Lin Yun was publicly calling them dogs. Lin Yun, it's only right for us to take the astral pellets that belong to us. You actually dare to humiliate us? How are you any different from thieves of the flame cloud realm? Zhang Feng asked. If I remember correctly, the three of you wanted to be Nangong He's dog. So how did I humiliate you? Lin Yun looked at the three with a playful smile. His words instantly made their faces sink. Lin Yun, we're taking the astral pellets no matter what. You've already offended us. If we're willing, we can easily share this information with the flame cloud realm. Nangong He isn't the strongest from the flame cloud realm, nor did he cultivate the flame cloud incinerating palm to a high level. Young Master Lin, you better think wisely. We're only taking 10,000 astral pellets. Don't push it. The three of them had no hesitation to blackmail Lin Yun. Lin Yun might be strong, but he had just gone through a huge battle and might not be able to face the three of them. As long as one of them was alive, they would be able to seek the flame cloud realm. If that happened, Lin Yun would be dead. Zhang Feng's face sank as he spoke coldly. Lin Yun, we're the strongest from our respective realms. Your battle might seem easy, but how much strength do you really have left? We might not be able to do anything to you, but you won't be able to do anything to us either. When he said that, those who clamored to follow after Nangong, he instantly became tempted. There was no question that Lin Yun was strong, but Zhang Feng's reasoning made sense. What Brother Zhang said is right. Don't push it. Let us retrieve our astral pellets. Feng Xiaoyu's face changed when he saw this situation because he knew this wouldn't end well. Zhang Feng became more confident as many people started supporting him. He was confident that Lin Yun was greatly exhausted after the battle. Not to mention that Lin Yun even faced someone stronger than Nangong He. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng's smile grew eerie. I changed my mind. We also want the flame cloud incinerating palm. Only then will we be even. That's right. The flame cloud incinerating palm too. Huang Hu and Wei Qing's eyes flickered when they heard that. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly because he was genuinely enraged. These three who wanted to be Nangong He's dogs actually turned around to say that he was taking it too far. Sensing the killing aura in Lin Yun's eyes, Zhang Feng, Huang Hu, and Wei Qing stepped back and yelled, Lin Yun, don't take it too far just because you're strong. We just want to take back what belonged to us. Grabbing onto his sword, Lin Yun sneered. Well said. But what are you going to do if I take it too far? When Lin Yun drew his sword, 3 heads rolled onto the ground. So what if he took it too far? After all, he didn't have the time to deal with clowns. 3 headless corpses fell onto the ground, which shocked everyone. Those who wanted to support Zhang Feng, Huang Hu, and Wei Qing felt their faces turn pale. Initially, they thought that Lin Yun was greatly exhausted from battle. What they didn't know was that Lin Yun just wanted to avoid a massacre. Those who wanted to be Nangong He's lackeys can get lost. Don't you dare show up in front of me again. As for everyone else, you can take 500 astral pellets and leave, said Lin Yun coldly as he swept his glance around. Those who echoed along with the trio earlier were trembling with fear as they cursed inwardly because Lin Yun wanted to chase them away. They also made up their mind that they would inform the Flame Cloud realm about Nangong He's death. Still not leaving? Lin Yun sneered and flicked his finger. In the next second, one of Nangong He's supporters had died. Leave quick! With that, no one dared to stay any longer. They didn't even have the courage to turn back to look at Lin Yun. What shameless people! We can't let them leave or they will tell the Flame Cloud realm, whispered Feng Xiaoyu because he had experienced how shameless everyone was. Shaking his head lightly, Lin Yun replied, "No secrets can be hidden for an eternity. The news of Nangong, his death will spread sooner or later unless I butcher everyone in the city." Feng Xiaoyu was briefly stunned. He initially thought that Lin Yun wasn't decisive, but it turns out that Lin Yun had already seen through everything. Lin Yun's words sent a chill down his spine. Lin Yun sneered, "If I can't even deal with a simple flame cloud realm, then how am I going to rise in the heavenly path?" Feng Xiaoyu heard a loud buzz in his mind because of what Lin Yun said. It was like a key was unlocking a gate in his mind. If one couldn't even deal with a realm, how were they going to rise in the heavenly path? As for the dozens who remained, Lin Yun didn't act stingy with them. He asked Feng Xiaoyu to give them 500 astral pellets each. If they were talented, Lin Yun didn't even mind giving them a few hundred or 1,000 more. No one knew how the heavenly path would turn out, so he wouldn't underestimate anyone. After all, who knows if someone here might grow into a powerhouse in the future. Lin Yun was simply spreading good karma around. Even if it wasn't probable, it was enough to make him happy. The fact that these people could preserve their dignity under the Flame Cloud Realm's rule was worthy of his respect. As so many? 800. Isn't 1,000 a little too much? Some of the people were shocked when Lin Yun gave them so much. Feng Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "Brother Lin says that you guys will rise sooner or later with your determination. So he wishes to have a good relationship with you guys." When everyone heard that, their eyes welled up with tears because they were the top geniuses from the various realms. It would be a joke to say that they had no determination or willpower. But after coming to the heavenly path, they finally knew that there was always someone stronger and how worthless their determination was. Some people choose to bow while some choose to gnash their teeth and hold on. But the moment one bowed, they would lose their determination forever. The people who were present were the ones who managed to hold on even when others mocked them. When they heard Feng Xiaoyu's words, they knew that their determination had paid off. "Young Master Lin, we might be insignificant today, but if there's an opportunity in the future, we will repay you." Dozens of cultivators cupped their hands together. Not only did Lin Yun return them their astral pellets, he even acknowledged their determination. As long as they preserved their determination, they would become dragons in the future. "Don't worry about it," smiled Lin Yun. After everyone left, Lin Yun divided the rest among the profound Amber Realm. He wasn't stingy and he gave Feng Xiaoyu, Zhao Chen, and Zhu Qingshan each 10,000. Then, he took the remaining 100,000 for himself. This instantly made the three emotional because they felt a headache to get 1,000 astral pellets not too long ago. To them, 10,000 astral pellets was like a dream come true. Lin Yun spoke out, "Brother Feng, I apologize for having some misunderstanding towards you in the past. I wasn't trying to target you. The Sacred Alliance had great hopes for you after you killed Yen Mo, and they instructed me to protect you." Elder Gao Zhangtian said that as long as you have enough time, you can surely rise in the heavenly path and spread the fame of our profound Amber Realm, said Feng Xiaoyu. When Lin Yun heard that, he finally knew why Feng Xiaoyu wanted to be the leader. After all, since he was the hope of the profound Amber Realm, Feng Xiaoyu naturally had to protect him well. "But I never thought that you would improve so quickly in the heavenly path." Elder Gao Zhangtian was right, but even he underestimated you a little, said Feng Xiaoyu in a grave tone. "Is Yu Haotian dead?" Zhu Qingshan suddenly asked. He was also from the ancient southern domain like Lin Yun, so he naturally knew about their grudge. Lin Yun had no changes on his face and said, "Not yet. The Indigo Moon Elysium's foundation is deep, and they gave him many ways to protect himself. You have to be careful the next time you guys meet," warned Zhu Qingshan. Feng Xiaoyu frowned. The feeling he gave me wasn't good. It was almost as if there was another aura within his body. The Indigo Moon Elysium's origin is mysterious and you can't afford to be careless. The Indigo Moon Elysium was behind Sword Sect's destruction back then. Got it. Lin Yu nodded at Feng Xiaoyu. You should tell me more about the heavenly path now. The other realms clearly come much earlier than us for some reason. Indeed, they're different, explained Feng Xiaoyu. The so-called myriad realms aren't just 10,000 realms. Aside from the 10 war realms, the rules in some realms are different. The heavenly path's rules are also different. The stronger realms will naturally arrive faster. Upon hearing that, everyone finally understood what was going on. Feng Xiaoyu took out the mysterious map from his interspatial pouch. We're currently in the Glory Sunland, and this place has over 100 cities. Each city can contain at least 100,000 people. That many? Zhao Chun and Zhu Qingshan were shocked by Feng Xiaoyu's words because they never expected that many people. One city alone could hold tens of thousands of people. Some cities could even hold 100,000 people who were all geniuses of various realms. Furthermore, this was just the Glory Sun land. They simply couldn't imagine the intensity of the battles in the future. Feng Xiaoyu continued, "The next city is called Thunderflame City. Once you pray to the Dracophant, you'll obtain a dragon plaque. Only with it can you stand firmly in the heavenly path. The plaque will contain our fortune and achievements, and you can also return to the realm you come from by crushing it." The plaque was a means of retreat, but no one would crush it if they had a choice. Additionally, there's the heavenly treasure realm. Those with enough fortune and achievements would appear in the realm and attract the attention of the various forces. In ancient times, the city was forged at the intersection of the various sections. But now, there are only ruins near the cities. I initially planned for us to obtain the plaque together after reaching the heavenly soul realm. But now, Feng Xiaoyu hesitated briefly before he continued, "The Flame Cloud City's geniuses will definitely be at Thunderflame City, so it'll be dangerous for us to head there." Everyone fell silent as they all looked at Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun had become the leader. Lin Yun hesitated briefly before he said, "No need to rush. Since we've taken this place, we naturally have to make good use of this opportunity. The three of you can head out during the day to obtain more information. Then you can refine the astral pellets at night. Make your breakthrough after you reach your limit. I also have to go into seclusion." Feng Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan had no objections. As for Lin Yun, his gaze fell onto the Dracophant pillar at the center of the city. Nangong he was cultivating on the pillar, but even he couldn't reach the top. Noticing Lin Yun's gaze, Feng Xiaoyu said, "Brother Lin, the pillars in the heavenly path are extremely mysterious. Remember not to ascend to the head because something terrifying will happen." Night arrived and demonic clouds covered the sky once more. At this moment, the heavenly path echoed with beast roars. Because of this, everyone would adventure during the day and stay in the city at night. In the stone forest, a few thousand miles away from Lin Yun, Yu Haoyan was filled with fear. Each time he coughed, he would spit up blood. He was running away from Lin Yun and was constantly turning around to check for Lin Yun. His fight against Lin Yun had terrified him. He couldn't believe someone so talented in the way of the sword existed. Ever since he summoned the demonic spirit, his strength had undergone a transformation. This was why he was so confident that he could escape even if he couldn't defeat Lin Yun. However, he never expected that he would nearly die to Lin Yun. He even had to use the fake body that his master gave him when he had just entered the heavenly path. This meant that he had lost a life. But what he couldn't accept was the fact that Lin Yun didn't fall for the fake body. If Lin Yun had taken a few steps forward, the explosion would be enough to heavily injure Lin Yun. Due to his agitated emotions, the origin energy within Yu Haoyan's body became chaotic and caused him to throw up more blood. Hehe. Brat, you bore the pain from summoning the demonic spirit, but you can't take something like this. An elderly voice sounded out in Yu Haoyan's mind. Yu Haoyan rejoiced. "Senior, you're awake?" Ever since the demonic spirit took over his body earlier, it didn't utter a single word. However, the demonic spirit's next words made Yu Haoyan's heart sink. "This is just temporary. I'll go into a deep slumber soon." Hehe. I know what you're thinking. You want to compete with Lin Yun, but you're afraid that you won't be able to do well if I fall into a deep slumber. Well, you can't stay in this place anymore. You have to get to the Glory Moon land, the demonic spirit said. You don't have the capacity to fight with the other geniuses in the same realm because you didn't reach your limit in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. But it doesn't matter. You can reach the limit before you undergo the tribulation. Even if you can't compete with Lin Yun in the same cultivation, you can just overwhelm him with a higher cultivation. What the demonic spirit said made Yu Haoyan's eyes shine brightly. Then, the demonic spirit continued, I'll give you an overlord fortune martial technique. When your phaseless demonic art reaches the 7th stage, you'll be a lot stronger than those in the first soul of heavenly soul realm. An overlord fortune martial technique was the highest grade possible. Yu Haoyan's eyes flickered with excitement, but he remembered that the demonic spirit said he wasn't strong enough to cultivate it in the past. He realized that the demonic spirit would probably go into a very long slumber. Senior, how long will it take for you to wake up? Yu Haoyan probed. I'll wake up when you reach the Glory Moonland and before you enter the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. You can use a secret technique to wake me up, but you only have 2 chances. So use it when absolutely necessary. Yu Haoyan was baffled because he had never heard of those 2 places. The only thing he knew about the heavenly path was that he was in the Glory Sunland. When he was about to ask more, the demonic spirit continued, Don't bother asking. You'll know about it when you're strong enough. Remember not to stay here for long. That brat will be your ruin and you'll die if you run into him early. I'll be going to sleep now. Yu Haoyan, don't look down on yourself. You're also extraordinary and you'll shine brightly in the heavenly path even without my help. You're the only one among tens of thousands who survived my summoning. My identity isn't like other useless demonic spirits. I'm the divine marquis of all demonic spirits. Remember, don't disappoint me. The demonic spirit's voice disappeared and he no longer responded to Yu Haoyan's calls. Yu Haoyan's eyes shined brightly when he heard the demonic spirit's words of encouragement, and his confidence slowly returned. The demonic spirit told him the truth. Even without the demonic spirit's help, he wasn't a pushover. The demonic aura in the air might be terrifying to others, but it was slowly helping him recover from his injuries. The phaseless demonic art is really impressive. It's a lot stronger than other demonic cultivation techniques, muttered Yu Haoyan as he engraved the Glory Moon Spirit and Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm in his mind. He had a feeling that Lin Yun would also be there. Since that was the case, he would kill Lin Yun the next time they met. Yu Haoyan's eyes flashed with a cold killing aura as he quickly left. To him, traveling at night was the safest option. 2 days later, Lin Yun opened his eyes inside a stone house in the city. As he slowly stood up, he could sense the surging origin energy in his body from the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra and Iris Sword Sutra. But that wasn't what he was focused on. When Lin Yun spread his hand apart, an ancient flame seal appeared on his palm, and a fire-attributed energy in the atmosphere poured into the seal with a faint golden light. It was the Greater Fortune martial technique, the flame cloud incinerating palm, that Lin Yun had been comprehending. It was divided into 4 grades: white, azure, purple, and gold. Nangong, he wasn't the strongest from the flame cloud realm, but his azure seal was enough to leave Tang Yen shocked. But Lin Yun only needed 2 days to refine the gold seal, which showed his superior comprehension skills. As Lin Yun's origin energy surged, 2 more seals appeared on his palm that blazed with gold flames. At the same time, heat waves started to spread out from his palm. The fluctuation alone had caused the entire world to tremble and the temperature in the atmosphere rose violently. What power! Lin Yun was shocked. He finally understood why Tang Yen could incinerate his opponents with a single attack. The flame cloud incinerating palm was too powerful. It was considered one of the highest grades among Greater Fortune martial techniques. If he could reach a high stage in it, he could even compete with Overlord Fortune martial techniques. I want to give it a try, said Lin Yun. The 3 seals began to revolve on Lin Yun's palm and the entire sky turned gold. At the same time, gold halos made of flames emitted a terrifying power that made the city tremble. The temperature of the flames made the city feel like it was about to melt. Lin Yun's eyes became excited because the power had exceeded his expectations. 3 seals was already so terrifying, so he couldn't imagine what would happen when he reached 8 seals. Looking at this scene, the faces of Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan changed. They also started practicing the flame cloud incinerating palm under Lin Yun's persuasion. They knew that they would benefit greatly if they could succeed. However, it had only been 2 days, and even the fastest among them, Fang Xiaoyu, was only able to condense azure seals. Not only did Lin Yun condense gold seals, he even reached the 3rd stage. How unbelievable! Muttered Zhao Chun in disbelief. Fang Xiaoyu also fell silent and became determined to reach the purple seal. If he didn't, the gap between him and Lin Yun would become too great. The terrifying phenomenon in the sky disappeared as Lin Yun appeared before them. He smiled. You guys came back at the right time. I've been waiting for 2 days since you said that I shouldn't go to the head. Since you guys are back now, it's time for me to explore the pillar. Do you guys want to come along? But when Fang Xiaoyu heard that, his face changed. The Sacred Alliance elder told me that the head is a forbidden zone. Since it's a forbidden zone, I won't go up recklessly. I'm just curious why Nangong he wanted to cultivate on the pillar, said Lin Yun. Let's go and take a look then. The others became excited. If there was no risk, they could explore during the day and cultivate on the pillar at night. This would allow them to reach their limit in the quasi-heavenly soul realm as soon as possible. From afar, the pillar looked to be 300 meters tall. However, when Lin Yun and the group got near, they realized that the pillar was a lot bigger than they had imagined. Additionally, the dracophant that coiled the pillar made the pillar look even more majestic. When they were 10 meters away, no one aside from Lin Yun was able to raise their head. It was even hard for them to stay on their feet. Fear gripped their hearts whenever they would try to raise their heads. This is too unbelievable. Zhao Chen's face was pale with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Fang Xiaoyu's face changed and said, Something's not right. The pressure shouldn't be this great. Our strength isn't that much different from Nangong He, so it's impossible for the pressure to be so great. Then the 3 of them turned to look at Lin Yun. The only possibility was that the pressure increased because of Lin Yun's pressure. After a brief moment, the 3 made their decision. Lin Yun will step back. All right. Lin Yun nodded his head. Be careful. Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan retreated 1,000 meters away before the pressure became a lot lighter. Beneath the pillar, Lin Yun gently leaped onto the dragon claw where Nangong he cultivated. He could sense that the pressure was much higher on the claw. Reaching out, he felt that he had come in contact with a barrier. I see. Lin Yun instantly knew what was going on. The dracophant was differentiated into 3 levels that represented a bottleneck. Nangong he wasn't strong enough, so he was stuck at the dragon claw. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun could sense a dense astral energy pouring over to him as he breathed. Even the origin energy in his violet palace had become a lot more refined. I can cultivate by breathing? Lin Yun was surprised. The pillar was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Fang Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun were shocked when they saw this scene. It was tough even for them to get close, but Lin Yun had easily reached a third of the height. The difference in their strengths was too great. With a single thought, Lin Yun brought out his spiritual sword intent and azure sword rays flashed on the surface of his body. Then he soared into the sky and pierced through countless barriers in the blink of an eye with metallic collisions echoing out. But Lin Yun clearly wasn't satisfied. Empowering his sword intent with immortal azure dragon aura, a thunderstorm began to roar around him that broke 2 barriers. As his clothes fluttered, he gently leaped 100 meters into the air. Then, he looked at the head with great temptation. Forget it. Lin Yun's eyes flashed because he didn't have to take the risk. The city could resist the demonic aura in the atmosphere outside. So there must be a huge secret here. For now, Lin Yun didn't dare to try anything carelessly as he wasn't sure if there was anything beneficial with the head. The astral energy here is the densest. I should go into seclusion here. Lin Yun took out the astral pellets and started circulating his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. In the next second, lightning began to envelop the entire pillar as the surrounding astral energy was devoured. At this moment, boundless starlight was poured into the Azure Firmament tree behind Lin Yun. When Feng Xiaoyu and the others saw that Lin Yun didn't try to go on top of the head, they felt relieved. But when they looked at the scene before them, they were briefly stunned. Lin Yun was really terrifying to cultivate in this manner. If someone else was in his position, their bodies would explode after an hour. But with Lin Yun's sword intent and his Azure Dragon Eniaform, he started cultivating without any hesitation. Then, an unbelievable thing occurred for Lin Yun. I'm going to make a breakthrough soon. Lin Yun pondered inwardly as he was about to make a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra soon. The Iris Sword Sutra's origin had exceeded his expectation because he initially used the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra to devour the Iris Sword Sutra. This meant that he would have to give up on the Iris Sword Sutra. But the Iris Sword Sutra remained in a peculiar manner. The unbelievable part was that his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra quickly reached the 8th stage, but his Iris Sword Sutra was still stuck in the pinnacle 12th stage. It was odd because the 10th stage of the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra was equivalent to the 16th stage of the Iris Sword Sutra. Even if the Iris Sword Sutra was incomplete, it was clear that its grade was a lot higher than the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. If the Iris Sword Sutra merged with the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, it would definitely exceed an Overlord Fortune Martial technique. According to Yu Weiwei, a greater Fortune Martial technique was rare, even in the Kunlun realm. However, each technique required a certain cultivation. For instance, Overlord Fortune Martial techniques could only be cultivated by Heavenly Soul Realm experts. In fact, one would need to reach the first soul of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Lin Yun had reached an unprecedented path. He wasn't in the Heavenly Soul Realm, but he could cultivate 2 Sword Sutras at the same time. Doing so, he gained a power that far exceeded Overlord Fortune Martial techniques. This alone was terrifying, not to mention that he had grasped the spiritual sword intent before reaching the Heavenly Soul Realm. This was probably why Lin Yun was able to grasp the immortal spiritual sword intent before reaching the Heavenly Soul Realm. With the astral pellets in his hands, he could probably reach the 9th stage in the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra and the 13th stage in the Iris Sword Sutra. Lin Yun became curious if there would be a transformation if he had a breakthrough in both Sword Sutras. After devouring the astral pellets, Lin Yun could refine the boundless astral energy just by breathing. So his cultivation speed reached an unbelievable speed. As time passed, the Azure Sword Ray surrounding Lin Yun grew even denser and his origin energy boiled violently within his body. He could sense that it wouldn't take long for his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra to reach the 9th stage. At the same time, the bottleneck of his Iris Sword Sutra had loosened up. There was a high possibility that both Sword Sutras would make a breakthrough at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Feng Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun didn't slack in their cultivation. They weren't in a rush to make a breakthrough and tempered their cultivation in the quasi-heavenly soul realm to reach the limit. They would travel during the day to temper themselves along with Lil Red. This formation was more than enough to deal with some of the powerful demonic beasts outside. Their harvest was rich as the demonic beasts in the heavenly path had refined astral energy since birth. So a beast core was equivalent to nearly 100 astral pellets, not to mention that those pellets would even contain ancient bloodlines. The bloodlines were useless to Feng Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun, but it was extremely beneficial to Lil Red. It helped purify and awaken Lil Red's bloodline. I wonder when Lin Yun will be done. We've gathered quite a bit of information over the past 10 days, said Feng Xiaoyu. In addition to cultivating, they would spend time gathering information with the Flame Cloud realm as their main focus. They found out that the strongest person from the Flame Cloud realm was Feng Xian. He had already reached the pinnacle of Heavenly Soul realm and could go through the tribulation at any time. However, the tribulation wasn't so easy that anyone could get through it. If he succeeded, his strength would undergo a transformation that was equivalent to having another Violet Palace. In addition to Feng Xian, there were 3 others from the Flame Cloud realm who were stronger than Nangong He. Furthermore, they had also cultivated the Flame Cloud incinerating palm to a high level. The news of Lin Yun overtaking a Flame Cloud realm stronghold had already been spread out, which made everyone from the Flame Cloud realm furious. Feng Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun even heard that Feng Xian might pay them a visit soon. Information traveled swiftly in the heavenly path. If a realm's prestige was damaged, people would want to try and replace them. The city that Lin Yun took over became extremely popular because Lin Yun didn't have any entrance fees. Whenever people entered the city, they became curious about the mysterious person cultivating on the pillar. When they found out about how Lin Yun killed Nangong He and his men, Lin Yun's fame started to spread out. While Fang Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun were casually chatting among themselves, a dazzling azure ray shined from the pillar as a terrifying aura enveloped the entire city. This is? Fang Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chen's faces changed as they swiftly went to the roof. They could see a colossal tree on top of the pillar. The tree was bald and the branches looked like sharp swords. Brother Lin's cultivation technique made a breakthrough. Fang Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun rejoiced because they could sense that Lin Yun's cultivation technique was extraordinary. But before they finished exclaiming, another purple sword ray soared into the sky with petals that appeared around the pillar. Then, the petals joined the empty branches. This made the three widen their mouths in surprise because this phenomenon was simply too terrifying. The phenomenon caused by two sword sutras making a breakthrough and merging left many people shocked. More accurately, it looked like the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra had supplemented the Iris Sword Sutra's flaw. On the glossy tree, the petals from the Iris Sword Sutra were shining brightly like stars. The branches were like peerless swords and the petals were made of sword aura. At this moment, an ice phoenix flew around the Azure Firmament tree and shouted. Turning into flames, the phoenix showered the tree with fire. It was the violet frost phoenix that Lin Yun summoned through the sword array after reaching the 13th stage. The phoenix could make the entire tree grow. In the blink of an eye, the tree had grown nearly 300 meters. The Iris Sword Sutra was truly unfathomable. All of a sudden, Lin Yun was reminded of something. Upon reaching a high stage, one could refine the Iris Sacred Flame. After reaching completion, he could refine the sword box with the Iris Sacred Flame and receive the inheritance left behind by the Iris Sword Saint. What was that? Did Flower Burial Lin Yun finish his seclusion? That phenomenon was created by his cultivation technique. Holy shit, just what grade is it? Everyone in the city was shocked by the terrifying pressure from the phenomenon. My sword intent seems to have improved, muttered Lin Yun, but he wasn't too surprised. The improvement of his sword intent came from his comprehension in sword sutras and sword techniques. On top of that, the combination of the two sword sutras was more terrifying than an Overlord Fortune sword sutra. Even if his spiritual sword intent didn't want to improve, it would. Perhaps I can give it a try. Lin Yun's eyes flickered and he fell into deep thoughts as he looked at the Dracophant head. Previously, he could sense an invisible barrier suppressing him. But with the improvement of his sword intent and the Azure Firmament tree, the barrier broke like a piece of paper. I still have to temper my sword intent through life and death experiences. My spiritual sword intent has reached the pinnacle of greater mastery. It's hard to make an improvement relying on Sword Sutra. Lin Yun processed his thoughts quickly. The reason why he could grasp the spiritual sword intent in the profound Amber Realm wasn't because he relied on the Iris Sword Sutra. Ultimately, he had relied on himself. Lin Yun decided to take a gamble. Under everyone's shock, he landed on the Dracophant's head. Then, a shattering sound could be heard throughout every corner of the city. Not good. Fang Xiaoyu's face changed because Lin Yun went against his advice. When Lin Yun stepped onto the Dracophant's head, it felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. At the same time, everyone was shocked to discover that the barrier enveloping the entire city had also disappeared. With that, darkness enveloped every corner of the city. When they raised their heads, they could see the demonic clouds descending from the sky. In that split second, the city felt no different from the outside. Suddenly, countless black lightning began to flash in the sky, and a terrifying demonic aura headed for Lin Yun. Fang Xiaoyu's face became grave because those who landed on the head would have the face of the corrosion of the demonic aura in the sky. Furthermore, the Dracophant's head was like a spatial lock that sealed off Lin Yun's sword intent. This meant that he had to take the lightning head-on. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yun would be killed by the black lightning, A dazzling brilliance burst out in the city. Lin Yun's sword intent broke through the seal as the azure firmament tree bloomed behind him. Then, his sword intent enveloped the entire city, which prevented the assault of the demonic aura. His immortal azure dragon sword intent clashed with the lightning manifested by demonic aura. Each collision made the city seem like it was about to be destroyed. So much so that at many times, Lin Yun's sword intent would crumble from the lightning and the tree would lose its luster. But whenever that happened, the sword rays would shine brightly once more and block the lightning from descending. No one could see what Lin Yun looked like on the dragon head, but they could imagine his pale face. Holy shit! This feels like the tribulation for the first soul of the heavenly soul realm. Feng Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun were shocked, but there was nothing they could do to help Lin Yun. As for the other cultivators in the city, they feared that they would be implicated by Lin Yun's actions and would have to fight the Black Lightning. The terrifying event finally disappeared after the morning arrived. At this moment, Lin Yun's aura was extremely weak. His sword intent that enveloped the entire city had disappeared, and it seemed like Lin Yun had lost his life to the lightning bolts. Feng Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun felt anxious, but none of them dared to move. Even when the sun hung high in the sky, Lin Yun still hadn't moved. Right at this moment, 3 figures landed on the city wall. They covered the city with their heavenly soul realm aura. They're from the flame cloud realm. They're finally here. They must be here for Lin Yun. There's no way the flame cloud realm can suffer a loss to Lin Yun without responding. But why are those 3 here? The cultivators in the city instantly recognized the newcomers on the city wall. I heard that the brat is in seclusion on the pillar. He's pretty bold to snatch the territory of my flame cloud realm. The leader of the 3 looked at the Dracophant pillar with killing aura in his eyes. This is bad. Feng Xiaoyu's face changed. Those 3 are some of the strongest cultivators from the flame cloud realm. They're only inferior to Feng Xian. If they work together, they can fight Feng Xian to a standstill. Nangong he can't measure up to any of them. The leader of the trio was Yen Tai. He was the second strongest from the flame cloud realm. His flame cloud incinerating palm had reached a terrifying height and he could use 5 seals. While Feng Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun spoke among themselves, the trio landed 1,000 meters away from the pillar. Yen Tai frowned his brows and said, "There's clearly a powerful sword intent lingering on the pillar, but why can't I sense any vitality? You 2 go check if the brat died. If he is dead, take his body back to senior brother Feng. He won't die that easily. He probably knows that we're here and hid his aura to launch a sneak attack. That piece of garbage from the profound amber realm is really naive if he thinks he can use a foolish trick against us." The 2 standing next to Yen Tai had disdain written on their faces. Clearly, they too knew that Nangong he died because he had underestimated Lin Yun. "Brother Lin is currently in seclusion. It's best if you guys don't interrupt him," said Feng Xiaoyu as he rushed over with Zhao Chun and Zhu Qingshan. Although the 3 were already at their limit in the quasi-heavenly soul realm, they were nothing before the flame cloud realm. They didn't even make their breakthrough, but they still chose to stop the flame cloud realm. Right now, they could only wait as there were only 2 outcomes. Lin Yun would either never wake up or he would undergo a transformation after he wakes up. They all believed that the possibility of the latter was high, so they wanted to buy time for Lin Yun. "It looks like something really happened to Lin Yun. The 2 of you go up and cripple him. I'll deal with these 3 here." Yen Tai's venomous gaze fell onto Feng Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun. Hearing that, the faces of Feng Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun changed because Yen Tai had seen through their thoughts instantly. Feng Xiaoyu's gaze became cold and his origin energy fluctuated. He would stop the flame cloud realm at all cost. Screw it. Stop them no matter what. Brother Feng, calm down. Let me welcome these guests. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out that brought joy to Feng Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun. Lin Yun had woken up. Not dead? Even better. After all, Senior Brother Feng instructed us to bring you back alive. Yen Tai and his 2 buddies were briefly stunned before they smiled. but when they raised their heads, they were completely dumbfounded. Lin Yun was standing on the Dracophant's head, shocking them to their core. After all, how could someone possibly stand on the Dracophant's head? Each stronghold in the heavenly path had a Dracophant that would protect everyone in the city. The Dracophant was filled with mystery, not to mention that it was great to cultivate on it. But everyone knew that the head was a forbidden zone. It was publicly known that something terrible would happen if someone tried to stand on the Dracophant head. Since the Flame Cloud realm came to the heavenly path early, they naturally knew how terrifying it was on top of the head. Many prideful geniuses who didn't believe the rumors had perished on the head. Many people had died on the Dracophant's head, so how could Lin Yun stand on the head so casually? Yen Tai slowly became excited. Lin Yun was only in the quasi-heavenly soul realm, so he must have a treasure that allowed to stand on the head. Yen Tai narrowed his eyes with greed. His trip wouldn't be in vain if he could obtain Lin Yun's treasure. Trash of the profound amber realm. Why aren't you coming to receive your death? If you don't come, I can't guarantee that your friends will be safe. Yen Tai smiled as he unleashed his aura. His heavenly soul realm aura paired with flame intent roared like magma. Then it caught Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan by surprise and sent them flying. When they fell to the ground, their faces were pale and they couldn't even get back up. Yen Tai was terrifying since he only needed his aura to suppress Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan. Yen Tai's cultivation is too strong. No wonder he's the second strongest from the Flame Cloud realm. He's not that simple. He and Feng Xian cultivated a fortune cultivation technique, not to mention that his accumulation in the quasi-heavenly soul realm was a lot higher than Nangong He. He's known as the Iron Hand Butcher of the Flame Cloud realm. Since coming to the heavenly path, he has killed all of his opponents. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's a ruthless person that once slaughtered over 100 geniuses from 10 realms. The cultivators that were observing from the roofs watching in fear. Trash indeed. I didn't even move my hand. Yen Tai's eyes flashed with disdain as his aura surged once more to crush Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chen, and Zhu Qingshan. Immediately, everyone could hear cracking sounds. When Lin Yun saw the scene, his face sank. Spreading his arms apart, he jumped off the Dracophant head and landed on the ground. When he descended, the two standing next to Yen Tai tried to get rid of Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun was too fast and he landed on the ground before they could even respond. When Lin Yun's sword intent spread out, the pressure on Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chan, and Zhu Qingshan disappeared as they quickly retreated to the side. No wonder you were able to kill Nangong He. You're slightly stronger than I'd imagined, sneered Yen Tai as he folded his arms in front of his chest. No one was optimistic for Lin Yun. In their view, Lin Yun should have escaped when he had the chance. Lin Yun, that guy is Yen Tai of the Flame Cloud realm. He's the second strongest from the Flame Cloud realm. He's only weaker than Feng Xian, said Fang Xiaoyu. He was warning Lin Yun not to be too careless. The two of you back down. This person isn't that easy to deal with. Let me play with him for a while. It has also been a long time since I exercised, said Yen Tai. He knew that Lin Yun was too much for them. If they were careless, they might even die. If that happened, the Flame Cloud realm's reputation would be destroyed. It was more appropriate for him to deal with Lin Yun and show everyone the foundation of the Flame Cloud realm. Hehe. Boss, you have to go easy on him. Don't kill him or else it'll be troublesome for us to explain things to senior brother Feng Xian. Chuckled the two eerily as they retreated. Looking at Yen Tai, Lin Yun sneered inwardly because Yen Tai had no idea that he was about to die. The Flame Cloud realm's Flame Cloud incinerating palm is infamous and I've only reached the 5th stage. If I use it to defeat you, you probably won't accept your loss. Yen Tai looked at Lin Yun and said coldly, I won't bully you. If you can take 3 of my moves, I'll spare your life. But before he finished speaking, his eyes flashed coldly, and he threw a punch at Lin Yun's chest. His speed was extremely quick, which caught everyone by surprise. No one thought that he would suddenly attack when he was talking to Lin Yun a moment ago. If another Heavenly Soul Realm genius took Yen Tai's punch head-on, they would be crushed. The speed of Yen Tai's punch also surprised Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chen, and Zhu Qingshan. They wanted to stop Yantai, but Yantai was faster than they had imagined. Everyone exclaimed as Yantai's punch landed on Lin Yun's chest. But the next scene left everyone dumbfounded because the punch didn't even make Lin Yun budge. Even the two from the Foam Cloud realm were wondering if their eyes were messing with them because they knew how strong Yantai was. A mountain would tremble from Yantai's punch, so why didn't Lin Yun budge? Damn it! Yantai's face sank with deep shock in his eyes. Although he hadn't used a martial technique, he still used 30% of his strength. So even if he couldn't kill Lin Yun, he was confident that he could at least injure Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun was unscathed and his arms felt numb. That's not my full strength. Here are 2 more punches. Yantai began to wonder if Lin Yun used an artifact to block his attack. Then, he grabbed Lin Yun's shoulder and poured his origin energy into his fingers, causing his fingers to turn red like molten lava. But even so, Lin Yun still didn't make a move, which left everyone even more dumbfounded. Yantai was also shocked because he had seen all sorts of geniuses in the heavenly path, but he had never seen such a powerful quasi-heavenly soul realm genius. Lin Yun was beyond his understanding. The profound Amber realm could barely be considered an intermediate realm, and there was no way it could compare to the Flame Cloud realm. Could Lin Yun be a genius from a higher realm? But Yantai dispelled that thought after a split second. Someone from the greater realm could easily crush the entire Flame Cloud realm. If Lin Yun was from a higher realm, there would be no need for him to stay in this tattered city. The two from the Flame Cloud realm were confused. If Yantai was careless in the first attack, it made no sense that he would be careless a second time. They realized that Lin Yun's physique must have outclassed their own. Last one. Yantai's voice sounded out once more as his eyes became vicious. When he charged forward, he pushed his origin energy to the limit and threw out 10 punches at each of Lin Yun's vital points. At the same time, terrifying flames spread out and destroyed all the buildings within a few thousand meters. Some cultivators who were caught by surprise were sent flying out and vomited blood. Even the 2 geniuses from the Flame Cloud realm were caught by surprise and were sent flying a few hundred meters. Yantai was simply too vicious with his attack. Yantai didn't hesitate to throw punches aimed at Lin Yun's heart, forehead, throat, and dantian. The terrifying shockwaves spread out from the flames, destroying all the buildings within a few thousand meters and sending the spectators flying. Then, the flames rumbled like thunder. If anyone got near Yantai, they would be killed. When Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan saw this, they turned pale. Lin Yun had just experienced a tribulation comparable to a heavenly soul realm's tribulation. He didn't have any time to recover and now he was facing Yantai. How shameless! Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan were enraged because Yantai was too shameless. So what? This is the heavenly path. He was a dead man the moment he jumped off the pillar. Don't worry, the 3 of you are next. The 2 geniuses that came with Yantai sneered as they wiped blood off their lips. But when the cloud of dust dissipated, everyone was confused. Lin Yun was completely unscathed. His gaze was calm, indifferent, and even had a hint of ridicule. Was this all the Flame Cloud realm had? And no, this is impossible. Yantai's face changed when he saw Lin Yun's perfect condition. Fear started filling his face as he took several back steps. This is impossible. I detected at least 3 of your flaws. How come you aren't hurt? As someone who was confident in his own strength, Yantai couldn't understand what was going on. However, he wasn't the only one feeling confused. No one could believe their eyes. Flaws? Lin Yun spoke coldly. You have no idea who you're facing and what I've experienced. So what if you manage to find my flaw? Can an ant kill an elephant? Yantai suddenly recalled how Lin Yun stood on the Dracophant's head and didn't die. Could it be that he didn't rely on an artifact to protect himself, but his own strength? Yantai's face changed drastically as chills ran down his spine. Just what kind of monster did he provoke? Soon, the aura of death started to envelop him. Shit! Yantai's heart began to throb violently. Since he had many life and death experiences, he could feel the threat approaching. Without hesitation, he turned to run for his life. In that split second, he pushed his movement technique to the limit and disappeared. When the spectators saw how quickly Yantai ran, they couldn't help gasping. "You think you're faster than my sword?" Lin Yun's cold voice echoed as he drew his sword. A brilliant light shined as his sword intent soared into the sky. Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent and azure dragon aura enveloped the entire city, which forced Yantai out of hiding. The violent sword intent in the surroundings had enveloped every corner of the city, making Yantai feel like he was trapped in quicksand. "Damn it! Why can't I move?" Left with no other choice, Yantai turned around to face Lin Yun. However, the only thing he could see was Lin Yun's dazzling sword ray. The sword ray contained Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent at greater mastery combined with the azure dragon aura. When Yantai saw this scene, his eyeballs nearly dropped out of their sockets in despair. "Come back!" Lin Yun barked with his eyes shining brightly. As his spiritual sword intent charged forward, the azure firmament tree appeared behind him with branches covered in purple petals. When the purple and azure light shined brightly, a boundless energy started to drag Yantai over to Lin Yun. "And no, the two of you run. Have senior brother Feng Xian take revenge for me." Yantai struggled in despair because he realized that there was nothing he could do before Lin Yun's sword intent. He even tried to circulate his origin energy to execute the flame cloud incinerating palm. However, he soon discovered that his origin energy and even his blood had frozen under Lin Yun's sword intent. When the iris flowers bloomed on the azure firmament tree, Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent reached the state of complete mastery. Under this level of sword intent, the entire world began to tremble beneath Lin Yun's foot. Cracks even appeared on the demonic clouds in the sky because of his sword intent. "You gave me 46 punches, but I'll only give you one." Lin Yun clenched his fist and empowered it with his sword intent and origin energies from both of his sword sutras. At the same time, dragon runes began to squirm on the surface of his body. When Lin Yun threw his punch out, a booming noise echoed out. By the time everyone recovered from shock, Yantai had disappeared and the only thing left was blood in the sky. Many people were shocked that Lin Yun only used one punch to kill Yantai. At this moment, Lin Yun became a monster in everyone's eyes. It was impressive enough for someone to grasp the spiritual sword intent before reaching the heavenly soul realm. But not only did Lin Yun grasp the spiritual sword intent, he even brought it to complete mastery. This meant that he was only a step away from grasping the third-grade sword intent, not to mention that Lin Yun even merged the Azure Dragon aura and immortal intent into his sword intent. This achievement wasn't something a run-of-the-mill genius could achieve. "Boss!" When the two who came along with Yantai turned around, they saw the scene of Yantai being killed. Their faces paled as they shivered in fear. Split up. Aside from senior brother Feng Xian, no one else in the Flame Cloud realm can fight with him. The two no longer dared to stay. But right at this moment, a voice rang in their ears, which made their bodies tremble. "Since you came here, don't bother leaving." The emotionless voice instantly made their hearts sink. In the next moment, they felt the surrounding atmosphere heat up like they were in a pool of magma. When they raised their heads, they had dismay written on their faces. For gold flaming seals formed a circle as a huge flaming palm descended from the sky. Before the two could even close their mouths from shock, they were turned into minced meat. As the palm continued to descend, the entire city quaked. When everything settled down, a huge crater was left for everyone to see. Shockingly, Lin Yun had used the flame cloud incinerating palm and even reached the stage of 4 gold seals. The two that Lin Yun just killed would never figure out how Lin Yun cultivated a greater fortune martial technique from the flame cloud realm to such heights. Some distance away, Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan sucked in a cold breath. They had just witnessed Lin Yun kill the second strongest from the flame cloud realm with a punch and 2 others with a single palm. "Are you guys all right?" A voice sounded out that dragged them back to reality. Lin Yun was checking up on them. "We're fine. We just suffered some light injuries." Fang Xiaoyu shook his head with a bitter smile. Yantai only released his pressure, but that was enough to immobilize the three of them. They didn't know if Yantai was too weak or if Lin Yun was simply too strong. After the tribulation last night, Lin Yun's strength had undergone a transformation. He was no longer comparable to his old self from 10 days ago. His fighting prowess had grown twofold, and his strength became deep and unfathomable to his friends. "Your sword intent?" Zhu Qingshan questioned unconfidently. His words instantly caused Fang Xiaoyu and Zhao Chun to stare at Lin Yun. Just a moment ago, when the iris flowers bloomed on the azure firmament tree, they could sense that Lin Yun made another breakthrough in his sword intent. "My spiritual sword intent is now at complete mastery. I'm half a step away from the 3rd grade," said Lin Yun as he affirmed Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan's speculations. When the trio heard it from Lin Yun himself, they couldn't help choking on their spit. Among all martial intents, sword and saber intents were known to be the hardest to comprehend. Others were still struggling to make a breakthrough to the 2nd grade, but Lin Yun was already 1 step away from the 3rd grade. Suddenly, Lil Red arrived with 3 interspatial pouches. Lin Yun merely glanced into them before giving them to Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan. "Let's go." Lin Yun looked around the city before he directed his gaze forward. "Where to?" "Let's go to the Thunderflame City and meet this Feng Xian." "This is starting to get annoying," said Lin Yun with cold eyes. He wasn't a pushover by any means, and his patience had finally run out. As the scorching sun pierced through the clouds, the city's wall was filled with people that were watching 4 departing people. Everyone was surprised that the 4 people were headed for the Thunderflame City. Feng Xian, the strongest person from the Flame Cloud realm, was in Thunderflame City. As the leader of the Flame Cloud realm's party, he had long reached the pinnacle with the qualification to go undergo the Heavenly Soul Realm tribulation. There were 7 stages in the Heavenly Soul Realm, and it was just a matter of time for geniuses in the heavenly path to reach the first soul. The only challenge was going through the tribulation. It required an astronomical sum of resources which would be taxing on ordinary geniuses. Additionally, one had to have a high enough cultivation technique to come in contact with the tribulation. If the cultivation technique wasn't high quality, the amount of resources one had wouldn't even matter. One would need a greater fortune martial technique at the very least. Since it was so difficult to get through the tribulation, having the qualification to go through one was a symbol of strength. This was why everyone was baffled why Lin Yun wanted to head to Thunderflame City, where such a powerful enemy was waiting for him. However, they soon calmed down. After all, there were so many ruins in the heavenly path waiting to be found, and the competition would surely be brutal. If Lin Yun didn't even dare to head for Thunderflame City, how would he rise in the heavenly path? 7 days later, Lin Yun, Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan were seated on a barren mountain with boundless astral energy that enveloped them. From the stronghold they were in, Thunderflame City wasn't far. They could reach their destination in just 5 days. Just 3 days ago, Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan reached the limit in their quasi-heavenly soul realm before reaching the heavenly soul realm smoothly. This was the reason why their journey was delayed. Their aura wasn't comparable to Yantai, but they weren't any weaker than Nangong He. The 3 of their aptitudes weren't bad, but the grade of their cultivation techniques were a little bad. The 3 of their cultivation techniques were basically lesser fortune martial techniques. So it would be hard for them to obtain the qualification of going through the heavenly soul realm tribulation. They could only place their hope in Thunderflame City. They might get lucky and obtain a greater fortune martial technique from the ruins around the city. If they couldn't go through the tribulation, they would forever stay at the bottom of the totem pole and never open an aura ocean. But if they could open an aura ocean, they could face 10 geniuses in the first soul heavenly soul realm who hadn't gone through the tribulation. Lin Yun also didn't waste his time during the 7 days. He had successfully learned the 9th form of the Azure Firmament 13 swords, which increased the power of his sword technique by a little. But it didn't bring much joy to Lin Yun. Compared to the Overlord Sword and Dustlight Sword art, there wasn't an increase in power in the first 9 forms of the Azure Firmament 13 swords. He had to rely on his 2-sword sutras to increase the lethality of his attack. since the first 9 forms were weaker than Supreme Dominance and Terranian Destruction. Right now, his strongest attack was Terranian Destruction as it combined 9 phenomena. "I have to get the killing moves to the manifestation stage," muttered Lin Yun. The 10th to 12th forms in the Azure Firmament 13 sword were known as killing moves, which meant that they would kill the moment they were executed. Those 3 moves were on a whole new level in the Azure Firmament 13 sword. At the same time, only those moves could fully unleash the might of his complete mastery of spiritual sword intent. Just as Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan woke up from their cultivation with excitement. They were also looking at Lin Yun with appreciation in their eyes. The reason why they could reach the limit of their quasi-heavenly soul realm was thanks to the resources Lin Yun snatched from the Flame Cloud realm. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take them to get this far? "We'll be reaching Thunderflame City in about 2 days. Lin Yun looked at the 3 and asked, "How much do you guys understand about that city?" "We gathered some information when you were in seclusion." Fang Xiaoyu put his thoughts together and then spoke. "Among the hundreds of cities in Glory Sun Land, Thunderflame City is barely considered a large-scale dragon city. Even a realm as powerful as the Flame Cloud realm doesn't dare to shine too brightly in the city. So, Fengxian only has some fame there. If someone with the qualification to undergo the tribulation succeeded, they would be considered a huge figure in the Thunderflame City. No one would dare to neglect an existence like that. Then again, tribulation also meant boundless dangers, and even Fengxian didn't dare to take the risk without confidence. It's good news since Fengxian will be even more terrifying if he overcomes the tribulation," said Fang Xiaoyu in a grave expression. Lin Yun didn't utter a word as he fell into deep thoughts. Fengxian would truly be troublesome after the tribulation because his strength would undergo a transformation. If he hadn't gone through the tribulation, there was nothing for Lin Yun to fear. "Are there geniuses from the higher realms?" he asked. "Nope." Fang Xiaoyu shook his head. "Glory Sun Land doesn't have anyone from the higher realms." "Oh!" Lin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise because there was indeed something strange about the situation. He heard that anyone from the higher realm could suppress an entire city by themselves, and he wanted to experience their strength. However, he never expected that the higher realm geniuses wouldn't be in Glory Sun Realm. "That's just what we've heard. We don't know what the actual situation is until we get to the city. Perhaps there are geniuses from higher realms that just haven't been discovered." Fang Xiaoyu speculated. "It doesn't matter. Are there any geniuses who have overcome their tribulation?" Lin Yun continued to ask. "There are some, but they are all few in numbers. All of them are huge figures in Thunderflame City, and Fengxian is nothing compared to them," explained Fang Xiaoyu. "That little?" Lin Yun was surprised. Then again, it explained why Fengxian had a position in Thunderflame City. "I heard that the reason why the higher realm geniuses aren't in Glory Sun Land is because of the Glory Sun spirit." Zhu Qingshan suddenly interrupted everyone with information. "But I'm not even sure what that is. We can only find out more about it after reaching Thunderflame City." "Glory Sun spirit?" Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because the heavenly path had a lot of secrets. "Let's go. I'm more interested in Thunderflame City now." Lin Yun's eyes flashed because he had a feeling that the true stage in the heavenly path began in Thunderflame City. 2 days later, the 4 of them could see the outline of a majestic and ancient city in the distance. The city was so large that it looked like a dragon was lying on the ground. There was no question that this city was Thunderflame City. How could something as massive as this barely be considered a large-scale city in Glory Sun Land? Lin Yun was shocked because Glory Sun Land was a lot bigger than he had imagined. Thunderflame City was just the tip of the iceberg in the heavenly path. After an hour of traveling, they were finally outside the walls. The entire city looked like a titanic beast that could tear the sky apart at any moment. Lin Yun could sense an ancient fighting spirit emitting from the city walls. Lin Yun wore a grave expression as he could sense how intense the battlefield was in ancient times. After all, the city walls emitted fighting spirits even after so many years had passed. Behind the walls, boundless powerful auras surged out of the city. From the auras, an expert like Yen Tai couldn't even cause a ripple. As for Feng Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan, they were completely stunned. Lin Yun was the first to speak. Let's enter and obtain the dragon plaque first. After all, the dragon plaque was the prerequisite for one to attract the attention of Kunlun Realm's powerful forces. There was no way this city would be dominated by a single group like the previous one was. They entered the city smoothly and wore masks to conceal their identities. They did this because they weren't sure if Feng Xian had completed his tribulation. Lin Yun had nothing to worry about because he wouldn't need to fear Feng Xian, even if the latter had successfully made it through the tribulation. However, it was different for Feng Shanyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan. It wouldn't hurt him to be cautious with these three around. Then again, they weren't the only ones with masks. Many people in the city wore either a hood or a mask. It was simple to obtain the dragon plaque. One had to pray before the divine dragon statue to receive the statue's gift. The statue was located at the center of the city and was the most popular area. In addition to those receiving their plaques, there were also many experts who were at the center to refine astral energy. The marketplace was also at the center of the city because of the sheer number of people that were gathered. When Lin Yun and his group stepped into the city, they were instantly shocked by the statue at the center of the city. The massive statue looked like a divine dragon roaring at the sky. Lin Yun was deeply shocked because his Azure Dragon Enneaform could manifest the Azure Dragon's aura, but it was like a drop in the ocean compared to the statue. On top of that, his sword intent retracted back into his body like a sword that was firmly sheathed. At this moment, he felt like a child in front of the statue. Before the statue were geniuses from various realms who were praying. They merely bowed in front of the statue and cupped their hands together to show their devotion. When they opened their eyes, an Azure Dragon plaque would be floating in front of them. They didn't even need to mark it with their blood essence since it was already marked during the prayer. It might seem mysterious, but the Sacred Alliance had already gathered all of their information before the banquet. So it wasn't surprising that the plaque would already have their information. As Feng Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan looked around, they could sense many powerful auras in the surroundings. They could sense a terrifying aura coming from the geniuses with the qualification for the Heavenly Soul Realm tribulation. Their existences were like bright stars shining in the sky. The pinnacle of the Heavenly Soul Realm was in reference to the pinnacle before reaching the First Soul. Feng Xiaoyu and the others could tell that they were outclassed with all the pinnacle experts. There was no question that the astral energy closest to the statue was the densest, and anyone who could occupy those spots would be able to refine astral pellets faster than others. The astral pellets could also be used to purchase various treasures that were found in the ruins around the city. Not all treasures were compatible with the person who found them, so the market was rife with sellers. Under this situation, the places closest to the statue became precious. If you weren't hardworking enough and only wanted to set up a store, you could do it after paying a certain sum of astral pellets. But clearly, the best places were all occupied by those geniuses with the qualification of tribulation. Lin Yun's eyes flickered because he was looking at the Heavenly Soul Realm geniuses. He could keenly sense that they were in the first soul of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Evidently, there were a few people who made it through the tribulation. Everyone who entered the heavenly path was a genius in their respective realm. They could have just cultivated in their own realms, but they chose to come to the heavenly path to overcome the tribulation. At the very least, they needed to have that qualification, or else their journey to the heavenly path would have been a waste. Lin Yun counted for experts in the first soul. He could sense the pressure coming from the four of them and the boundless origin energy from their aura oceans. The 7 souls in the Heavenly Soul Realm corresponded to the 7 orifices in the Xiantian realm. Each soul could unlock an ocean that would increase the limits of their abilities. With each soul, the strength of the cultivators would tremendously change. Lin Yun, look! Feng Xiaoyu's face changed right at this moment. Don't look, said Lin Yun. He knew that Feng Xiaoyu had noticed cultivators from the flame cloud realm. The leader of the group emitted a powerful aura that reached the tribulation stage and shined like a bright sun among the crowd. There was no doubt that he was Feng Xian of the flame cloud realm. Many geniuses gathered around Feng Xian as the flame cloud realm had staked a territory in the plaza. Feng Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan's intel was spot on. It looks like Feng Xian really did have a position in Thunderflame City. Lin Yun didn't want to deal with Feng Xian for now because he wasn't sure if the latter was friends with First Soul, Heavenly Soul Realm experts. But if Feng Xian came to him, he wouldn't back down. Feng Xiaoyu finally calmed down after seeing Lin Yun's reaction. It didn't take long for them to obtain their dragon plaques, which officially started their journey in the heavenly path. Lin Yun could easily summon the azure plaque after it fused with his body. With a single thought, it would appear. Feng Xiaoyu had also obtained the dragon plaque and smiled. Lin Yun, this place is no different from a market. There might be fortune martial techniques here. Are we going to try our luck here? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he saw people selling fortune martial techniques here. Unfortunately, most of them were martial techniques and not cultivation techniques. Even an intermediate fortune cultivation technique was rare, not to mention a greater fortune cultivation technique. After all, it was something that everyone lacked and no one would take it out to sell. But it wouldn't matter if they spent time looking for suitable fortune martial techniques for Feng Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly soared into the sky with flames exploding from his body. Under the immense pressure, the entire plaza became quiet for a brief moment. Is that Feng Xian? What is he trying to do? Feng Xian had some fame in Thunderflame City, so the moment he soared into the sky, he instantly attracted many people's attention. Killing those from my flame cloud realm and snatching 100,000 astral pellets that belong to me. You guys are really bold to show up before me, Feng Xian said with a dark face. I see. I heard that a stronghold that belonged to the flame cloud realm was brought down. I heard that it was done by someone from the lower realm called the Profound Amber Realm. The name of that person seems to be Lin Yun. Interesting. Feng Xian isn't a pushover. I can't believe someone actually dared to rob his stronghold and appear in Thunderflame City. They're practically ignoring Feng Xian's existence. No wonder he is so enraged. But where's that brat? An uproar broke out in the plaza as everyone started to look for Lin Yun. Without any hesitation, Feng Xian pushed out his palm and unleashed a blazing heat wave that sent many people flying. Facing Feng Xian's attack, Lin Yun took a step forward as his origin energy fluctuated on the surface of his body. He was fine after receiving the attack head-on, but his mask wasn't. His mask suddenly cracked into pieces and fell, which revealed his appearance to everyone. Everyone's first impression of Lin Yun was that he was extremely young. Lin Yun looked to be no older than 18 or 19. It seemed unbelievable that he managed to destroy one of the Flame Cloud Realm's strongholds since his cultivation was only in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. Clearly, Lin Yun was talented. However, it was a pity that Lin Yun was discovered because Feng Xian's strength was only inferior to First Soul experts. You think you can hide from everyone by wearing a mask? You must be naive to think that you left no traces of killing those from my Flame Cloud realm. Feng Xian's pupils were filled with arrogance when he looked at Lin Yun. You're overthinking things. I was wearing a mask because I didn't have any interest in your head for the time being. But don't for a second think that I'm afraid of you, said Lin Yun while he sneered inwardly. It would have been different if Feng Xian had reached the First Soul. However, Feng Xian had only obtained the qualification to undergo the tribulation. Where did Feng Xian get his arrogance from? Everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's arrogance. Even the First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm experts looked over with interest. Feng Xian was briefly stunned when he heard Lin Yun's words before he sneered. What ignorance! If you're thinking about enraging me so that I can give you a quick death, then you must be dreaming. I won't let you die so easily. Suddenly, Feng Xian disappeared. Terrifying flames enveloped the area, causing the temperature to rise quickly. What powerful flames! His second-grade flame intent must have reached lesser mastery. His martial intent alone has surpassed many people. That brat is finished. He probably won't even be able to take a single move from Feng Xian. Everyone in the surroundings exclaimed as they looked at Lin Yun in pity. In the next second, Feng Xian appeared before Lin Yun. With a huge collision, flames and azure sword rays intertwined and dazzled many people. After several collisions, a figure was sent flying through the air like a cannonball. What speed! Feng Xian was truly strong since he could send Lin Yun flying after a single clash. Those who had a grudge with Feng Xian were genuinely shocked at this moment. But when everyone saw the figure on the ground, their souls were stirred. The one lying on the ground was actually Feng Xian. This sequence of events had exceeded everyone's expectations. I changed my mind. Since you come knocking on my door, I'll take your head now. A cold voice sounded out as Lin Yun slowly walked out of the flames. The cold voice rang in everyone's ears. When Lin Yun said something similar a moment ago, everyone treated him as a joke. But now no one had any doubts about Lin Yun. There weren't many with the tribulation qualification in Thunderflame City, and Feng Xian was one of the strongest among those who were qualified. So how could Feng Xian get tossed by a youth from the profound Amber realm whose cultivation was in the quasi-heavenly soul realm? Although everyone could tell that Feng Xian barely used 30% of his strength, no one knew how much strength Lin Yun used. Many people had playful expressions as they watched the bizarre scene unfold. After all, the Flame Cloud realm offended many people every day. They initially thought Lin Yun would boost Feng Xian's prestige, but it seemed like the fight wouldn't be so simple. At this moment, all of the First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm experts were gazing at Lin Yun with interest. Feng Xian, who was lying on the ground, swiftly stood up. Watching Lin Yun walk out of the flames, his face sank. No wonder you killed Yen Tai. I really underestimated you. No matter what, I'm taking your life. I don't think you'll be able to, sneered Lin Yun as he circulated the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. Lightning origin energy surged out of his body as an azure radiance shined with his sword aura. You're courting death. I barely used 30% of my strength. Feng Xian's face sank because he was embarrassed by his earlier blunder. He was determined to use all his strength to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, it would be tough for him to maintain his footing in Thunderflame City. Flame runes started enveloping his palm as a powerful blazing aura spread out. When his aura reached its pinnacle, Feng Xian charged over and unleashed a huge wave of flames at Lin Yun. If it weren't for the statue's pressure, the entire plaza would be enveloped in flames. Looks like Feng Xian is getting serious now. The control of his flame intent is really meticulous. His foundation is deep. It won't be easy for Lin Yun to overcome the gap of talent and comprehension. Lin Yun seems to be in trouble. After seeing that Feng Xian was no longer holding back, everyone became worried. As for the disciples from Flame Cloud Realm, they had pride on their faces because they were certain that Lin Yun would be killed within 3 moves. The profound Amber Realm is basically a lower realm. There's no way it compares to my Flame Cloud Realm. All of you are about to see how weak you are compared to us. The Flame Cloud Realm's disciples looked at Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan with disdain. The Flame Cloud Realm disciples acted arrogantly as if Feng Xian was never sent flying. Lin Yun, however, didn't panic and threw a punch out. As the punches collided, terrifying shockwaves spread out with flames and sword rays flying around. Everyone had to retreat a few hundred meters away to avoid the attacks. As for Lin Yun, he took 3 steps back with each step dissipating the violent origin energy from his collision with Feng Xian. Hehe. It must feel terrible, right? Don't worry because this is just the beginning. Feng Xian's expression became sinister as his origin energy fluctuated. When the heat wave spread out, the air started to distort from the high temperature. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged several moves that made the plaza tremble. Lin Yun was surprised because Feng Xian was capable. This meant that Feng Xian's cultivation technique wasn't any inferior to the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. With Feng Xian's flame intent, there was no way Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent could get close to Feng Xian. Lin Yun's sword intent started to melt before it even got close to Feng Xian. Although Lin Yun was only using Xiantian sword intent, it was still the first time someone was able to melt his sword intent. Wow, you were able to cultivate your Xiantian sword intent to this level without reaching the Heavenly Soul Realm. You really do have the qualification to be arrogant. But you're still too inexperienced compared to me. Feng Xian laughed as his flame intent turned into a ferocious beast that descended onto Lin Yun. When the ferocious beast and Feng Xian's palm combined, the plaza lit up with flames. At this moment, Feng Xian smiled and threw a punch at Lin Yun's head. With his ruthless attack, there was no doubt that Lin Yun's head would burst if the attack landed. Lin Yun didn't have any panic on his face and sneered, "Xiantian's sword intent? I guess you have no idea how your friends from the Flame Cloud realm died. Immortal Azure Dragon Sword Intent." Lin Yun roared as his spiritual sword intent and immortal Azure Dragon aura combined together to form a 30-meter-long Azure Dragon. With just a glare from its eyes, the flames that enveloped the entire plaza shattered. Furthermore, Lin Yun was only using his spiritual sword intent in lesser mastery. However, since it was the immortal Azure Dragon aura, it far exceeded Feng Xian's flame intent. With no hesitation, Lin Yun faced Feng Xian's attack head-on. Feng Xian's punch only lasted for a split second before cracks started to spread out on the flaming beast behind him with signs of collapsing. When Feng Xian was sent flying, he had a deep shock in his eyes. Spiritual sword intent? How can someone from the profound Amber realm grasp the spiritual sword intent before reaching the heavenly soul realm? Without any hesitation, Feng Xian flipped in midair and quickly retreated. But before he could retreat, Lin Yun's eyes flashed brightly and barked, "You think you can escape? Sword!" The flower burial sword flew into his hand as it exploded with dazzling sword rays. At the same time, Lin Yun circulated both his sword sutras and powerful origin energy poured out. The azure firmament tree appeared behind him with iris flowers on the branches. Immediately, Lin Yun's sword intent enveloped the entire plaza. An azure-purple sword ray poured out of Lin Yun's body with power comparable to a first soul heavenly soul realm expert. Greater mastery of spiritual sword intent. How the hell did he manage to do that? It's too terrifying to grasp the spiritual sword intent at such a high level before reaching the heavenly soul realm. This is too unbelievable. Not only that, there's also something weird about his cultivation technique. It isn't inferior in any way to greater fortune cultivation techniques. Exclamations rang out in the entire plaza as many people were shocked by the sword intent coming from Lin Yun. No one had expected that a young man in the quasi-heavenly soul realm would be so strong. In the next second, Lin Yun's flower burial sword caught up to Feng Xian. As blood splattered, Lin Yun's sword ray whipped out like a dragon tail. Feng Xian was sent flying with a wound so deep that his bones were showing. How is this possible? Everyone from the Flame Cloud realm was dumbfounded. How was Feng Xian almost severed in two? Even Feng Xian was shocked as fear flashed in his eyes. But he ultimately suppressed his injuries and roared, "This is the end!" Flame Cloud incinerating palm. 6 ancient flaming seals appeared on his palm as his aura rose violently. Behind him, purple flames began to revolve at a terrifying speed, and a purple flaming palm reached out at Lin Yun. The second the flaming palm appeared, the entire plaza began to tremble violently. The flame cloud incinerating palm was rather infamous in Thunderflame City. But no one had expected that Feng Xian could actually summon 6 seals at once. On the other hand, Lin Yun was surprised that someone managed to survive his sword. This meant that his sword wasn't fast enough. The flame cloud incinerating palm? I also know how to use that martial technique. The azure-purple sword rays coming from Lin Yun as 4 gold flaming seals appeared. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun also knew the flame cloud incinerating palm, not to mention that he even reached the level of gold seals. This scene had completely left everyone from the flame cloud realm dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun actually achieved a level that Feng Xian couldn't. Lin Yun's version of the flame cloud incinerating palm was a lot smaller, but when it collided with the purple flaming palm, the purple flaming palm only lasted for a split second before it started to crumble. Countless purple flames started to burst like fireworks under the immense power of the gold flaming palm. Then, the gold flaming palm reached Feng Xian, instantly reducing him into a pile of meat. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine because they couldn't believe that Feng Xian was dead. Even worse was the fact that Lin Yun used the fortune martial technique that belonged to the flame cloud realm. Aside from the flames in the plaza, not a single sound could be heard. Countless gazes looked at Lin Yun with shock. Even if they knew that Lin Yun had his spiritual sword intent at greater mastery, They didn't expect that Lin Yun would be able to kill Feng Xian so easily. Defeating someone and killing someone were two entirely different matters. However, the most shocking thing was that Lin Yun also knew the flame cloud incinerating palm. The greater fortune martial technique was infamous in the entire Thunderflame city, and many people were injured by it. Feng Xian was impressive since he could summon 6 purple flaming seals, so no one would imagine that Lin Yun was capable of summoning gold flaming seals. They couldn't believe that an outsider actually managed to cultivate the flame cloud incinerating palm to such a terrifying height. However, the true key to Lin Yun's victory was his sword that tore apart Feng Xian's flame intent. If he hadn't used his sword to injure Feng Xian, the flame cloud incinerating palm wouldn't have killed Feng Xian. After all, even though Feng Xian was only at the level of purple flaming seals, it was empowered by second-grade flame intent. It was even more unbelievable that Lin Yun could bring the spiritual sword intent to greater mastery before reaching Heavenly Soul Realm. With just this alone, Lin Yun was comparable to the heaven-defying geniuses from the higher realms. But what would they think if they knew that Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent at greater mastery wasn't his limit? On top of that, he didn't even use his strongest attack. His spiritual sword intent had long reached complete mastery and was only half a step away from Sky Sword intent. There were also others in Thunderflame City with tribulation qualifications like Feng Xian. When they looked at Lin Yun, their eyes were filled with fear. Since Lin Yun could kill Feng Xian, he was capable of killing them too. When the others from the Flame Cloud realm recovered from their shock, panic was all over their faces. They could sense countless malicious gazes, which made them turn pale. After all, they had offended many people, and things wouldn't be good now that Feng Xian wasn't around. Without hesitation, everyone from the Flame Cloud realm ran away. Lin Yun merely smiled because he couldn't be bothered with them. He knew that he didn't have to deal with those people personally. Before anyone could react, an interspatial pouch flew from Feng Xian's corpse. "Greetings. I am the profound Amber Realm's flower burial Lin Yun, and I'm new here." Lin Yun squinted his eyes with a faint smile as he looked around. The spectators were stunned by Lin Yun's response. It looked like Lin Yun knew how to advance and retreat. He wasn't arrogant enough to look down on everyone just because he had killed Feng Xian. But when they heard how Lin Yun introduced himself as a newcomer, many people had bitter smiles. Lin Yun had already killed Feng Xian upon arriving in Thunderflame City, which was unimaginable to many people. In that split second, everyone knew that Lin Yun was a prideful person. He wasn't arrogant, so he was naturally welcomed by everyone. In response, the crowd smiled and cupped their hands. The heavenly path was brutal where the strong preyed on the weak. Just a moment ago, they were all expecting to see Lin Yun die. But when Feng Xian was killed by Lin Yun, their attitude changed and they were filled with respect. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan felt like they were dreaming because everything was surreal. Lin Yun casually sifted through the pouch and found at least 300,000 astral pellets. It was an obscene amount that probably came from many strongholds that the Flame Cloud realm owned. The amount was probably saved up since the beginning minus the pellets that were needed to cultivate. Most likely, Feng Xian was saving these for his tribulation. But now, all of the astral pellets belonged to Lin Yun. With the Flame Cloud realm resolved, Lin Yun was in a good mood. He led Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan on a stroll through the plaza. They didn't have to worry about not having enough astral pellets for intermediate fortune cultivation techniques. The only problem now was if they could find one. They spent roughly an hour strolling the entire plaza. When they were reaching the end, the eyes of Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan had become dim because they couldn't find any greater fortune cultivation techniques. Furthermore, all the intermediate fortune cultivation techniques in the market were incredibly expensive. "If you guys aren't in a hurry, why don't you use intermediate fortune cultivation techniques for now?" Lin Yun asked. His Azure Firmament Sword Sutra was a top-tiered greater fortune martial technique, but he couldn't pass it around. If the trio were captured and his cultivation technique fell into the hands of others, it would be disadvantageous to him. Plus, it would reveal his secret of practicing 2 cultivation techniques at the same time. Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan started to hesitate when they heard Lin Yun. An intermediate fortune cultivation technique could naturally boost their strength, but it wasn't good enough for them. Furthermore, they felt bad that Lin Yun was paying for their cultivation techniques. Let's go. The astral pellets weren't mine to begin with, so I won't feel any heartache using them, smiled Lin Yun. Before the trio could respond, Lin Yun led them to a store. The owner of the store came from the Beacon Fiend realm, a realm stronger than the Flamecloud realm. It was rather famous in Thunderflame City. The techniques and treasures they sold came from the various ruins, which meant that they were quite strong to excavate the ruins. It was quite impressive that they had intermediate fortune cultivation techniques. I'll be taking this blood shark art according to its price of 130,000 astral pellets, said Lin Yun. The gray-clothed youth he was speaking to had told him the price earlier. So, the gray-clothed youth's eyes lit up when he heard that. The price was a little high, but he was confident that Lin Yun could afford it because of Feng Xian's interspatial pouch. Haha! Young Master Flower Burial is really straightforward. The youth smiled as he took the interspatial pouch and handed a flawless jade slip over. There were also other intermediate fortune cultivation techniques in the plaza, but it was a pity as most of them had a requirement on attributes. So they couldn't match Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan at the same time. So despite knowing that he would be slaughtered for the price, Lin Yun still bought it. Gu Fei, return the astral pellets. Right at this moment, a handsome youth came out from the Beacon Fiend realm's crowd. Looking at the youth, Lin Yun was surprised because he recognized this person. This person was Qin Feng, the leader of Beacon Fiend realm. He was one of 4 who had reached the First Soul Heavenly Soul realm. If it wasn't for the First Soul Heavenly Soul realm experts, Lin Yun wouldn't have had trouble with Feng Xian. After all, he could have used his spiritual sword intent at complete mastery. If that happened, he could have taken Feng Xian down with 3 moves. Are you giving me an intermediate fortune cultivation technique for free? Isn't this gift a little too expensive? Lin Yun took back the astral pellets and looked at Qin Feng. Consider it a gift of friendship, smiled Qin Feng. Since you can kill Feng Xian, this means that you're not any weaker than the 4 of us, not to mention that you're not even in the Heavenly Soul realm. Your potential is boundless, and it's absolutely worth it for me to befriend you with an intermediate fortune cultivation technique. That sounds reasonable, but it's a pity that I don't lack 130,000 astral pellets. Lin Yun smiled. He didn't want to owe someone a favor for no reason. Most importantly, he wanted to hear what Qin Feng had to say. He knew that this matter wasn't so simple. Qin Feng's eyes shined brightly as he spoke. You're in the position to say that you don't lack astral pellets? Then what about greater fortune cultivation techniques? What about 6th grade spiritual pellets? Or artifacts with Tao rhythm? What about treasures that can boost your martial intent? What about advanced fortune martial techniques like Overlord, Imperial, or Monarch ones? Every single item that came from Qin Feng's mouth was priceless and even caused some fluctuation in Lin Yun's heart. Without any change on his face, he replied, I don't like it when someone beats around the bush. I don't believe that you can take those out. I don't need to have them. I just need to know more than you to tempt you. This isn't the right place to speak. Come with me if you dare, smiled Qin Feng confidently. Lin Yun, Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan called out to Lin Yun with worry. They could sense that Qin Feng was strong and that Qin Feng wasn't someone the likes of Feng Xian could be compared to. From a certain angle, it felt as though Qin Feng had gone through the tribulation of life and death. Someone who dares to kill Feng Xian doesn't have this much courage? Qin Feng revealed a playful smile. Wait here for me. Lin Yun had the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip as his trump card, so he wasn't afraid of Qin Feng playing any tricks. Come with me. Qin Feng smiled. He then disappeared before Lin Yun, revealing his bizarre movement technique. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he executed his cloud-soaring art and chased after Qin Feng. With a series of sonic booms, Lin Yun could barely catch up to Qin Feng despite pushing his movement technique to the limit. 30 minutes later, Lin Yun stopped on a roof with his brows locked together because Qin Feng had completely disappeared. It was as if he had never existed in the first place. But before he could find Qin Feng, a torrential killing aura descended at Lin Yun. The attack didn't come from Qin Feng, but another First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm expert. It appears that the other party had prepared an ambush for him. In that split second, Lin Yun could sense the threat of danger looming over him. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. The power behind the palm was unbelievable. Even though Lin Yun cautiously followed Qin Feng, he was still caught by surprise. The wind rumbled like lightning in Lin Yun's ears as his hair fluttered wildly. The pressure from the palm instantly suppressed the origin energy within his body. If he wanted to break through the seal with his two-sword sutras, it would require a single breath's time. But that much time could kill him. Is this the power of the First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm? Someone who had gone through the tribulation was really terrifying. In a split second, Lin Yun drew his sword by an inch. Then, boundless starlight poured out that tore apart the pressure coming from the assailant's palm. Immediately, Lin Yu circulated both of his sword sutras at the same time. This was a risky method because he knew that if his sword aura couldn't tear apart his assailant's pressure, he would die. But fortunately, his gamble was successful. When he held onto the flower burial sword, the origin energy in his body surged out. When the sword and palm collided, the flower burial sword began to bend from the pressure. But when the sword became straight again, an even more powerful sword aura hit the palm. This surprised the assailant and forced them to quickly back off. Then Lin Yun got a good look at his assailant. It was a black-clothed youth in the First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm with an indifferent expression. "Brother Yen, what did I tell you? Lin Yun can easily take your palm." Qin Feng appeared once more with an indifferent smile on his face. Lin Yun knew that the youth was probing his strength. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun looked at the black-clothed youth with a playful smile. The black-clothed youth's eyes flashed coldly and his face kept changing before he spoke out. "You're indeed capable of being able to kill Feng Xian. I take back what I said earlier." At this moment, he was holding his hand behind his back since it was dripping with blood. Even though Lin Yun knew that the black-clothed youth was probably probing him, he didn't hold back. Now that Qin Feng appeared, there was nothing the black-clothed youth could do but to suck it up. Qin Feng smiled. "Brother Lin, I apologize for what just happened. This is Brother Yen Kuei from the Light Flow Realm. He simply wanted to test your strength. Don't take it to heart." "I'm fine," said Lin Yun calmly with a smile, since he wasn't the one who suffered a loss. "Brother Lin, you just arrived in Thunderflame City. I wonder if you've heard of the Glory Sun Spirit." Qin Feng got straight to the point. Qin Feng's words caused a fluctuation in Lin Yun's heart because Feng Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan also brought up the Glory Sun Spirit before. However, they didn't have many details on it. Lin Yun came to Thunderflame City to deal with Flamecloud Realm and to find out more about the Glory Sun Realm. "Yes, but I don't know much about it," replied Lin Yun. Qin Feng and Yen Kuei exchanged a glance before they smiled. "It's a long story. In a nutshell, the Heavenly Path is divided into 4 regions: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. But as long as you go straight, you'll ultimately reach the end of the Heavenly Path. Each region has an ancient treasure known as the 4 Forbidden Realms. To open the realm, 4 astral spirits need to be gathered. It can be gold, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, or the moon." Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that and asked, "So the Glory Sun Land has the Glory Sun Spirit, the Glory Fire Land has the Glory Fire Spirit, and so on?" You catch on quick. It might sound complicated, but it's pretty simple. Each district has 7 astral lands and each land has an astral spirit that resides in it. We're in the Azure Dragon region, and the Glory Sun Spirit can be found in this Glory Sun Land. "So the 2 of you know where the Glory Sun Spirit is?" Lin Yun asked. Nodding his head, Qin Feng replied, "News from the top-tier intermediate realms 3 days ago is that everyone in Glory Sunland is recruiting men. I'm not going to hide it from you. Feng Xian was recruited by us." Lin Yun realized why Yen Kuei and Qin Feng were examining him. "But we never expected that Feng Xian would die," continued Qin Feng as he looked at Lin Yun deeply. "So the 2 of you want revenge?" Lin Yun raised his brow with a playful smile. Of course not. Brother Lin, you must be joking. Feng Xian didn't have a good reputation around here since he occupied strongholds and took advantage of those from the lower realm. But Feng Xian did have some strength, and out of everyone in Thunderflame City, he had the highest chance of overcoming the tribulation. Based on Qin Feng and Yan Kuei's expressions, they didn't seem to be lying. If they really did pay great importance to Feng Xian, they simply needed to leak out a wisp of their killing intent and they would have rescued Feng Xian from Lin Yun. Furthermore, Lin Yun didn't want to make an enemy out of a first soul heavenly soul realm for now. Although he wasn't afraid of them with the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip, trump cards were trump cards only if they were hidden. The place where the Glory Sun Spirit will be born has countless treasures such as greater fortune martial techniques, spiritual pellets, artifacts, and even divine runes. Additionally, there will be a rare flower every time the astral spirit is born. The one that comes with the Glory Sun Spirit is the Gold Light Flow Lamp. Gold Light Flow Lamp. Lin Yun was intrigued because it was an extremely rare flower. It was a legendary flower in the profound amber realm that couldn't be found anywhere. All cultivators were attracted to the flower because refining one petal would guarantee a breakthrough in cultivation. If the flower was old enough, it could even break the bottleneck above the heavenly soul realm. Furthermore, this was a great source of nourishment to fire-attributed cultivators. To Lin Yun, the flower was important because it had been a long time since he nourished his flower burial sword. With this flower, he might even be able to upgrade his sword to a Dao artifact. Lin Yun's heart throbbed violently at this moment, as it was a temptation that he couldn't resist. From a certain perspective, the flower burial sword was an extension of his life. Qin Feng was surprised because he never expected that the usually calm Lin Yun would get so emotional after hearing the Gold Light Flow Lamp. But when he thought of Lin Yun cultivating the flame cloud incinerating palm, he instantly understood the excitement. Lin Yun's talent was a lot stronger than Feng Xian, so he must be using the Gold Light Flow Lamp to take another step in his flame cloud incinerating palm. At the very least, he might be able to upgrade the Greater Fortune martial technique to the manifestation stage. Thinking about it, Qin Feng smiled. The Gold Light Flow Lamp doesn't have much use to us, but there will be many geniuses from different realms gathered, so it won't be easy to obtain. Lin Yun took a deep breath to calm himself down. He knew that he had lost control over his emotions because of the Golden Light Flow Lamp. But that didn't matter because the flower burial sword was important to him. Anyhow, Qin Feng and Yan Kuei definitely wouldn't be able to guess the actual reason why he needed the flower. After some small talk, Qin Feng officially extended an invitation to Lin Yun. Brother Lin will be heading there 7 days from now. If you're willing, you can come with us. Since the two of you are willing to invite me, I naturally have no reason to refuse, smiled Lin Yun while cupping his hands together. Watching Lin Yun leaving, Qin Feng's smile gradually faded away, and Yan Kuei's gaze also became grave. A long time later, Yan Kuei spoke. This fellow is interesting. He makes it sound like we're begging him to come along with us. Feng Xian was just a dog in our eyes, and he didn't dare to show any arrogance. Qin Feng glanced at Yan Kuei and smiled. This is unlike you. In the past, you wouldn't hold back if you were unhappy. Yan Kuei didn't reply and merely revealed the wound in his palm. You're injured. Qin Feng's face changed as he realized that Yan Kuei suffered an injury while probing Lin Yun's strength. If that was the case, then Lin Yun was a monster. After all, the physique of someone who overcame their tribulation was far greater than those who hadn't. How was it possible that Lin Yun actually managed to injure Yan Kuei? Although Yan Kuei didn't use his full strength, Lin Yun was only in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. Let's try not to make him our enemy. He'll be even more terrifying when he reaches the heavenly soul realm, said Qin Feng with a grave expression. Yan Kuei, on the other hand, wasn't too bothered by it and smiled. He's not in the heavenly soul realm right now. Plus, he still has a long way to go for the tribulation. It's impossible for him to take over and he'll need to rely on us. Someone like him is suitable for us to control. When Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan saw Lin Yun coming back unscathed, they felt relieved. At this moment, the youth who sold them the fortune cultivation technique smiled. You guys just got here. I bet you don't have a place to stay. right? The best places in the cities are close to the statue, but they're all occupied. If you guys don't mind, you guys can stay in the Beaconfire Realms territory. After all, there's a huge difference between the center and edge of the city. Then we'll thank you in advance. Lin Yun didn't refuse the offer and led Feng Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan into the Beaconfire Realms territory. Along the way, he told the trio what Qin Feng and Yan Kuei told him. The three fell silent. After a long time passed, Zhu Qingshan spoke up. Can they be trusted? Why do I have a feeling that Fengxian was cannon fodder to them? The birthplace of the Glory Sun spirit was naturally filled with dangers. If the cannon fodder was used as scouts, it would definitely be safer for Qin Feng and Yan Kuei. Perhaps. Lin Yun didn't refute what Zhu Qingshan said. He didn't have a favorable opinion of Qin Feng and Yan Kuei, especially since Yan Kuei didn't hold back when he assaulted him earlier. If he was slightly weaker, he would be dead right now. Leaving a wound on Yan Kuei's palm was also a warning from Lin Yun. If Yan Kuei really wanted to treat him as cannon fodder, the wound wouldn't be so shallow next time. This only worked since both sides were making use of each other. He needed strength if he wanted to speak to them as equals and not as an underling. If he wasn't strong enough, he would naturally reject Qin Feng and Yan Kuei's request. Feng Xiaoyu pondered for a long time before he said, Qin Feng seems to have hidden some crucial information like the location. Judging by the current situation, only those in the First Soul, Heavenly Soul realm know the location. It's natural that they hid it from me when we've only just met. Plus, I don't trust him, said Lin Yun calmly. There were hundreds and thousands of intermediate realms in Glory Sun Land. Someone like Feng Xian might have a position in Thunderflame City, but he was a nobody in Glory Sun Realm. Only those who had gone through the tribulation would have a place in Glory Sun Land. Lin Yun wasn't in urgent need of the Glory Sun spirit. Instead, he was more interested in the golden lightflow lamp because he could upgrade the flower burial sword to a Dao artifact with it. But what Qin Feng said was right. Many people were after the golden lightflow lamp, and they might even be stronger than Qin Feng and Yan Kuei. Lin Yun knew that his current sword wasn't fast enough. As he squinted his eyes, cold light flashed through his pupils because he could cut everything in his path if he was strong enough. Although Glory Sun Land was troublesome, it was just the beginning. What would he do when he faced the geniuses from the higher realms? The heavenly path was a brutal place where you had to keep improving or else someone would catch up to you. If he wasn't strong enough, it would be troublesome for him to face Yu Haoyan again. When Lin Yun thought about Yu Haoyan, he could feel his burden increasing. I have to grasp the essence of the killing moves in the next 7 days. 2 days later, the city was still brightly lit under the protection of the statue. Lin Yun was in the Beaconfire Realms territory, and the spiritual energy was extremely dense. So much so that there was even a small spiritual lake at the back of Lin Yun's courtyard. The courtyard also had a cultivating chamber covered with spiritual runes and a massive field for practicing martial techniques. Seated in the chamber, Lin Yun sat on a mat with exhausted astral pellets around him. The rest of his astral pellets were shining brightly like fireflies in the air. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he let out a long sigh. He wasn't in a hurry to practice the 3 killing moves, but to stabilize his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra and Iris Sword Sutra. After the Sword Sutras combined, his cultivation techniques had reached an unprecedented level of perfection. Lin Yun could sense boundless energy now that the Iris Sword Sutra's flaws were being complemented. The Iris Sword Sutra was terrifying since it had the potential of an overlord cultivation technique. With the improvements to his Iris Sword Sutra, his strength had a lot of potential. Lin Yun couldn't imagine the power he would have in the future. With his current strength, he might even be able to hurt a second soul Heavenly Soul Realm expert. However, if he unleashed that much power, his body might rip apart from the immense energy. My cultivation is still too low, muttered Lin Yun. He might be able to face Qin Feng and Yan Kuei with his Sword Sutras, but it would be difficult for him to face a second soul Heavenly Soul Realm. All he needed to do was reach the Heavenly Soul Realm, but he needed an astronomical sum of resources to get there. Since he couldn't reach the Heavenly Soul Realm anytime soon, all he could do was practice the 10th, 11th, and 12th forms of the Azure Firmament 13 sword. If he was aiming for lesser mastery, he was already there. But he wanted to grasp the true essence so that he could fully control the techniques as his killing moves. Taking out a jade slip, Lin Yun placed it against his forehead and examined the forms once more. Back then, Xianxia gained insight from observing the Azure Firmament tree and created the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra. For the killing moves to be domineering, the Azure Firmament tree must have had unparalleled grace. But how did a tree manage to do it? Putting the jade slip down, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because this wasn't his first time trying to comprehend it. Although he had a vague answer, he couldn't be sure if he was right. But after the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra combined with his Iris Sword Sutra, Lin Yun stopped his comprehension. Since the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra had combined with the Iris Sword Sutra, it was naturally no longer the same sword technique Senior Xianxia created. If he wanted to comprehend the three moves, he would have to include the Iris Sword Sutra. Otherwise, the combination would have been pointless. Lin Yun thought about the killing moves Lightning Cocoon, Azure Lotus, and Solaris Lunar. Forms 10 to 12 were powerful attacks that were worthy of being called killing moves. The Lightning Cocoon refined the Thunderstorm sword energy into mist and silk. The silk was extremely sharp and could be used to kill without spilling a single droplet of blood. The Azure Lotus had Thunderstorm sword energy in each droplet of rain. When the rain formed a lake, leaves from the Azure Firmament tree would bloom into lotuses. As for the 12th form, it was even more terrifying because Senior Xianxia personally witnessed the Azure Firmament tree's phenomenon. The thunderstorm manifested into a sun and a moon. Specifically, the sun was created by the wind and the moon was created by lightning. There was no question that this move was even stronger than the supreme dominance and Terranian destruction. Naturally, the 12th form surpassed the Overlord sword and Dustlight sword art. However, Lin Yun had no idea what path he was on. He naturally couldn't accept leaving his Iris Sword Sutra by the side. Iris flowers blooming on the Azure Firmament tree, Lin Yun muttered as he held onto the jade slip firmly. Just like that, Lin Yun stayed in the chamber like a statue for 3 days as he tried comprehending the technique. Suddenly, Lin Yun laughed because he had figured it out. His bloodshot eyes shined brightly with excitement written on his face. Ha ha! Iris flowers blooming on the Azure Firmament tree. They cut down everything in the world. That's my path. That's the path that I've been pursuing. A path that cuts down everything that stands in my way. After 3 days, he finally figured out how to fuse the Azure Firmament 3 and Iris Sword Stura. He would be able to fuse the 3 moves and Immortal Sword Intent. The 3 forms created by Senior Xianxia were powerful enough and there was no need for him to alter them. He just had to fuse his path and heart as a swordsman into them. Since the new 3 killing moves are compatible with my Iris Sword Sutra, they should have new names. Lin Yun muttered while he pondered briefly. I'll call them the 3 heavenly divides then. He was determined to make the 3 heavenly divides shine brightly in the Glory Sun land so their names would spread throughout the heavenly path. At that time, he would show his radiance to everyone. Once the Lightning Cocoon, Azure Lotus, and Solaris Lunar matched the phenomena of his Azure Firmament Tree and Iris Sword Sutra, the 3 heavenly divides would truly belong to him. Each of the swords were comparable to an overlord martial technique and would bring his sword intent to a new height. Advanced fortune martial techniques were rare, even in Kunlun realm. The superpowers had the techniques, but the other forces struggled to obtain them. After all, the other forces required wealth, resources, and opportunity to find an advanced fortune martial technique. Perhaps only those from the higher realm in the heavenly path possessed advanced fortune martial techniques. If Lin Yun remembered correctly, advanced fortune martial techniques required one to either be a pinnacle first soul heavenly soul realm or a second soul heavenly soul realm. Otherwise, it would be easy for one to run amok and cripple themselves. For example, the iris flowers on the Azure Firmament tree had boundless power, but Lin Yun didn't dare to unleash their full power. If he did so, the power would far surpass the durability of his body, which would kill him. There's only 2 days left. This should be enough, muttered Lin Yun as he stored the jade slip. Generally speaking, it was impossible to learn a greater fortune martial techniques in 2 days. Those with poorer aptitude might even take over half a year. But Lin Yun could easily achieve lesser or even greater mastery. The only thing he was lacking was to comprehend the true essence. Not only did he comprehend the essence of the forms, but he even managed to merge it with his comprehension. It was as if he had been cultivating for 10 years. Lin Yun started with Lightning Cocoon, the Azure Firmament 13 Sword's 10th form. He had to condense his Thunderstorm Sword intent into mist before refining it into fine silk. It required powerful sword intent and excellent control. But it was naturally easy with his spiritual sword intent in complete mastery. After a few attempts, Lin Yun's pupils flashed with boundless sword intent as mist started to form. His eyes were like dazzling pearls while the mist enveloped the starlight. Sword! With a wave of his hand, the flower burial sword flew into his hand. Simultaneously, a third of the tree branches in his violet palace broke off and were converted into boundless thunderstorm sword energy. When he poured the energy into his sword, it started to shine brightly. At this moment, the sword was like a radiant sun. Then, Lin Yun calmly muttered, "Wind." The wind in his thunderstorm sword energy exploded, tearing the lightning apart. At the same time, Lin Yun brought out his immortal intent, which further condensed the lightning. When he swung his sword, his thunderstorm sword energy turned into mist that enveloped the entire field in a single breath. Fine sword energy. Lin Yun's expression became grave as his immortal sword intent started to surge violently. As the mist continued to compress, it turned into a bolt the size of a finger. When his sword intent reached greater mastery, his lightning became silk that was a few hundred meters long. The silk looked transparent and made the sword look like an illusion. As the silk sword moved, the specks of dust in the atmosphere exploded. When Lin Yun took a deep breath, he felt a chill run down his spine. If his opponent had this attack, he might be torn into pieces if he wasn't careful. It wouldn't even matter if he had his sword intent to protect himself. As the mist dissipated, the silk started to form a nail-sized cocoon. The cocoon looked like a firefly as it shined with purple light. Looking at the cocoon, Lin Yun knew that he had succeeded. But when he was distracted for a moment, the cocoon spiraled out of control and exploded. Lin Yun wasn't able to react in time and was sent flying. He got back on his feet with blood dripping from his lips. At this moment, he could feel his mind buzzing as an aching pain came from his ribs. How many times has it been? Lin Yun smiled bitterly with ecstasy in his eyes. He didn't like following other people's paths when practicing sword techniques. At the very least, he wanted to grasp the essence of the form and not simply copy the move. However, his way of thinking guaranteed all sorts of accidents. If his physique was slightly weaker, he might have been killed by the explosion just now. Lightning cocoon. I see. Lin Yun's eyes flashed because he finally found out where the power of the attack came from. The silk sword was even finer than hair, so it was extremely piercing. If it shot into his opponent's body and formed into a lightning cocoon, even a celestial wouldn't be able to save his opponent. I roughly use 30% of my strength. If I use my full strength, I should be able to refine 4 or 5 silk swords that reach over 900 meters. Lin Yun's thoughts flashed quickly. 900 meters was nearly 1,000 meters. As long as he planted a cocoon in the body of his opponent, even a first soul heavenly soul realm expert would instantly die. If his opponent was strong, then he might as well plant 5 cocoons in the body of his opponent. To avoid this attack, his opponent would either have to suppress him or be faster than his sword. Then again, the silk sword was too fine. Others might be able to destroy them, but suppressing him was practically impossible. If anyone wanted to suppress him, they would have to be at least in the second soul heavenly soul realm while utilizing both aura oceans at the same time. Under that pressure, it would be tough for Lin Yun to even draw his sword. But this was the heavenly path with no lack of geniuses, so there might actually be such heaven-defying geniuses. In the end, I still have to work hard and learn all 3 swords as fast as possible. Lin Yun collected his thoughts and started learning the second form of his 3 heavenly divides, the Azure Lotus. If Lightning Cocoon focused on control, while the Azure Lotus focused on being imposing. I wonder what kind of existence Senior Xianxia was. Lin Yun could feel that he was tiny compared to Xianxia, who created such a terrifying sword technique. Since Lin Yun had already learned Lightning Cocoon, practicing the Azure Lotus was smooth. Half a day later, a sudden rain drizzled down on the field before merging into a lake. Every single droplet of rain contained his thunderstorm sword energy that eventually formed a 300-meter-wide lake. 300 meters? Lin Yun opened his eyes and muttered, "This is already my limit. This form exhausts a lot of my origin energy and puts a strain on my mind. If I can't make it look like a mirror, the sword energy in the lake will consume me first." Lin Yun slowly stood up and the lake disappeared. He could only maintain it for a split second before he was drained of his origin energy. That meant that he only had a split second to swing his sword. Furthermore, he couldn't act anxiously and needed to calm his mind to form a lotus with leaves. But he could only maintain the lake for a split second, and it took longer for the leaves to form. This time, Lin Yun could only aim for lesser mastery. But if he couldn't comprehend the essence in this form, he wouldn't be able to reach Xianxuya's height. With the Jade Slip, he saw how Senior Xianxia created a lake of 300,000 meters. When the lotus was formed, Senior Xianxuya's sword ray was even brighter than the stars in the sky. "Senior Xianxia, you really made it tough for me," muttered Lin Yun calmly. But he had no bitterness on his face as he was fond of challenges. Plus, he knew he could do it. Closing his eyes, the azure firmament tree appeared behind him with branches of purple petals. The azure lotus wasn't from the azure firmament tree, but the petals of the iris flower. In a split second, a 3,000-meter lake appeared beneath his foot that was clear as a mirror with the azure firmament tree at the center. On the tree branches, purple petals emitted a bewitching and chilling aura. Under the tree, Lin Yun's eyes were shut as his hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't have any killing intent on him and looked like a mortal at this moment. However, his jade-white hand was still grabbing onto his sword hilt. When Lin Yun finally opened his eyes, the mist in his pupils disappeared. The lake water started surging as flower petals drifted down from the azure firmament tree and into a blooming lotus. At the same time, his thunderstorm sword energy rained while the petals fell. Under the majestic phenomenon, Lin Yun grabbed his sword and swung it out. He caused the entire ground to tremble violently as cracks spread out on the surrounding walls. One must know that the walls were empowered with ancient restrictions. In the next second, a shockwave spread out as the statue at the center of Thunderflame City's plaza started to shake. One by one, stone pavilions collapsed from the shockwave. At this moment, an ancient restriction blocked the fluctuation with light shining from the ground. Simultaneously, the statue shined brightly and lit up the entire Thunderflame City with divine brilliance. "Oh my God! What's going on?" The divine dragon statue came to life? Can it be that a treasure is emerging in this dragon city? The entire city was shaken at this moment as countless figures soared into the sky. But all of them were shocked by this terrifying phenomenon before them. Aside from the plaza, all the buildings in the center region had collapsed. The tremor only lasted for a second, but the light was enough to cause a huge uproar. Even as the culprit, Lin Yun was dumbfounded as exhaustion overtook him. As he recovered, his heartbeat calmed down. Looking at the mess before him, Lin Yun muttered, "I seem to have forgotten to suppress the power behind this sword." He couldn't be blamed for not being cautious. Unlike Lightning Cocoon, Azure Lotus required him to be imposing. In order to do so, he had to use his full strength. If his aura was slightly weaker, it would be impossible for him to swing his sword. Lin Yun casually walked around the field that his sword ruined. The ground was littered with craters. How terrifying! If it weren't for the Dragon City's protection, just how destructive would this attack be? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts as interest flashed in his eyes. The attack was a lot stronger than he had imagined. He had a feeling that he could cut down everyone in his path. When he recovered his origin energy, Lin Yun started to comprehend the third and final form of the three heavenly divides. The third form was named Solaris Lunar, and it would unleash a sword as bright as the sun and moon. But it was different for him because he intended to use his Azure Firmament Sword Sutra to manifest the sun, while his Iris Sword Sutra manifested the moon. Since he could cultivate two Sword Sutras at the same time, he naturally had to bring out their full potential. If Senior Xianxia could also cultivate two Sword Sutras back then, he would most likely have the same thoughts as Lin Yun. There was naturally no way using his Thunderstorm Sword energy was comparable to using two Sword Sutras. On top of that, it was even easier to use this method. After all, Lin Yun had cultivated both Azure Firmament Sword Sutra and Iris Sword Sutra to a high stage, so he naturally had a lot of practice in them. Sitting down on the field, Lin Yun started circulating both his Sword Sutras. The Azure Firmament tree appeared behind him as the iris flower petals decorated the branches. At the same time, he started altering the sutra of the Azure Firmament 13 swords. It didn't take long for the Azure Firmament tree to transform into a sun, while the iris flower petals converged into an icy cold moon. After circulating the Azure Firmament 13 swords several times, a scene suddenly appeared in Lin Yun's mind of a sun and moon. He was currently seeing the phenomenon created by Xianxia for his successor to observe. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his successor to comprehend the true essence of the sword technique that he created. In the scene, the sun and moon started revolving above Xianxia into two massive vortexes. When Xianxia swung his sword, everything melted like snow. This scene had completely left Lin Yun dumbfounded because he could only see Xianxia's blurred figure. Additionally, he felt as though he was enveloped in an ocean. Just how terrifying was his sword intent to create such a phenomenon. Then, the scene soon cracked into pieces as Xianxia's blurred figure spoke. In the sky above Azure Firmament, lightning and wind exist at the same time. When the scene disappeared, Xianxia's words lingered in Lin Yun's mind. He knew he couldn't give up on the thunderstorm energy after merging two of his sword sutras. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a sun and a moon. After an entire day and night, Lin Yun opened his eyes with light flashing in his pupils. In the next second, Lin Yun executed the Azure Dragon Enneaform with dragon runes that started to wriggle on the surface of his body. When the thunderstorm energy reached its limit, Lin Yun leapt into the sky and stabbed his sword out. In that split second, the sun and moon flew out of his body as sunlight and moonlight both gathered onto his sword. When he stabbed his sword out, he created a huge hole in the ancient restriction on the field. After he finished, he deeply sighed. He had already learned his lesson and held the full power of his sword back. Azure Lotus only created some cracks, but Solaris Lunar actually created a huge hole. If he wasn't holding back, the power behind his sword might destroy the restriction covering the field. At this moment, he had also finally learned the 3 killing moves. Or rather, the 3 heavenly divides fully belonged to him. Even if others had the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra and Azure Firmament 13 sword, there was no way they could practice his 3 heavenly divdis. These forms would be his great sort of reliance in the heavenly path. Simultaneously, 7 days had also passed. Lin Yun rested in the field briefly before he came out. When he came out to see all the buildings in ruins, he was utterly shocked. Only the divine dragon statue stood tall. "This wasn't my fault, right?" Lin Yun muttered softly. He remembered that he didn't hold back with the Azure Lotus and created a huge commotion. Lin Yun! Right at this moment, Fang Xiaoyu, Zhao Chun, and Zhu Qingshan felt relieved when they saw Lin Yun. Lin Yun only understood their worry after they explained that a bizarre light suddenly shot out of the ground last night. It enveloped half the city and the divine dragon statue. Many people were still buried underground and trapped. Some people thought that a treasure was emerging and started searching the entire city. But in the end, all of their efforts went down the drain. Hearing that, Lin Yun sneered inwardly because he knew that it was probably caused by his Azure Lotus and not a treasure. Additionally, news of the Glory Sun Spirit has spread out in Thunderflame City. Many people know that the Glory Sun Spirit is emerging soon. However, no one knows the exact date. It looks like Qin Feng had concealed it on purpose. Fang Xiaoyu wore a grave expression and continued, "You have to be careful when working together with them." Lin Yun nodded his head because he naturally knew that. 7 days ago, Lin Yun felt pressure. However, His cultivation had stabilized and he also had the 3 heavenly divides. So how could a pinnacle first soul heavenly soul realm threaten him? But it was a pity that he didn't have enough time to make a breakthrough in his spiritual sword intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't even fear the geniuses from the higher realms. Lin Yun, you have to go because of the gold light flow lamp. As for us, we'll stay in Thunderflame City for the time being because we're too weak to help you. We'll try and search for greater fortune cultivation techniques in the nearby ruins. If we can get through the tribulation, perhaps we might meet again at the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, said Feng Xiaoyu in a grave tone. It was time for them to part. The moment Lin Yun killed Feng Xian, he had outgrown his fellow brothers. They knew that they couldn't follow Lin Yun's footsteps anymore, but this was the heavenly path. As long as they had enough courage, they would surely meet again in the future. Nodding his head, Lin Yun replied, "It might not be that hard to find greater fortune martial techniques. Take care of yourselves. We'll meet again at the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Take care. Let us meet again at the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm." The heavenly path was a place filled with brutal competition where the strong preyed on the weak. The only ones he could trust were the friends he came with from the profound Amber Realm. However, Lin Yun had no idea if they would meet again in the future. On Thunderflame City's wall, Qin Feng and Yen Kuei were waiting. Additionally, there were 2 more First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm experts with several geniuses with tribulation qualifications around them. Lin Yun was surprised when he came over because there were quite a few people qualified for their tribulation. However, they only had 4 First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm experts and were probably weaker than the other dragon cities. Lin Yun, if you didn't show up just now, we would have thought that you were trapped underground, joked Qin Feng when he saw Lin Yun. He is the one who killed Feng Xian? A voice sounded out. It was Youth standing beside 2 Heavenly Soul Realm experts. When he looked at Lin Yun, his eyes were filled with pride and doubt. When Lin Yun glanced at the youth, he could roughly tell that these people came from the same realm. Their realm should be stronger than Qin Feng and Yen Kuei since they had 2 First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm experts. Although the youth who spoke only had tribulation qualifications, his aura was just as strong as Qin Feng's. Let me introduce you guys. These 2 are the leaders of High Cloud Realm, Chunxian and Sui Yu, smiled Qin Feng. The 2 First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm experts nodded their heads and pointed at the blue-clothed youth standing between them. This is Lu Yun. He has the strongest talent in the High Cloud Realm and is also a swordsman like you. Half a month ago, he had successfully comprehended spiritual sword intent. His strength isn't any weaker than us. Oh? Lin Yun now understood why Lu Yun was targeting him. It turns out that they were both geniuses who had grasped spiritual sword intent before reaching the Heavenly Soul Realm. It was impressive to grasp spiritual sword intent before reaching the First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm. Qin Feng also wasn't being courteous when he said that Lu Yun wasn't any weaker than him because Lin Yun knew how strong the spiritual sword intent was. But it had just been half a month and he probably hadn't reached lesser mastery. So for Lu Yun to act with such flamboyance and dominance, his attitude must be poor. This is Lin Yun. I bet all of you have heard of him by now. He is the one who killed Feng Xian. What you guys probably don't know is that Feng Xian didn't even manage to injure him. He easily took Feng Xian's life in 10 moves, smiled Qin Feng because he also didn't want everyone to look down on Lin Yun. After all, he was the one who found Lin Yun and Lin Yun was also his pawn to stand on even footing with the High Cloud Realm. Since High Cloud Realm had 2 First Soul Heavenly Soul Realms along with a genius grasping spiritual sword intent, they were probably the strongest force in Thunderflame City. You grasped the spiritual sword intent and still needed 10 moves to kill a piece of trash like Feng Xian. You don't seem that impressive after all, said Lu Yun with a light flashing through his pupils. Lin Yun looked at Lu Yun with a playful smile. In the end, Lu Yun was still too young. Killing Feng Xian within 10 moves? Chan Xian of the High Cloud Realm was briefly surprised before he smiled. Lu Yun? Killing Feng Xian before reaching the Heavenly Soul Realm isn't as easy as you think. Chan Xian should be the strongest among them and had reached the pinnacle First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm. The aura he was giving off was even stronger than Qin Feng and even showed signs of reaching the second tribulation. Qin Feng smiled. There's naturally no doubt about Lin Yun's strength. He definitely has the qualification to come with us. This trip will be dangerous and we have to work together. So, Brother Qin, can you tell us where the Glory Sun spirit will be born now? Lin Yun asked. He wasn't even bothered by Lu Yun's provocation. His words also instantly drew everyone's attention. Definitely. It's no longer a secret. Qin Feng nodded his head. The Glory Sun spirit will emerge in Flamefeather City deep in the Flamefeather mountain range. It's an abandoned dragon city because the statue has already collapsed. The mountain range alone will be a dangerous trip. I heard that the Flamefeather City's city lord was extremely strong back in the day, and that the Glory Sun spirit can be found in his manor. But the scale of Flamefeather City is 10 times bigger than our Thunderflame City. Furthermore, the city is enveloped with a demonic aura and demonic beasts can be found everywhere. It won't be simple to find something in the city lord's manor. It was a group from an intermediate realm who discovered the abandoned city and discovered the phenomenon of Glory Sun spirit's birth. But the person who discovered the city died and only a first soul heavenly soul realm expert managed to escape. But he soon died of fire poison shortly after. Flamefeather City was truly weird since a first soul heavenly soul realm was poisoned to death. Qin Feng wore a grave expression and continued, I have to give you guys a disclaimer. We can only stay there for 15 days to a month at most. Otherwise, even a second soul heavenly soul realm genius will be killed by the poison. The city itself is already dangerous, not to mention the Glory Sun spirit's emergence. The entire Glory Sun land has been shaken with thousands of intermediate realms rushing over. It'll be a brutal competition, and all of you have to be mentally prepared for it. Although they had some conflicts with the surrounding dragon cities when searching the ruins, they were pretty mild conflicts. Everyone knew that the upcoming battles would be far more brutal than what Qin Feng was saying. Everyone rested briefly before they moved out. The group had 4 first soul heavenly soul realm experts and 10 geniuses with tribulation qualifications. It was a huge formation that was composed of all the geniuses within Thunderflame City. Everyone decided to work as a team because the journey was sure to be difficult if they were alone. If they joined forces with the other cities, there was no doubt that they would definitely suffer a huge loss. After all, those with the courage to head to the Flamefeather City weren't pushovers. Furthermore, they might even run into those from other astral lands. There were also infamous figures in the Azure Dragon region who acted like wandering cultivators and hunted the weak. If they knew that the Glory Sun spirit was emerging, there was a high possibility that they would also gather. When the group walked through the streets of Thunderflame City, everyone stared at them. I knew it. They also know about the Glory Sun spirit. That's Lin Yun, right? The one who killed Feng Xian. That's him. He's extremely strong. He killed Feng Xian as soon as he arrived in Thunderflame City. Want to follow them and see what they're doing? Are you courting death? Do you think you're stronger than Feng Xian? You probably don't even have the qualification to be cannon fodder for them. The group naturally attracted everyone's attention and most gazes were on Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun's fame had grown frantically after he killed Feng Xian. Lin Yun was somewhat surprised because he never expected that killing Feng Xian would garner him so much fame. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was full of unhappiness. His fame had spread when he grasped the spiritual sword intent half a month ago, especially when he hadn't even reached the first soul heavenly soul realm. But Lin Yun's appearance had stolen all his thunder since Lin Yun grasped spiritual sword intent while in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. Junior brother Lu, don't take it to heart. He must have a poor foundation since he's still in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. He definitely doesn't have a greater fortune martial technique, and there's no way he can compare to you. That's right. After you go through your tribulation, your fame will soar. The name of our high cloud realm will spread on this trip to the Flamefeather City. How can the profound Amber Realm's foundation be compared to our high cloud realm? Junior brother, you don't have to compare yourself to him. Those from the high cloud realm came forward to comfort Lu Yun. When Qin Feng saw this scene, he sighed inwardly. These people didn't know that Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent wasn't only in lesser mastery, but it was in greater mastery. Even he felt a chill down his spine when he saw how Lin Yun killed Feng Xian. Qin Feng peeked at Lin Yun and felt relieved that Lin Yun wasn't reacting. After all, if Lin Yun became enraged, the High Cloud realm might not be able to stop him. Half a day later, the group came to the border of Flamefeather mountain range. It was filled with people who were aiming for the Gloryson spirit. Based on the size of the mountain range, the Flamefeather mountain range was the biggest mountain range in Glory Sunland. It was full of activity and they hadn't even reached Flamefeather City yet. Many people were hunting demonic beasts and there was no lack of geniuses who lost their lives while hunting. But the demonic beasts at the border of the mountain range naturally wouldn't be able to pose any threat to their group. Just the Heavenly Soul Realm geniuses with tribulation qualifications led by Lu Yun was enough to deal with the demonic beasts. They were all excited to hunt the demonic beasts, especially since they could obtain beast cores. Lin Yun wasn't interested in the beast cores though. His only interest was in the gold flow light lamp. After all, he wanted his flower burial sword to reach the height of a Dao artifact. The Indigo Flame Thunder Whip might be a top-tier Dao artifact, but he couldn't control it perfectly as he wished. Furthermore, he would definitely poke a beehive if he brought it out. Even the likes of Qin Feng might not be able to hold back their greed if they saw it. The sky was enveloped with demonic clouds. As they traveled deeper into the mountain range, the demonic beasts became stronger. The first Heavenly Soul realms even had to help out a few times. This had widened Lin Yun's experience because this was the first time he witnessed a first Heavenly Soul realm expert fighting. These people had gone through the tribulation, so their physique wasn't any weaker than his Azure Dragon Enneaform, not to mention that they could use origin energy from their Violet Palace and Aura Ocean. Many strong demonic beasts were instantly killed by them. With that, Lin Yun had a rough gauge of their strength. Those who had gone through the tribulation and those who hadn't were at two completely different levels. He was only at the pinnacle quasi-heavenly soul realm. If he didn't cultivate two-sword sutras at the same time and immortal sword intent, he might be defeated in a single attack. Fortunately, I have already grasped the three heavenly divides. Plus, my sword intent might make a breakthrough to the sky sword intent at any moment. Lin Yun made his analysis while observing the fights. 5 days later, the demonic beasts became so strong that the first Heavenly Soul Realm experts had to frequently help out. So much so that they frequently had to work together. "We're approaching Flamefeather City. Let's rest for now," said Qin Feng. Since coming closer to the city, they hadn't rested. So the first Heavenly Soul Realm experts were exhausted. An hour later, Lu Yun and the others went to hunt demonic beasts. Clearly, they had tasted the sweetness of hunting demonic beasts earlier. After all, they would enter the depth of Flamefeather Mountain range at night, since they wouldn't have any more chances to hunt demonic beasts. However, the depths of the mountain range were so dangerous that no one dared to wander on their own. Xianxia agreed to Lu Yun's request without any hesitation, but he forbids everyone from straying far. His only request was that they had to hunt nearby demonic beasts. It looks like Xianxia also had some thoughts of tempering Lu Yun before entering Flamefeather City. "Brother Lin, you don't seem to be fond of hunting demonic beasts. The demonic beasts here are corroded with demonic aura, and hunting them can temper your strength," said Xianxia after Lu Yun and the others left. "Not interested," said Lin Yun as he played with Lil Red. Hunting demonic beasts might be a decent opportunity to temper himself, but it was a pity that the demonic beasts here were too weak. This was why Lin Yun had no interest in hunting them. Xianxia smiled and maintained silence. He initially didn't place Lin Yun in his eyes, but after knowing that Lin Yun killed Feng Xian within 10 moves, his interest was piqued. Lin Yun must be lacking in resources to make a breakthrough because of the poor foundation of Profound Amber Realm. So it would be great if he could recruit Lin Yun over to their group. Roars from demonic beasts would occasionally echo out in Flamefeather Mountain range. It was a sign that Lu Yun and his group had begun their hunt. Meanwhile, Xianxia examined Lin Yun and Lil Red. A brief moment later, his eyes flashed with surprise. "Is that a dragon-blooded cat?" Xianxia asked in surprise, which instantly drew the attention of Qin Feng and the others. Lin Yun nodded his head and didn't deny it. "It really is a dragon-blooded cat with a rather pure bloodline. A demonic beast like that is rare to find in the heavenly path," said Qin Feng enviously. When he looked at Lin Yun again, he realized that he couldn't see through Lin Yun anymore. Suddenly, Lin Yun thought of something and asked, "Brother Qin, why haven't I seen anyone from the higher realms in Glory Sun Land? Logically speaking, wouldn't they be interested in the emergence of the Glory Sun spirit? If the geniuses from the higher realms were present, it would be impossible for the likes of Qin Feng to obtain the Glory Sun spirit." Chen Xian and Qin Feng exchanged a glance before Chen Xian smiled. "Qin Feng, you explain to him." Nodding his head, Qin Feng explained, "The Azure Dragon region has 7 astral lands. The higher realm geniuses gathered in all the ancestral lands except for Glory Sun Land and Glory Moon Land. The Glory Gold, Glory Wood, Glory Water, Glory Fire, and Glory Earth spirits have the highest worth. They're not just keys to unlock the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, but they can also be used to strengthen your martial intent. Plus, they can assist you in cultivation. Before the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm opens, the astral spirits are the best treasures you can find in the heavenly path. Only high-grade spiritual pellets, advanced fortune martial techniques, or Tao artifacts are comparable. Finding them required immense luck, but the astral spirits were entirely different. You can obtain them as long as you're strong enough. Does that mean that the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits aren't capable of strengthening martial intent or assisting cultivation? Lin Yun asked. Shaking his head, Qin Feng smiled. That's definitely not the case. Logically speaking, these two are the strongest. But they've been sealed since ancient times and not many people can break the seals. This is why the geniuses from higher realms place their eyes on the 5 other astral spirits. After all, the benefits from those astral spirits are practically guaranteed. That might not be the case, smiled Qin Xian. What do you mean? Qin Feng's face changed. The High Cloud realm was considered a top-tier realm among the intermediate realms. It even had geniuses in all the 7 astral lands. Chen Xian's party was only a small portion from the High Cloud realm, and Chen Xian wasn't the strongest from his realm. The leader of High Cloud realm was Yang Lai, whose cultivation was in the second soul, heavenly soul realm, not inferior in any way to geniuses from the higher realms. Qin Feng only knew about the happenings in Glory Sunland, but the High Cloud realm could gather information throughout the Azure Dragon region. Perhaps Chen Xian knew something he didn't. Chen Xian spoke vaguely. The journey to the Flame Feather City is a lot more dangerous than you can imagine. No one can be sure that geniuses from the higher realms won't come. Yan Kuei took over the topic and smiled. Even if geniuses from higher realms don't come, there are many formidable figures in Glory Sunland. After all, there were some powerful realms in Glory Sunland that weren't weaker than the higher realms. At this moment, Chen Xian's face suddenly changed as a plaque appeared in his hand that flickered with crimson light. Qin Feng and Yan Kuei's faces changed because they knew that Lu Yun's party had run into trouble. Let's go. Qin Feng charged towards the depths of the mountain range without hesitation. Let's go and take a look, muttered Lin Yun as he carried Lil Red and followed behind Qin Feng. They were extremely fast and reached Lu Yun's party fairly quickly. Then they saw another party with First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm geniuses. There from the Flow Light City, Qin Feng was surprised to see the other party. Flowlight City wasn't far from Thunderflame City and also was a large-scale dragon city in Glory Sunland. The cities would bump heads with each other, so conflicts were normal. Lin Yun also fell into deep thoughts as he examined the 2 youths who were leading the party. They were both in the pinnacle First Soul Heavenly Soul realm. Their temperament and strength stood out from their party like bright stars in the dark. They're the Black Shark realms Pei Yu and Ling Yu. They're the strongest cultivators from Flowlight City, and their strength is ranked in the top 10 in Glory Sunland, whispered Yan Kuei softly to Lin Yun. Lin Yun nodded his head and understood what was going on. Lu Yun's party were lucky to obtain a demonic soul fruit. It was a treasure that could only be found in the heavenly path. But because of the demonic aura, it couldn't be refined directly. It could be used to temper origin energy and the physique, but the process was painful. An ordinary demonic soul fruit would sell for 100,000 astral pellets, so the quality of the one found by Lu Yun and his party wasn't bad. The value of their demonic soul fruit was a lot higher than normal. But the fruit was now in Pei Yu's hand. Clearly, he had robbed Lu Yun. It was a common scene in Flamefeather Mountain Range. After all, the strong would prey on the weak. A demonic soul fruit wasn't that precious, but it was humiliating to have something stolen before entering Flamefeather City. It was even worse because Lu Yun lost it to Flowlight City. What a coincidence seeing you guys here. Brother Qin, thank you for the demonic soul fruit. I can use it to temper my origin energy before entering Flamefeather City. Well then, goodbye. Pei Yu toyed with the demonic soul fruit in his hand and stood before Qin Feng without any fear in his eyes. When he was done, he left with his party. He clearly looked down on Thunderflame City. You can leave, but leave the fruit behind, said Xianxia as he stepped forward. Who the hell do you think you are to threaten me? Pei Yu questioned coldly as he smiled. High Cloud Realm, Xianxia. Xianxia gave his origin without any changes on his face. The party from Flowlight City were surprised to hear the name High Cloud Realm because they were famous in Glory Sun Land. Xianxia was the strongest in Thunderflame City, but he kept a low profile and rarely interacted with anyone from Flowlight City. So this was the first time Pei Yu and Lung Yu had seen Xianxia. Pei Yu's face changed briefly when he heard that before he said, How embarrassing. We've heard of the High Cloud Realm, but it's a pity that you're not the High Cloud Realm's Mu Yen. You don't have the qualifications to make me hand the fruit over with just your words. If Senior Brother Mu was here, you wouldn't even dare to utter a single word, said Lu Yun. Clearly, he was unhappy that his demonic soul fruit was robbed. Xianxia reached out to stop Lu Yun and looked at Pei Yu. The demonic soul fruit might not be precious and I don't mind giving it to you. However, my junior brother has his eye on it, so it won't be easy for you to leave. As Xianxia spoke, his tone gradually became serious. He was bound to compete with them in Flamefeather City, so there was no need for him to take a step back. Otherwise, he would look like a pushover when he entered Flamefeather City. The atmosphere gradually became tense as both parties stood in confrontation. The Black Shark Realm had quite a bit of people as they had 5 different First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm geniuses. Their formation was slightly stronger than Xianxia's formation. Even though Xianxia knew this, he couldn't take a step back since this matter involved his prestige. If they took a step back, they might as well give up on the Flamefeather City now. Interesting. Pei Yu's eyes flickered as he looked around with a smile. I get it. If you guys take a step back now, you might as well give up on the Glory Sun spirit. But there's no need for the two of our parties to fall out. How about this, we both attack once and the winner takes the fruit. It's for the best. The Black Shark Realm isn't any weaker than High Cloud Realm. If we really start a fight, it will be hard to say who will win, whispered Yen Kuei. If it was just an exchange of a single move, everyone could easily accept the result. Xianxia didn't hesitate as he quickly stepped forward. Lin Yun was interested to watch the fight between 2 First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm geniuses. After all, these people had unlocked their aura ocean, which was equivalent to having a second source of origin energy. Since there was an opportunity, Lin Yun wanted to know how strong they were and if he could fight them in the future. After all, he cultivated 2 Sword Sutras at the same time and had more origin energy than ordinary Heavenly Soul Realm experts. Even if he didn't use his sword intent, he could still firmly suppress the likes of Feng Xian. On the empty ground, Pei Yu stored the demonic soul fruit and took a step forward. You have to be careful. I naturally have confidence since I dared to suggest this method. It won't be easy for you to take the demonic soul fruit away from me. Facing Pei Yu's good-intentioned warning, Xianxia raised his brow and smiled. Don't be too confident. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing if you lose. Without any signs, both sides pushed out a palm while their origin energy rippled out like an ocean. When their palms came into contact, cracks began to spread on the ground and the surrounding trees turned into ashes from the shockwave. Immediately, the Flowlight City and Thunderflame City's parties quickly executed various means to block the shockwave. When the cloud of dust dissipated, Xianxia took 3 steps back while Pei Yu took 4 steps back. One took 3 steps back while the other took 4. Xianxia had won by a small margin. Aside from the First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm experts, it was hard for anyone to see the exchange clearly. Lin Yun had seen everything clearly as Xianxia and Pei Yu utilized their aura ocean at the same time. When he saw the boundless energy in their bodies, even he couldn't help feeling a little fearful. There was no question that the aura coming from Chen Xian and Pei Yu was a lot stronger than Yan Kuei and Qin Feng. If he was facing Yan Kuei or Qin Feng, he wouldn't even have to use his sword intent. He could rely on his two-sword sutras to face them head-on. He might even be able to suppress them a little, but it would be lacking if he faced Pei Yu and Chen Xian. He would have to use his sword intent or else he wouldn't be able to obtain any advantages. Thinking about it, Lin Yun's eyes turned dim and he felt somewhat disappointed. But soon after, he started laughing inwardly. What exactly was he sad about? He was only in the quasi-heavenly soul realm, so naturally facing two pinnacles first soul heavenly soul realm was a pipe dream. Although it was unprecedented for someone to practice two-sword sutras at the same time, it was unreasonable for him to want to suppress someone an entire realm above him. There was naturally nothing to say about Pei Yu and Chen Xian. They were stronger than Yan Kuei and Qin Feng because they were in the pinnacle first soul heavenly soul realm. More importantly, Chen Xian and Pei Yu used more astral pellets when undergoing their tribulation. The difference in strength was based on one's foundation. Lin Yun's advantage was the sword in his hand and his unprecedented attainment in the sword path. There was no need for him to compete with them in his origin energy. After all, he would just cut down everything in his path with his sword. Lin Yun's mind gradually cleared up. Aside from obtaining the golden flowlight lamp, he also had to temper his three heavenly divides. The lightning cocoon and azure lotus were fine, but he needed to be more proficient in them. As for Solaris Lunar, he still had a long way to go to perfect it. "Thank you," smiled Chen Xian while cupping his hands together. "It looks like the rumors are true. The High Cloud Realm's foundation is approaching the higher realms." Pei Yu was naturally unhappy to lose the bet, but he quickly found an excuse for himself. Then he waved his hand and tossed the demonic soul fruit over to Chen Xian. "But a single exchange doesn't mean anything. We'll meet again in Flamefeather City." Pei Yu was rather straightforward with his reminder to Chen Xian. Then he left with the Black Shark Realm's party. "Senior brother is really strong. The Black Shark Realm is courting death if they want to compete with us." "That's right." Pei Yu didn't even dare to utter a word when he handed the demonic soul fruit over. Everyone from the High Cloud Realm came over and congratulated Chen Xian. All of them were excited, especially Lu Yun, who had finally gotten back the demonic soul fruit. It might not be a rare treasure, but it was a huge fortune for Lu Yun since it was valued around 200,000 astral pellets. Chen Xian was rather calm and said, "It was just a single move. Pei Yu was right. If we went all out, I don't know who would win. My odds of beating him aren't high, and it's practically impossible for me to kill him. Senior brother, the demonic soul fruit." Lu Yun looked at Chen Xian and smiled. Chen Xian fell into deep thoughts before he said, "You already have the tribulation qualification. The danger of using the demonic soul fruit isn't small, and it might leave behind hidden injuries. At that time, it'll be a huge issue for you when facing the tribulation." Lu Yun naturally knew that. Even if he didn't use it, he could always sell it. Chen Xian paused briefly before he smiled. "You already have a decent harvest hunting demonic beasts. How about this? Let's give this fruit to Lin Yun. He needs it since he's the only quasi-heavenly soul realm among us. If we find anything precious in the Flamefeather City, I'll give it to you." Lu Yun was shocked because he never expected that his senior brother would want to give it to Lin Yun. In his eyes, Lin Yun was lucky to grasp the spiritual sword intent. On top of that, he hadn't even reached the heavenly soul realm. There was no way Lin Yun could compare to him in terms of potential. But since Chen Xian had spoken, there was nothing Lu Yun could do but to accept it. "Brother Lin, you can have this fruit." Seeing Chen Xian handing the fruit over, Lin Yun hesitated briefly before accepting it. He had only heard of this fruit. If he could temper his origin energy produced by his two-sword sutras, the benefits he could obtain would be twice the amount that other people could obtain. "Brother Lin, what do you think of my High Cloud Realm? I noticed that you don't have a greater fortune martial technique. If you're interested in joining my High Cloud Realm, I can discuss it with senior brother Mu Yan," smiled Chen Xian when he saw Lin Yun take the fruit. But when Lin Yun heard that, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. The High Cloud realm might have a good foundation, but he had no intention of joining anyone. However, he was open to suggestions as long as someone didn't force him. After a brief consideration, Lin Yun said, I don't have any plans of joining a realm. My relationship with Brother Qin is that of partners. However, I like your personality and I'll remember this favor. In the future, if your High Cloud realm needs my help, I'll surely help out. Lin Yun really did like Chen Xian's personality. If Chen Xian was like Pei Yu, he wouldn't have taken the fruit, regardless of its value. But since he took the fruit, he owed Chen Xian a favor. Chen Xian was somewhat disappointed when he heard that, but he still smiled. That works. You can look for me anytime if you change your mind. What arrogance, sneered Lu Yun. He didn't think the High Cloud realm needed Lin Yun's help. Forget Mu Yen, even Chen Xian was a lot stronger than Lin Yun. Everyone else from the High Cloud realm had similar thoughts, but none of them uttered a word since Chen Xian didn't. When the High Cloud realm's party was far enough away, Qin Feng came over and whispered, You should give High Cloud realm some consideration. Geniuses from higher realms don't place those from other realms in their eyes. High Cloud realm is one of the realms that can confront those higher realms. Plus, senior brother Mu Yen even has the qualification to enter the Azure Dragon ranking. When Lin Yun heard about the Azure Dragon ranking, his eyes started flashing. Feng Xiaoyu had told him all about it. The heavenly path was differentiated into Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise regions. Those with qualifications would have their name appear on the Heavenly Mirror at the end of Heavenly Path with the region's ranking. The Azure Dragon region naturally had the Azure Dragon ranking. In the Azure Dragon region, there were 100 rankings available out of tens of thousands of geniuses. There was no exception that those who could make it on the rankings were geniuses from various realms, not to mention there were also geniuses from higher realms. Only those in the Second Soul Heavenly Soul realm were qualified to make into the ranking, but that was just obtaining the qualification. Lin Yun still had a long way to go to reach the Second Soul Heavenly Soul realm, so he wasn't too bothered at the moment. But when he heard that High Cloud realm's Mu Yen had the qualification to make it into the ranking, he couldn't help marveling at the High Cloud realm's foundation. Sighing, Qin Feng said, I'm too naive. I don't have any interest in the Glory Sun spirit now. I just hope that I can come out alive. What's the matter? Lin Yun asked. Chen Xian might sound casual about it, but he clearly doesn't want me to think too much about it. The Flame Feather City is destined to be a battlefield for geniuses from the higher realms. We practically have no chance to obtain the Glory Sun spirit. We can only try and see if we can find other treasures and come out alive, said Qin Feng. The higher realms are that terrifying? Lin Yun asked. You didn't witness that brutal battle in the beginning because you came late. Those who came in were all top-tier geniuses from the various realms. Why would they bow to the higher realms? In the end, the higher realms slaughtered everyone and showed their might through the massacre, said Qin Feng with a grave expression on his face. The senior brother of my Beacon Fire realm isn't any weaker than Mu Yen, but he died in that bloodbath. In the end, I can only bring my remaining brothers to Thunderflame City. After all, who wouldn't want to head to the 5 astral lands? Qin Feng's tone was filled with sorrow when he mentioned the past. Lin Yun was shocked because the heavenly path wasn't simple. Fortunately, those geniuses won't come to Flame Feather City. Otherwise, we might not have a chance to live. But even so, we have to be careful not to start a conflict with them or we will be dead no matter where we run off to. The past clearly filled Qin Feng with fear. Lin Yun kept silent when he heard that because he was shocked. If there were geniuses from higher realms present, he had to take a look at how strong they were. As night fell, Lin Yun sought a remote region near the camp to refine the demonic soul fruit. When he swallowed the fruit, a black demonic aura started pouring out of the fruit that violently rampaged in his body. Before he could even react, the black aura had spread throughout his body. Then, the demonic aura turned into flames that filled him with pain as he was being tempered like metal. With each breath, Lin Yun could sense his origin energy, the azure firmament tree, and the iris sword sutra becoming more refined. At the same time, lightning crackled in the dragon runes on the surface of his body. He had reached the pinnacle of the Azure Dragon Enneaform a while ago, and he was faintly showing signs of making a breakthrough. It turns out that the benefits from the demonic soul fruit weren't just twofold, but threefold. The demonic soul fruit was truly a good thing for Lin Yun. At the very least, the effect had far surpassed his expectations. He had cultivated two sword sutras, which allowed him to have more origin energy than those in his realm. He could rely on this advantage to confront those in the first soul heavenly soul realm. But it would be extremely taxing on his physique. Qin Feng's physique had been tempered by his heavenly soul realm tribulation, while Lin Yun could only rely on his Azure Dragon battle physique. So Lin Yun was naturally happy to see that the demonic soul fruit could temper his physique and origin energy. Compared to the benefits that he could receive, the pain was nothing. Basking in the black flames, the dragon runes on the surface of his body began to squirm. Under the tempering of the black flames, the dragon runes began to release a faint metallic luster. Under the demonic soul fruit's tempering, the grime deep in his body was purified. The grime came from the pellets and fruits he had eaten. No matter how he refined them, there was always a trace left behind that became a stain as time passed. So under the tempering of the demonic soul fruit, he was being cleansed. Suddenly, a dragon roar echoed from Lin Yun's body. The restriction of his Azure Dragon Enneaform had finally broken. At the same time, a droplet of blood from the Azure Dragon seal on his chest merged with the dragon runes and gave the purple runes a crimson taint. Lin Yun was shocked to discover that the dragon runes had perfectly fused into his body like they were his muscles. Is this the decaform, or is this a new beginning? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he could sense that the Azure Dragon Enneaform had become more profound. One night passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils flashed with bright light. When he let out a breath, he felt an indescribable satisfaction. Although it was only one night, it felt like he tempered himself in a cauldron for a decade. The effects of the demonic soul fruit are really terrifying. If Chun Xian knew how beneficial it was to me, he might not be willing to give it to me. Lin Yun stood up and circulated his origin energy through his meridians. He could hear lightning crackling within his body as he had grown 30% stronger than before. Lin Yun was speechless because the effect was really unbelievable. However, Lin Yun knew the effects were so strong because this was the first time he had eaten the fruit. If he refined a second one, the effects wouldn't be as obvious. Lin Yun suddenly rolled up his sleeves to see dragon runes wandering beneath his skin. The dragon runes looked like blood vessels and gave him a bizarre feeling. When he directed the dragon runes into his arm, he could sense that the strength in his arm had grown to a terrifying height. It seems like the dragon runes have perfectly merged with the Azure Dragon's strength. Lin Yun's heart throbbed with surprise. He initially had over 100 cauldrons worth of strength, but it had soared frantically overnight. When the dragon runes moved to his right arm, it felt like he had a dragon's arm since he had 300 cauldrons worth of strength. Then, the power started to dissipate with a single thought. He needed strength to wield the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip. In the past, it would be challenging for him to wield it as it would fully exhaust his strength. However, he would have a much easier time controlling it now. At this moment, Qin Feng walked over. It appeared that Qin Feng was grabbing Lin Yun to head deeper into the Flame Feather Mountain. "Lin Yun, it's time for us to leave," said Qin Feng as he felt relief when he saw Lin Yun. With a surprised tone, he asked, "You already refined the demonic soul fruit?" Lin Yun merely nodded in response, which made Qin Feng take a cold breath. He knew how painful it was to refine the demonic soul fruit. Lin Yun actually refined it in just a single night? "Let's go," said Lin Yun. There was no change in his emotions despite the boost in his strength. In the next few days, more people began to gather in the Flame Feather Mountain range. But fortunately, their journey was rather smooth. As more people approached Flame Feather City, they became more reserved to prevent conflicts. Flame Feather City was now a danger zone without the divine dragon statue, so no one was willing to weaken their party before entering the city. 7 days later, a barren land appeared with a massive ruin in the center. But because of how massive the ruin was, they could only see a part of it. No one could have imagined that the ruins used to be a thriving city in the past. Then, a hot wind blew towards the group. "This is Flame Feather City?" Lin Yun was shocked in his heart because the scale of the city was simply too massive. However, the damage was even greater than he imagined. Could it be that this city was destroyed in the ancient battle? The aura coming from this city was even more ancient than Thunderflame City. Compared to Flamefeather City, Thunderflame City seemed pretty new. The ruin before them was a genuine ancient dragon city. Lin Yun's guess was correct, as cities like Thunderflame City were built after people obtained the divine dragon statues. A genuine ancient dragon city was rare in the heavenly path, as the battle was so intense back then that even stars had shattered from the fight. This place is really terrifying. There's so much powerful fire energy even before we step into the city. Qin Feng locked his brows together. He now understood why the first soul heavenly soul realm expert died from fire poison. Furthermore, the Glory Sun spirit made this dangerous dragon city even more perilous. At this moment, many cultivators were gathered in the surroundings. "What are they waiting for?" Lu Yun asked. Qin Feng pondered briefly before saying, "There's definitely a weakening period for the Glory Sun spirit, and everyone is waiting for that period. Otherwise, it would be too risky for us to go in now. In fact, we might even be incinerated before we enter the city." "It's that terrifying?" Lu Yun's face changed when he heard that. As they waited, more geniuses gathered. Their formations were even stronger than the Thunderflame City's party, as many people had gotten through their tribulation. Lin Yun was probably the only one in the quasi-heavenly soul realm, which attracted much attention. Everyone mocked Lin Yun for his foolish courage because none of them felt that he could even enter Flamefeather City. Lin Yun simply ignored the looks. When he looked around, there were 5 to 6 people who gave him the impression that they were strong. They must have used over 1 million astral pellets in their tribulations. But what left Lin Yun disappointed was the fact that he didn't discover anyone in the second soul, heavenly soul realm. Reaching the second soul, heavenly soul realm wasn't as easy as he had imagined. The resources required were truly enormous. "Looks like everyone from Glory Sun Land is here," said Qin Feng while looking around. He seemed to be searching for something, and Lin Yun could see the complicated emotions in his pupils. Lin Yun knew that Qin Feng was looking for geniuses from higher realms, hoping that they wouldn't show up. Lin Yun shook his head because Qin Feng was terrified by the higher realms. Even if the higher realms didn't come, he also wouldn't be able to find anything with his mentality now. "I don't see anyone from higher realms," said Qin Feng in an uncertain tone. "What is there to be afraid of? According to what I know, their cultivation isn't that unbelievable. Their cultivation isn't too high compared to my senior brother, and there are even some who haven't reached the second soul, heavenly soul realm," smiled Lu Yun. Now that he grasped the spiritual sword intent and practiced a greater fortune cultivation technique, he was confident that he could defeat anyone in the same cultivation. He was confident that he wouldn't be inferior to the geniuses from the higher realms. Since Mu Yen was able to become famous in Glory Sunland, he believed that he could do the same. Qin Feng glanced at him lightly and said, "You've never gone through that battle, so you have no idea how terrifying they are. Your spiritual sword intent is just a toy in their eyes. Don't try to provoke them." "Interesting. I'm looking forward to meeting them now. It'll be disappointing if they don't make it on time to Flamefeather City." Lu Yun's eyes surged with fighting spirit as he anticipated the future. Lu Yun truly had the qualification to be arrogant. After all, it wasn't easy to comprehend spiritual sword intent. However, his spiritual sword intent hadn't even reached lesser mastery. So Lin Yun wasn't optimistic about Lu Yun. Right at this moment, he raised his head and turned to look in a direction. At the same time, Chun Xian also spoke out, "They're here." At the same time, everyone turned to look at a black-clothed youth swiftly approaching them. But only Qin Feng wore a bitter expression because he knew that someone from the higher realm ultimately came. The black-clothed youth who appeared all of a sudden gave everyone a chilling feeling. Their gazes were similar to Qin Feng, which meant that the infamous reputation of the higher realms in the heavenly path was really terrifying. After all, a single person made it hard for everyone to breathe. Xianxia wore a grave expression with fear in his eyes. That's Feng Wuji from the Bloodbone realm. He's ranked in the top 10 right under the Azure Dragon ranking. If he makes it through the second tribulation, there's a high possibility of him making it into the ranking. He's a bladesman, known for his brutal saber technique. He also grasped the second-grade saber intent, and his weapon can be considered a low-grade Dao artifact. Relying on his sword, he can compete with geniuses in the second soul. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked when he heard that. The higher realms truly deserved their reputation if everyone had Dao artifacts of their own. He couldn't imagine how strong the geniuses from the higher realm would be. The low-grade Dao artifact was good enough to suppress most people here. Lu Yun and the others raised their heads to look at Feng Wuji. Although Feng Wuji didn't utter a single word, everyone could feel a chill down their spine as Feng Wuji walked past. This fellow used at least 2 million astral pellets in his tribulation. Qin Feng gnashed his teeth because of the astronomical sum. After all, 1 million astral pellets was the limit of people from intermediate realms. However, the massive origin energy coming from Feng Wuji's aura ocean was massive. Not long after Feng Wuji showed up, a gray-clothed figure descended from the sky. The aura coming from him wasn't any weaker than Feng Wuji, which caused another uproar. It was another genius from a higher realm. Everyone's faces in Glory Sun Land turned nasty with the arrival of another genius from the higher realm. The worst part about the higher realms was that they looked down on everyone. In their eyes, those from the lower and intermediate realms were ants. They wouldn't feel bad if they killed someone who wasn't from the higher realm. That's Mo Han from the Black Flame realm. He's about the same level as Feng Wuji. Both of them have some fame in the Azure Dragon region, and not many people can suppress them unless they're on the Azure Dragon ranking. To think that they would actually come. Even Xianxia's face changed after seeing the newcomers. He expected to see geniuses from the higher realms, but he never thought it would be those two. Based on Feng Wuji and Mo Han's strength, they could definitely receive a position for the 5 astral spirits. So it was surprising that they appeared in Glory Sun Land. After all, the treasures found here were definitely poorer than the other astral lands. Lin Yun casually examined the two of them and sensed their killing aura. Compared to them, the demonic cultivators that Lin Yun met in Profound Amber Realm were kind. Over the next few days, more geniuses from the higher realms appeared. They either came by themselves or in a pair. However, it was very clear that they were weaker than Feng Wuji and Mo Han. So everyone was comforted by the fact that they still might have a chance. 2 days later, they could sense that the temperature in the barren land had calmed down. Soon, 2 figures flew towards the city with auras comparable to Feng Wuji and Mo Han. Here come another 2 that are almost as strong as those in the Azure Dragon ranking. Xianxia sighed. One of the newcomers had a bony frame with deep eye sockets. He looked like he would collapse if the wind blew past him. The other had a huge mouth and looked eerie. They looked like polar opposites, so it was weird to see them together. That's Shifeng and Chenin. They're from the Nethercloud realm. Don't judge them by their appearance. Our senior brother fought them and barely managed to win after exchanging over 500 moves. Xianxia's gaze became grave as he warned the group. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because many people right under the top 10 in the Azure Dragon ranking were present. All of them were in the pinnacle First Soul Heavenly Soul realm and had exhausted at least 2 million astral pellets for their tribulation. It made sense that they were stronger than Xianxia and Peiyu. There was a high possibility that they also had Dao artifacts. There was no question that they could suppress all of the geniuses in Glory Sun Land. As for the Glory Sun Spirit, there was naturally nothing to think about. Only the top-tier geniuses would have a chance at obtaining it. Qin Feng was right to say that the trip to Flamefeather City was a stage for the higher realms to compete. Feng Wuji and Mo Han are also here. The bony Shifeng looked around and instantly noticed Feng Wuji and Mo Han. Chenin merely sneered when he heard those names. They naturally had the same desire for the treasures in Flamefeather City and the Glory Sun Spirit. The Glory Sun Spirit might not be comparable to the other astral spirits, but it was still a key to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, so no one was willing to give up if they had a choice. Wow! There are so many ants. They're pretty bold. Chun and looked at everyone from the intermediate realm with disdain in his eyes. They're courting death to come here. The two had neglected everyone that wasn't from the higher realms. The intermediate realms were upset, but there was nothing they could do about it. Those fellows. Lu Yun's face became nasty because he never expected that Chan En and Shi Feng would be so arrogant. On the other hand, Lin Yun was rather calm. He didn't want to waste his energy on trivial matters. "Don't be impulsive," said Chun Xian. "There's a sandstorm in the barren land that might separate us. When you guys reach the city, try and group up as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be vulnerable if you run into the higher realm experts." Clearly, as long as they didn't run into the four monsters, they would be okay. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the aura coming from the Flamefeather mountain range had gotten a lot weaker. Now, they didn't have to maintain their origin energy outside their bodies to defend against the high temperature. But the atmosphere had also slowly become intense because everyone knew that the time to enter the Flamefeather city was coming. Suddenly, a black figure streaked across the sky as Feng Wuji made the first move. He was like a sharp blade that tore the sky apart towards the city. "Let's go. Don't let him beat us. That fellow is really fast." Shi Feng and Chen and cursed as they executed their movement techniques. When they moved, the other geniuses from Glory Sun Land couldn't hold back anymore. Everyone charged towards the Dragon City. Chan Xian, on the other hand, was more experienced and waited for the atmosphere to calm down a little more before he roared, "Let's go! There must be quite a bit of golden flowlight lamps in the Flamefeather city, right?" Lin Yun's eyes flickered. His objective hadn't changed. He still needed to obtain the gold flowlight lamp along with the other treasures in Tay City. As for the Glory Sun Spirit, he would give it a shot if he had a chance. After all, the Glory Sun Spirit was sealed and would put a target on his back if he wasn't strong enough. The moment the group moved, they sensed a terrifying heat wave pouring towards them, and they quickly circulated their origin energy to defend themselves. When they raised their heads, they finally realized that the Flamefeather city wasn't as close as it seemed. It didn't take long for a sandstorm to arrive, which brought the surrounding temperature to a new height. The sandstorm instantly separated everyone like Chun Xian had warned and made everyone sweat. "Calm down. We'll group up in the city." Chun Xian's voice sounded out while Lin Yun glanced at the sandstorm. Qin Feng, Yan Kuei, and the others could barely maintain their position so they wouldn't lose their bearings. As for the rest, they were practically lost. At this moment, everyone only had one thought: get to Flamefeather City as soon as possible. Lin Yun covered himself with his sword intent as he slowly traveled through the sandstorm. His immortal sword intent had formed a barrier that stopped the fire energy from reaching him. Compared to him, Lu Yun's state was a lot more terrible. Lu Yun's spiritual sword intent hadn't even reached lesser mastery, so the fire energy blazed around him. Under this state, he would exhaust all of his spiritual sword intent before he could even reach Flamefeather City. An hour later, a massive dragon city appeared before Lin Yun. He had finally arrived in Flamefeather City. Lin Yun traveled at a decent speed and quickly arrived in front of Flamefeather City. When he got close, he realized that the massive city was a lot more damaged than he previously thought. Parts of the buildings had been submerged in the sand, which made the city look barren. When he stepped into the city, he noticed that the surrounding temperature had dropped violently. The fire energy didn't really dissipate, but had fused into the air. It would enter the body through breathing, and it could even sneak its way in through the pores. Focusing his sword energy into his eyes, Lin Yun noticed that there were many black sparks in the air that couldn't be seen to the naked eye. Not even his sword intent could get rid of them. Those black sparks weren't lethal, but they would become terrifying after accumulating to a certain extent. "I see." Lin Yun dissipated the sword intent in his pupils. Those who came to Flamefeather City earlier probably didn't notice it. One couldn't stay for long or else the black sparks would gather into terrifying fire poison. After infiltrating the internal organs, they would incinerate the body from within. But it wouldn't cause harm if one didn't stay for long. Lin Yun quickly started traveling through the city after he figured this out. Although he wasn't moving as fast as possible, he still caught up to the geniuses that left before him. it was just as Lin Yun had speculated. Everyone had split up because of how massive the ruins were, so it wouldn't be easy for everyone to gather. Then again, this was beneficial to him. Traveling through the ruins, Lin Yun would occasionally find people anxiously searching. Those people had underestimated the damage to Flamefeather City and were frantically trying to find treasures. Most of the buildings were submerged in sand, which made the treasures and inheritances hard to find. Roughly 4 hours later, Lin Yun came to a stop and narrowed his eyes. He could see a small tree blooming in the sand that emitted a faint golden luster. At the top of the tree were white flames that hovered over a blooming flower. It was the gold flow light lamp. Lin Yun initially thought it would take him a whole day to find, so he never expected to find it in less than half a day. The gold flow light lamp was classified by the colors white, blue, purple, and gold. The one before Lin Yun was an ordinary one, but it was still a good sign. Without hesitation, Lin Yun poured his origin energy into his hands and waved them. In the next second, the tree was uprooted and flew into his hand. But before he could examine it, the sand-covered ground exploded as a gigantic python with black scales appeared. The python was emitting an aura in the pinnacle heavenly soul realm. The python had died, but under the nourishment of unknown energy, it had come back to life with a strong attachment to the gold flow light lamp. In the next second, the python charged at Lin Yun. Lin Yun stored the gold flow light lamp and calmly retreated. When he executed the cloud-soaring art, a dragon aura surged beneath his feet that helped him dodge the python. When the python charged again, Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. He had already put the gold flow light lamp away, but the python insisted on bothering him. Losing his patience, Lin Yun sent the python flying. But when the python landed on the ground, it got back up and dashed forward once again. How troublesome! Lin Yun locked his brows together because he was annoyed with the python. Without hesitation, hundreds of dragon runes poured into his right arm as 300 cauldrons worth of strength exploded out. Lin Yun empowered the punch with his sword intent, so the python instantly crumpled to the ground. However, the python continued to squirm on the ground even after it was dead. Weak, Lin Yun looked at the corpse casually before he continued his journey. He purposefully avoided the crowds and solely focused on gather gold flow light lamps. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Over the course of 2 days, he had obtained 3 white gold flow light lamps and 4 blue gold flow light lamps. He placed each flower into the sword box as soon as he found them. He could clearly sense the flower burial sword was improving as it basked under the floral aroma. At the same time, the demonic beasts he ran into also became stronger. He even faced the assault of 4 pythons at once. What dense flower fragrance! Lin Yun stopped on a tattered roof with surprise flashing in his eyes. He could smell the flower fragrance from the gold flow light lamp and had never encountered one with such a dense flower fragrance. Could it be a purple gold flow light lamp? With a shudder in his heart, Lin Yun followed the direction of the flower fragrance. When he got closer, he was shocked to discover that the fragrance was intoxicating like alcohol. The gold flow light lamp he was trying to find was anything but simple. When he came to a stop, he saw a gold flow light lamp with 10 gold petals. Under the sunlight, the gold flower emitted a bewitching luster. The flower bud was red, which made the combination of red and gold look even more dreamy. Lin Yun had discovered a gold flow light lamp of the highest grade. But, another one that's courting death. The temptation of this flower isn't small. We just have to continue camping here to wait for people to come to us. Compared to the gold flow light lamp, the treasures on people are more valuable. So it's a piece of trash that isn't even in the heavenly soul realm. The 4 people who were camping near the gold flow light lamp were surrounded by 10 corpses on the ground. All 4 were from intermediate realms and had tribulation qualifications. When they examined Lin Yun, their pupils were filled with mockery. "Since you're here, don't you dare leave." The leader laughed as he charged towards Lin Yun, while remaining 3 blocked Lin Yun's paths of retreat. The 4 of them must have been working together for a long time. "You guys are courting death. Lin Yun used his fingers as his sword and stabbed his opponent's forehead with an azure sword ray. This caught his opponent by surprise as he was sent flying. Sword intent. This brat had grasped the spiritual sword intent. Move together. The remaining three shouted as they charged together. How pitiful! Lin Yun began to move, leaving afterimages that attacked his enemies with each step. Before the remaining three could even get close to him, their heads had already hit the ground. By the time Lin Yun's afterimages overlapped with his main body, four corpses hit the ground. Not even a first soul heavenly soul realm genius could pose a threat to him now, let alone normal heavenly soul realms. Lin Yun didn't immediately take the gold flow light lamp. He wasn't in a hurry to take it because it hadn't matured yet. He needed to wait for the crimson light in the bud to condense into a droplet of blood that dripped onto the petals. Only then would it be ready for harvest. A gold flow light lamp of this degree was a rare treasure, so Lin Yun naturally had to wait for it to fully mature. Otherwise, he would be wasting the treasure. To pass the time, Lin Yun found a place to sit down and started meditating. An hour later, a crimson droplet finally fell on the petals and started burning. Simultaneously, Lin Yun opened his eyes. However, he opened his eyes because someone was approaching. This person was donned in gray clothes and emitted cold killing intent. The person was only slightly weaker than Xianxia. After all, those who could get through the tribulation weren't pushovers. They were all killed by you? It's really impressive to have such strength in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. You can get lost now. The gray-clothed youth spoke with pride written all over his face. Lin Yun might have feared the first soul heavenly soul realm geniuses before entering Thunderflame City, but he had the three heavenly divides now. His strength had undergone a drastic transformation. Plus, he used the demonic soul fruit to refine his origin energy and physique. With his current strength, he no longer worried about the first soul. "You're still not enough," said Lin Yun, who showed no intention of leaving. The gray-clothed youth grinned before he shook his head. "There are a lot of arrogant people in the heavenly path who think that they're unparalleled geniuses. It's a pity you have no idea how terrifying someone in the first soul heavenly soul realm is. My advice to you is to leave, or else you won't even have time to feel regret." "Why would I feel regret when I can just kill you?" Lin Yun opened his sword box. When it opened, countless petals of white, blue, and purple flew in the sky with flames. Then, a silhouette flew out of the box and into Lin Yun's palm. It was naturally the flower burial sword. How stubborn! The gray-clothed youth finally lost his temper. The origin energy in his aura ocean and violet palace started to boil. But before he could even react, Lin Yun had already drawn his sword. In the next second, clouds of mist started filling every corner of the region. The mist caused the gray-clothed youth's face to change as he quickly raised his guard. However, the mist left just as quickly as it arrived. Before the gray-clothed youth could even respond, a sword had pierced his forehead without him noticing. "Cut the act!" The gray-clothed youth cursed after discovering he was fine. Seeing Lin Yun sheath his sword, he sneered. "The execution is just about to start. You won't even have time to escape when I make my move. I only needed one sword to kill you. You're already dead," said Lin Yun while looking at the person before him calmly. When he was done talking, the sword in the gray-clothed youth's head exploded. Just like that, another headless corpse fell to the ground. At the same time, the gold flowlight lamp had fully matured. With a wave of his hand, the flower flew into Lin Yun's grasp as the flower's radiance lit up his face. Many cultivators hidden in the surroundings had fear on their faces when they saw this scene. Evidently, they were terrified after seeing Lin Yun kill a first soul heavenly soul realm genius with only one sword. The gold flowlight lamp in his hand emitted a dreamy light. All 10 petals were dripping with blood, which made them look bewitching. Each petal contained terrifying energy with dense fire energy. It was as if the flower was born in the sun. It was a flower that could only be found in Glory Sun Land. Lin Yun was lucky to find it, but he wouldn't be able to walk away with it if he didn't have strength. Lin Yun placed the flower burial sword back in the sword box and didn't hesitate to crush the gold flowlight lamp in his hand. Although he was reluctant to use it in this manner, He needed to nurture the flower burial sword. He was bound to reach the heavenly soul realm even without the flower. Lin Yun's gaze was firm as he filled his sword box with petals. The sword box was filled with a cold aura that could preserve the spirituality of the petals for a long time. When he released his grip on the petals were sucked into the sword box. As for Lil Red, it naturally continued its job to collect the interspatial pouches on the ground. Lin Yun examined the pouches and was surprised to find nearly 1,000,000 astral pellets. Then again, it wasn't unbelievable since geniuses from higher realms used millions of astral pellets in their tribulation. However, this didn't mean that everyone used astral pellets in such a lavish manner. If one's physique wasn't strong enough, absorbing too many astral pellets could cause one's body to explode. So the number of astral pellets one used in their tribulation was a symbol of their strength. The lightning cocoon still isn't fast enough. If it was fast enough, I could completely catch my opponent by surprise before they even see the mist. Lin Yun didn't panic upon sensing the people hiding in the surroundings. Instead, he gathered his things and left. When he left, the faces of those hiding in the surroundings were nasty. Clearly, they were shocked by the strength Lin Yun had revealed. They initially wanted the gray-clothed youth to test Lin Yun's strength, but they never expected that the gray-clothed youth would be killed in a split second. What power! Is he really not a genius from the higher realms? That fellow is Lin Yun. He came with the Thunderflame realm. It's impossible for the higher realms to have such low cultivation. There's no way that any of them are in the quasi-heavenly soul realm anymore. It looks like there's another wild card in Flamefeather City. Everyone knew that it wouldn't take long for Lin Yun's fame to spread throughout Flamefeather City. After a short moment of peace, more treasures began to appear in Flamefeather City. All sorts of palaces and tombs were being excavated. The appearance of the treasures naturally attracted everyone's attention, forcing them to reveal their strengths. As for geniuses from intermediate realms, they couldn't even fend off ordinary geniuses from higher realms, not to mention the stronger ones like Feng Wuji. The geniuses from the higher realms practically crushed those from the intermediate realms. The demonic beasts in the city might be terrifying, but they were nothing compared to those from higher realms. The emergence of treasures introduced a bloodbath to the city. Deep in the city, dozens of corpses laid on the ground of a dried-up lake. All of them died horrible deaths and their corpses were mutilated. At this moment, a dense blood stench filled the air. A black demonic lotus bloomed on the withered lake that was shrouded in black miasma. Looking carefully, the black miasma looked like a live python. If anyone who was knowledgeable was present, they would recognize it as the demonic python lotus. The lotus and python had a symbiotic relationship. It was a rare treasure that even tempted Empyreans from the Kunlun realm. At this moment, a black-clothed figure stood beside the lake. His gaze wasn't on the lotus but on a long blade hovering in the air. It was Feng Wuji from the Bloodbone realm. He could make the Azure Dragon ranking if he made a breakthrough, and the blade hovering in the sky was naturally his low-grade Dao artifact. When the surrounding flames poured into the blade, it looked like a ferocious beast drinking blood. "Still too thirsty," said Feng Wuji when he summoned his blade into his hand. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed out as Feng Wuji swung his sword out. At the far end of the horizon, 3 people were instantly killed by the blade ray and sliced in half. "How pitiful!" smiled Feng Wuji as he revealed his brutal personality. Initially, there were nearly 100 people competing for the lotus. But following Feng Wuji's appearance, half of them left. The other half hesitated for a brief moment, but it was already too late when they wanted to escape. "A bunch of ants from inferior realms. I have no idea where you guys got your confidence from," sighed Feng Wuji. "But it's a pity that these ants can't satisfy the thirst of my nether-black blade." After sheathing his sword, Feng Wuji's gaze fell onto the lotus. Unfortunately, the precious part of the treasure was taken. Without the core, the value was halved. However, at least the lotus bud remained. Feng Wuji's aura was massive, and he could choose to undergo the second tribulation anytime he wanted. Storing the lotus, Feng Wuji muttered to himself, "Those geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking prepared at least 5 million astral pellets for their second tribulation. but I can only endure 3 million at best. I have to get the Glory Sun Spirit, or it'll be futile for me to head to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm." Screams echoed from a palace with blood splattering everywhere. Someone was on a killing spree as countless people ran for their lives. Deep in the palace, Missouri Han wore a sinister smile and laughed. "Die!" The palace appeared after the sand level dropped. There were many jade slips in the palace and tightly sealed jade bottles with pellets. It instantly attracted many people. But before anyone could rejoice, Mo Han arrived and started killing everyone. He didn't spare anyone and fully unleashed the might of his low-grade Dao artifact. Under the pressure of his Dao artifact, no one could bring out more than 50% of their strength. It was clearly a one-sided slaughter. "Ha-ha! How satisfying!" Mo Han grinned at the corpses lying on the ground with excitement flickering in his pupils. Although there were geniuses from higher realms who were decisive in killing, people who were brutal like Mo Han and Feng Wuji were rare. Their brutality was due to the realms they came from. The sects from their realms mainly consisted of demonic cultivators, so slaughtering was common. Growing up in that environment, they naturally had a bloodthirsty nature. But it also made their tribulation even more dangerous than others. The only benefit was that their strength would be extremely terrifying if they were successful. Looking at the interspatial pouches on the ground, Mo Han muttered, "The Glory Sun land might not be comparable to the other astral lands, but I can make up the difference with treasures. As long as I kill enough people, my harvest will definitely be more than those in Gloryfire land." Mo Han might seem crude, but he was meticulous. After he gathered all the pouches and examined them, he frowned. Flame Feather City was huge, and finding the Glory Sun Spirit was basically like finding a needle in a haystack. He was starting to get annoyed. But when he saw more people approaching, his eyes flashed with excitement. He had no intention to search for treasures because other people could do it for him. He would just kill them when they crossed paths. 3 days later in the ruins, over 30 gold flowlight lamps were in front of Lin Yun. Most of them were white and blue while a few were purple. Up to this point, Lin Yun had only encountered one gold one. Half of the gold flowlight lamps were found by him and the other half were from people he had killed. Simultaneously, his astral pellets had reached an astronomical sum of 1,300,000. His huge harvest left him shocked, and he understood why geniuses from higher realms were so brutal. After all, it was faster to kill others for their astral pellets than to refine them. But Lin Yun only killed those who provoked him. Lin Yun placed the sword box down and opened it. Flower petals started flying around and enveloped him as he reached for the flower burial sword. At this moment, Lin Yun saw more natural runes on the sword after it had been nourished by the floral fragrance. The Tao rhythm in the sword made it feel like it was about to awaken. "These runes look like naturally formed spiritual runes," muttered Lin Yun while examining the sword. As a natural metallic wood, the sword needed tempering to become spiritual. After all, it had been the king of swords in the past, even though it declined over time. "I bet you'll have the grace of a king after reaching the height of a Tao artifact." Lin Yun's eyes flashed with anticipation. With many gold flowlight lamps, the flower burial sword should easily upgrade to a Tao artifact. Sheathing the sword, Lin Yun crushed all of the gold flowlight lamps and placed them into his sword box. But just when he was about to carry his sword box, the ground started trembling violently as he heard a loud boom. The sound came from afar, but it still entered his ears. The tremor of the ground was also terrifying as Lin Yun had trouble stabilizing himself. Is a treasure emerging? Lin Yun looked towards a direction and fell into deep thoughts. He was witnessing a familiar scene when a palace was emerging. Over the past few days, he had seen many similar events, but he was too busy collecting the gold flowlight lamps to be bothered with the treasures. Now that he had gathered enough flowers, he could join in on the fun. Plus, this was the first time he felt such a powerful tremor. I should go take a look. After making up his mind, a lightning tornado lifted him off the ground. He traveled at a fast speed, but even so, the journey took half an hour. A huge crater on the ground with a 3-story tall stone pavilion rose from the ground. It towered over the surroundings at nearly 1,000 meters. But since the highest part of the pavilion was destroyed, the pavilion was probably taller than 3 stories during ancient times. Additionally, it was rare that a pavilion could be maintained so well after so many years. Up to this point, he hadn't seen any buildings that were taller than 2 stories in Flamefeather City. The building was probably a clan's hidden treasure pavilion, which was the foundation of any clan. When Lin Yun got close, he noticed that many people were gathered around the pavilion. Clearly, they were also shocked by the pavilion as they started fighting even before the stone gate opened. What qualifications do you have to enter? The hidden treasure pavilion was discovered by my desolate Mount Realm. Haha! What's so impressive about your desolate Mount Realm? You think having 2 first soul heavenly soul realm can compete with my Soarwind realm? Dream on. Everyone has a chance at this treasure. No one can think of monopolizing it. With those words, a new intensity filled everyone's eyes. When Lin Yun descended to the ground, he examined everyone who was fighting. Once he was 100 meters away, everyone stopped and stared at him. Where did that brat come from? He wants to take part in the Flamefeather City when he's only in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. He must be insane to enter the hidden treasure pavilion with all of us here. Does he think that we're invisible? He's just a piece of trash. Why bother talking so much when you can just kill him? Although the battles weren't done, anyone who entered the stone gate would become public enemy number 1. Lin Yun merely sneered when he heard their words. If he didn't want to cause unnecessary slaughter, everyone present would be dead by now. If anyone dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind using them to test the sharpness of the flower burial sword. Get lost! Right at this moment, a rumbling voice echoed out that made everyone's heart sink. A bunch of ants. When the voice sounded out, a gigantic purple fist appeared. The wrist was shrouded in blazing flames made of chains that made everyone nervous. When a booming sound rang out, dozens of people died from the impact of the fist hitting the ground. Only about 10 first soul heavenly soul realm geniuses managed to stay on their feet. At this moment, the commotion had calmed down. What power! Lin Yun raised his brow because the power behind this punch was terrifying. If his speculation was right, the one that just arrived was a genius from the higher realms. Higher realm. It's a genius from the higher realm. It's Chun Xiong of the Violet Yang realm. Quick! Leave! Those who were sent flying away were suddenly enveloped with fear as they began to run for their lives. By now, everyone in Flamefeather City knew how terrifying the higher realms were. Only a few first soul heavenly soul realm geniuses stayed behind with flickering eyes. It wouldn't be that easy to make them give up. As the cloud of dust slowly settled down, a purple-clothed figure slowly walked over. It was Chun Xiong of the Violet Yang realm. Along with his arrival was a crushing pressure that made it difficult for everyone to stand. Let's go! Several people's faces changed under the terrifying pressure and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun was the only one left behind. As for Lil Red, it rummaged through the corpses with a bunch of interspatial pouches in its mouth. Occasionally, it would even throw away some items from the pouch. Since following Lin Yun, Lil Red had also started to become picky. Occasionally, disdain would fill its eyes when examining the pouches. At times, it would also grin when examining the pouches. After Lil Red was done collecting the interspatial pouches on the ground, it swallowed the pouches. This scene shocked those who had run away. Is that brat insane? My heavens! Not only did he stay, but he even dared to let his pet gather the interspatial pouches on the ground. Damn it! That dragon-blooded cat is too despicable. Many people were enraged because some of the corpses on the ground were their companions. However, their companions were raided by the shabby-looking dragon-blooded cat. Chun Xiong swept his glance at the corpses on the ground before turning to look at Lil, Red, and Lin Yun. With surprise in his eyes, he asked, "Why are you still here? Are you courting death?" In his mind, someone in the quasi-heavenly soul realm was trash among trash. Not only did Lin Yun stay behind, he even dared to let his pet collect the interspatial pouches on the ground. Clearly, the interspatial pouches were his trophies that he wouldn't let anyone touch. With no changes on his face, Lin Yun replied calmly, The hidden treasure pavilion hasn't opened yet. So why do I have to leave? Lin Yun's words instantly caused a huge uproar. Everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's courage. Not only did Lin Yun collect all the interspatial pouches on the ground, he actually wanted to enter the hidden treasure pavilion. Chen Xiong squinted his eyes coldly and sneered. I can sense a powerful sword intent coming from you. But it's a pity that you have no idea how terrifying the higher realms are. Your so-called geniuses mean nothing to me. Cut the crap and make your move. Lin Yun didn't want to waste time chatting. The higher realms were arrogant and always thought they were the best if they weren't taught a lesson. Lin Yun's words made everyone hold their breaths. It naturally felt unbelievable to them that a quasi-heavenly soul realm from a lower realm actually dared to speak to Chen Xiong in this manner. When Chen Xiong heard Lin Yun, his face sank because he had never experienced something like this before. He could sense that Lin Yun's sword intent was terrifying, but Lin Yun was only in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. So what if Lin Yun grasped spiritual sword intent? Restricted by his own cultivation, Chen Xiong was confident that he could kill Lin Yun with a punch. So where did Lin Yun get his confidence from? Was he insane? There were many fearless people in the heavenly path, but Chen Xiong had never met someone so foolish before. Could it be that Lin Yun was really confident? No matter how he thought about it, Lin Yun was still trash. As Chen Xiong quickly processed his thoughts, he suddenly smiled. All right, I'll give you a chance. If you can take a punch from me, I'll acknowledge your qualification to enter the hidden treasure pavilion. I also won't mind letting you have the interspatial pouches here. No matter how unbelievable it was, Chen Xiong ultimately chose to be cautious and probe Lin Yun's strength first. Sure. Lin Yun nodded after a brief pondering. He hadn't fought with a genius from a higher realm, so this was a good opportunity for him. But his attitude made Chen Kuang's face become nasty, as if he was the one begging Lin Yun. With killing intent flashing in his eyes, Chen Xiong roared and started circulating his origin energy. Filled with power, a terrifying aura started to spread from Chen Xiong. Violet Purgatory Demonic Fist. It was the attack Chen Xiong had used earlier. When he used it once more, a gigantic purple fist with flaming chains flew out. Under the immense pressure of the fist, cracks spread out on the ground. This time, the attack had a fixed target. Plus, it had the power to kill an ordinary first soul heavenly soul realm genius. The incoming wind made Lin Yun's hair and clothes flutter. He looked like a small raft that was about to be devoured by a thunderstorm. Right at this moment, Lin Yun circulated his sword sutras and started accumulating his sword intent. When a sword hum suddenly rang out, the very air started to crack from the pressure. Lin Yun's sword intent could even tear space apart. Lin Yun stood firmly on the ground like a sword as he released an azure-purple glow. At this moment, all of the spectators were gasping because Lin Yun actually grasped spiritual sword intent. This meant that Lin Yun was a monster who comprehended spiritual sword intent in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. As I expected, Chen Xiong sneered. So what if you have spiritual sword intent? It's nothing before absolute strength. Now die. Then, more starlight shined around Lin Yun. As he circulated his sword intent, his spiritual sword intent went from lesser mastery to greater mastery. Then he finally threw his punch. When his punch flew forward, his origin energy exploded a few thousand times with a violent shockwave that left the bystanders in pain. When his punch collided with Chen Xiong's attack, the gigantic purple fist shattered while Chen Xiong was blown away. Greater mastery of spiritual sword intent. Chen Xiong looked at Lin Yun, who only took 3 steps back and gnashed his teeth. He didn't use all of his strength in the attack, but neither did Lin Yun. In fact, Lin Yun casually punched him without any martial techniques. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't allow Lin Yun to survive and completely forgot about his promise earlier. Don't be rude. Before Chen Xiong could even respond, Lin Yun had already moved. The azure firmament tree appeared behind him with iris flowers blooming on the branches. Then he unleashed the flame cloud incinerating palm. But this time, there were 6 gold seals that enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Even if Chen Xiong could respond in time, he was still caught by surprise and threw dozens of punches in a panic. Although he ultimately managed to destroy the flaming palm, he was also backed into a corner as his back touched the hidden treasure pavilion. Suddenly, the restriction on the pavilion was activated and Chun Xiong was sent flying. Under both impacts, Chun Xiong began to leak blood. "Thank you for the win," said Lin Yun. When Chun Xiong raised his head, he could see Lin Yun donned in azure clothes as a dragon-blooded cat sat on his shoulder. When the dragon-blooded cat squinted its eyes, a cold light flashed that left Chun Xiong feeling fearful. At this moment, Lin Yun seemed deep and unfathomable. Wiping the blood off his lips, the killing intent in Chun Xiong's eyes dissipated as he replied, "A gentleman's promise must be kept. I won't pursue the interspatial pouches, but don't think for a second that you can do whatever you want just because of your spiritual sword intent." Chun Xiong's words left everyone confused. Was he actually taking a step back and trying to end things? Was this really a genius from the higher realms who looked down on everyone? Was a genius from the higher realm actually taking a step back before a quasi-heavenly soul realm genius? It was simply unbelievable. Just a moment ago, they were thinking of killing Lin Yun. However, the tables had turned. They couldn't imagine what would have happened if they really attacked Lin Yun. Most likely, none of them would have survived Lin Yun's retaliation. Lin Yun raised his head and looked at Chun Xiong strangely. "Do whatever I want." His greater mastery of spiritual sword intent might not be able to allow him to do whatever he wants. But what about his complete mastery of spiritual sword intent combined with the immortal azure dragon aura and 3 heavenly divides? At the very least, it was more than enough for him to deal with Chun Xiong. Right at this moment, a brown figure charged over from the distance as he split the clouds in two. Xianxia. Chun Xiong's face changed slightly before he peeked at Lin Yun. Seeing that Lin Yun had no idea who he was, he explained, "He's a genius from the Myriad Light Realm. The foundation of the Myriad Light Realm is on par with Feng Wuji's Bloodbone Realm and Emo Han's Black Flame Realm. Even if he doesn't have a Dao artifact of his own, none of the top geniuses outside of the Azure Dragon ranking dare to provoke him. A total of 4 geniuses in Flamefeather City were ranked immediately below the Azure Dragon ranking. They were Feng Wuji, Emo Han, Shifeng, and Shannon. All 4 of them had a low-grade Dao artifact. If Xianxia was comparable to them, he must have terrifying strength. When Xianxia arrived in front of the hidden treasure pavilion, his gaze was fixed on Chun Xiong. "Do you want to monopolize it or split it with me?" Geniuses from higher realms had an agreement not to act against each other in Flamefeather City unless absolutely necessary. They knew how terrifying the other higher realms were, so killing someone from another realm was equivalent to provoking an entire realm. This would result in a war between 2 realms, which was a consequence that neither side could accept. Xianxia was a lot stronger than Chun Xiong, but there was nothing he could do since Chun Xiong discovered the hidden treasure pavilion first. If it was someone from an intermediate realm, he would have just killed the person. But the Violet Yang realm behind Chun Xiong wasn't a pushover, so he couldn't act despite being stronger than Chun Xiong. "Since young Master Yunjin is here, why would I monopolize it?" Chun Xiong smiled. "We can split it, but we have to include someone else." "Him." Xianxia turned to look at Lin Yun and fell into deep thoughts. "He grasped the spiritual sword intent in greater mastery, and were evenly matched," said Chun Xiong. "Evenly matched?" Xianxia looked at Chun Xiong deeply and smiled. "Why does it seem that you suffered a loss instead?" "Haha. If you dare, you can come at me and see if I suffered a loss," smiled Chun Xiong, not willing to show his weak side. "No need. We will have to depend on our strength in the hidden treasure pavilion." "What's his name?" Xianxia asked, but his question left Chun Xiong briefly stunned because he also didn't know Lin Yun's name. "I'm the Profound Amber Realm's Lin Yun," said Lin Yun calmly. "Profound Amber Realm?" Chun Xiong and Xianxujian's faces became peculiar because they had clearly never heard of the Profound Amber Realm. Lin Yun naturally noticed their expression because he knew that the geniuses from higher realms were arrogant. If he came from a powerful sect, they would give him some respect, even if he wasn't strong. But if he was from a nameless realm, they wouldn't even place him in their eyes. "Let's talk after we go in. Brother Lin, why don't you open the gate for us?" I would also like to see your spiritual sword intent in greater mastery, said Xianxia. Xianxia was giving off a powerful aura that instantly seized command of the group. He clearly wanted to test Lin Yun's strength. So what if Lin Yun was evenly matched with Chen Qiong? So what if Lin Yun grasped the spiritual sword intent? Since he told him to break the gate, then Lin Yun had to break the gate obediently. This would put Lin Yun in a disadvantageous position since his failure would be the end of him. If he didn't break the gate, then Xianxia might kill him. This scheme startled Chen Qiong because he finally knew why Xianxia was someone that not even Feng Wuji and Emo Han would want to offend. He had clearly placed Lin Yun in a disadvantageous position with a flip of his hand. But to Lin Yun, simple little schemes like this were a joke. What's wrong? Brother Lin? Are you unwilling to help? Xianxia looked at Lin Yun with a smile. But this time, his gaze was more indifferent because he wasn't giving Lin Yun a choice. By nature, he would make things difficult for others. After all, the disdain that higher realms had towards lower realms ran deep in his bones. Chen Qiong was the same and wouldn't be so well behaved if he hadn't suffered a loss to Lin Yun. Staring at the hidden treasure pavilion, Lin Yun said, I don't mind helping, but I'm curious if someone as noble as Brother Yunjin resorts to these means when even a common pet can do it? Chen Qiong was shocked by Lin Yun's courage because he could sense the gunpowder in Lin Yun's words. Clearly, Lin Yun didn't care about Xianxuan's identity. The Myriad Light realm had a terrifying foundation, and there was no question about Xianxuan's strength. As long as he completed his second tribulation, he would have a chance to make it into the Azure Dragon ranking. Xianxuan's smile froze because he could tell that Lin Yun was mocking him. His heart sank, but he maintained a smile and replied, I'm curious as to what cat or dog can break the ancient restriction in this city. If you can't find one, then I'll have to trouble Brother Lin. What a coincidence. I just so happen to have a cat, replied Lin Yun. When he looked at the dragon-blooded cat slowly standing up on Lin Yun's shoulder, he was surprised. But before he could react, the dragon-blooded cat flew up and threw a punch at the gate. The tiny dragon-blooded cat actually released a powerful aura like an ancient Dracope. With a crack, the restriction on the hidden treasure pavilion broke from Lil Red's punch. Xianxuan's face became sour when he saw this. Not only did he fail to put Lin Yun in a disadvantageous position, but he was even humiliated by Lin Yun's pet. It was the first time he suffered such a setback from the lower realms. I'll be making my move first, said Lin Yun as he entered the hidden treasure pavilion. Let's go. Chen Qiong and Xianxuan woke up from their shock and quickly followed behind. Everyone who was hiding in the surroundings were dumbfounded that Lin Yun actually went in. Is he not afraid of death? He actually dares to walk together with the higher realms. Why don't we give it a try? Are you insane? Didn't you see how powerful Chen Qiong's punch is? I bet that Lin Yun won't be able to come back alive. That's right. The higher realms are known for their brutality. How can they allow Lin Yun to take the treasures from the hidden treasure pavilion? The spectators began to discuss among themselves, but no one dared to step forward. As soon as Lin Yun entered the hidden treasure pavilion, he felt a chilling aura. Compared to the blazing heat outside, this place was terrifyingly cold. But Lin Yun didn't think much about it since he could use his sword intent to protect himself. He carried Lil Red and proceeded to walk deeper into the palace. Where is he? Chen Qiong and Xianxuan noticed that Lin Yun was gone. It turned out that the hidden treasure pavilion was a maze. The maze had an eerie feeling that made both of them uncomfortable. We should ignore him for now. Do you want to travel together? Chen Qiong frowned. He could feel that there was something unusual about this place, so he didn't want to take the risk by himself. Let's go together, said Xianxuan while nodding his head. A while later, green rays started shining brightly as rotted corpses pounced at them from their sides. Demonic corpses! Xianxuan's face changed when he saw the rotted corpses. The corpses were probably servants assigned to the hidden treasure pavilion. The demonic aura was probably the reason why they could come back to life after they died. Kill them! Xianxuan and Chen Qiong were decisive people, so they attacked the demonic corpses without hesitation. The movements of the corpses were stiff, but their explosive speed was incredible. Additionally, their bodies were as tough as iron because they were corroded by the demonic aura. There was no way they could destroy all of the corpses anytime soon unless they hit the vital spots. Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin could instantly kill all the corpses, but that method would exhaust them. So they chose the slow method and spent a long time dealing with the demonic corpses. Chen Xiong suddenly suffered an attack that tore his clothes. If his origin energy wasn't robust enough, his heart would have been ripped out of his chest. As for Xian Yunjin, his situation was somewhat better. Looking at the demonic corpses on the ground, Xian Yunjin wore a smile. Since he walked ahead of us, he'll definitely be in more trouble. Chen Xiong had no changes on his face because he knew that Xian Yunjin was still offended by Lin Yun. But he also shared the same view as Xian Yunjin, as he believed that he wouldn't lose to Lin Yun if they fought for real. After all, there was a huge gap between their cultivation that would be exposed if Lin Yun only relied on his greater mastery of spiritual sword intent. Let's go. The treasures should be in the main hall. With how dangerous this place is, the treasures must be very precious, said Xian Yunjin with excitement in his eyes. When Chen Xiong heard that, his eyes were also filled with excitement. After all, he came all the way to Glory Sun Land for its treasures. If they knew how Lin Yun's journey was currently progressing, they would be disappointed. Lin Yun's journey was incredibly smooth as Lil Red resolved most of the troubles. It dealt with the enemies because its speed far exceeded Lin Yun's speed. Plus, it had sharp claws that were comparable to refined dragon claws. The cultivation technique Yu Weiwei gave Lil Red was from the ancient Dracope clan. The explosive power of the cultivation technique was naturally unparalleled. It was the perfect technique for Lil Red in its cat form since it lacked explosive power. So it made sense that the corpses couldn't even get near Lin Yun. Furthermore, Lin Yun's lightning cocoon was the bane of these demonic corpses. Their physiques were comparable to top-tier cosmic artifacts, but his sword could silently enter their bodies. By the time the lightning cocoon exploded, the demonic corpses would explode from the inside out. Naturally, Lin Yun traveled a lot faster than Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin. In fact, Lin Yun arrived in the main hall before they could finish killing all the demonic corpses. The main hall was rather spacious with hundreds of chests lying on the ground. Each of them were sealed with spiritual talismans. Lin Yun was only a third-grade spiritualist, so he could roughly tell that the talismans were meant to seal the chests completely. After all, there were many things in the world that couldn't be placed into interspatial pouches. For example, Lin Yun's sword box had to be carried. The worst were the pellets and fruits whose spirituality would leak when placed in interspatial pouches. If they were casually stored, their value would drop drastically. Before the chests sat an old man on a mat. His clothes were different from the other demonic corpses. Without hesitation, Lil Red brought out its claws that shined with an eerie light. "Let me do it." Lin Yun stopped Lil Red and fixed his eyes on the old man. The aura of this demonic corpse was even stronger than Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin. Then again, Lin Yun hadn't seen them use their full strength and could only make a rough estimation. But he was sure that the demonic corpse before him was just as strong as them. Lil Red quickly put away its claws and observed cautiously. It hadn't forgotten Yu Weiwei's command. If something really happened to Lin Yun, Lil Red couldn't imagine what Yu Weiwei would do. Just the thought of Yu Weiwei was enough to send a chill down Lil Red's spine as it became even more alert. The old man suddenly opened his eyes as two black beams shot out of its eyes. Lin Yun's face changed because he could sense evil in the beams. The beams were filled with all sorts of negative emotions, but they were torn apart the moment they got close to Lin Yun. He could cut through the invisible emotions with his sword intent, so it wasn't difficult to defend himself. When the demonic corpse stood up and pounced, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to summon his flower burial sword. With a roar, he quickly attacked. An azure firmament tree appeared behind him with iris flowers blooming on its branches. Lin Yun pushed his sword Sutras to the limit as he smoothly moved. He unsheathed his sword and immediately sheathed it. Before the demonic corpse could get close to him, 3 lightning cocoons exploded in the demonic corpse. In an instant, the demonic corpse turned into a few hundred little pieces. Although the attack seemed easy, Lin Yun didn't hold anything back. In fact, he also had to bring out his spiritual sword intent at complete mastery. The only thing he held back was his immortal azure dragon aura. Looks like I've grasped the essence of this attack. As long as I'm fast enough, my opponent won't be able to see the mist and it'll be tough for them to block my attack. If there are too many enemies, I can also use the mist to confuse them, muttered Lin Yun as he analyzed his attack. With the danger resolved, it was time for Lin Yun to see what was inside the chests. He was exceptionally curious since they were sealed with spiritual talismans. Lil Red's black figure flashed around the hall as it tore all the talismans apart. Then Lin Yun opened one of the chests. With a deep breath, Lin Yun was full of shock.